In a junior beast taming academy, inside a spacious classroom filled with light streaming through the windows, the teacher stood at the podium. His voice echoed throughout the room. "Students, there's less than a week until the beast tamer exam." His voice was clear as his eyes scanned over each student. "And tomorrow will be the day your qualifications as beast tamers are assessed." Then, he gently reminded them, "All of you have already signed your first beast taming contract. So, get a good rest today, prepare thoroughly, and strive to achieve the best possible results." The class began to buzz with quiet chatter. The teacher then announced, "All right, class dismissed." Lin Ze sat still in his seat, lost in thought. Whispers could be heard from the hallway as one student turned to his friend and sighed, "The beast tamer qualification test is almost here. I'm so nervous." The other replied, "Who isn't? With our current strength, it's already going to be tough just to become an apprentice beast tamer. Forget about a high-level beast taming academy. That's completely out of the question." A rather cocky, blonde-haired guy laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. My goal is the beast taming academy in Ningjiang City. Even though it's not a top-tier academy, with my strength, getting into a regular one won't be a problem." In stark contrast, the student next to him was trembling with fear, holding his head in his hands. "If I can't even qualify as an apprentice beast tamer, then I'll have to live my whole life as an ordinary person." Lin Ze sat silently, thinking to himself, "The beast tamer qualification assessment is about to happen. But what does that have to do with me? I'm a transmigrator." He replayed his memories. He now understood that this world was different from the one he came from. It was a world where humans had learned to tame the ferocious beasts that once threatened them, turning them into combat weapons. This created a powerful system of beast tamers. That's right. A week ago, I was transmigrated into this body. By merging with the memories in this body, I've come to understand what kind of world this is. Hundreds of years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, countless ferocious beasts emerged from spatial rifts. They hunted and killed humans, causing widespread devastation. But then, humanity fought back. In that brutal war, they gradually discovered how to control the beasts and command them in battle. This was how the profession of beast tamer was born, and so, they stepped onto the world stage. In this era of beast taming, beast tamers have naturally become a symbol of status and class. You could say that becoming a beast tamer is the same as stepping into the elite class of society. The greatest dream of every young person in this world is to become a powerful beast tamer. In this world, every young person over the age of 18 can sign their first beast taming contract. The higher their soul power, the higher the level limit of the pet they can form a contract with. But for Lin Ze, everything seemed to have gone off track. None of this has anything to do with me, because the original owner of this body had already signed his first beast contract before I transmigrated. He looked at the tiny creature in his arms, its fur as soft as cotton and its round eyes crystal clear, and sighed internally, "This little snowball is harmless to humans and animals. All it knows how to do is act cute. Not only does this thing have zero combat ability, but it can't even evolve." Just then, snowflakes began to drift down as a cold wind blew. Lin Ze couldn't help but think, does this mean I'm destined to be an ordinary person and live a mediocre life? The more he thought about it, the unluckier he felt. Sigh. Other transmigrators either get a golden finger or some immense power. They can destroy heavens and earth. But when it's my turn, why is my luck so rotten? A classmate gently patted him on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it, Lin Ze," he said, consoling him. "It's fine if you don't become a beast tamer. Being a regular office worker means you don't have to risk your life outside. That's not so bad, right?" But it didn't seem like genuine comfort, more like contemptuous mockery, directed at Lin Ze. Another chubby guy burst out laughing. "Haha, that's right. So what if you can't be a beast tamer? At worst, you can just take your little snowball and sell ice cream at the mall entrance." A few others chimed in. "Yeah, exactly. Ha ha ha. Selling ice cream and cold drinks isn't a bad gig." Hearing this, Lin Ze became furious. His face darkened as he growled, "You guys." Just then, a voice rang out in his head. "System has been fully charged. Initiating startup. System is activating. Activation successful. The achievement system is now online." Lin Ze's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this my golden finger? No wonder the system hadn't shown up, even though I've been here for so long. Turns out it was just charging?" He practically jumped for joy. "Holy crap, that's the most heavenly sound I've ever heard. My golden finger has finally arrived." A status panel appeared before his eyes, displaying information about himself and Little Snowball. Lin Ze, Physique, 1.0. Soul, 0.8. Soul power level, 80 out of 80. Soul skills, none. Tamed beast, Little Snowball. Achievement points, 0. Attribute notes. The physical body and soul of a normal adult male is 1. Completing achievements can earn you achievement points and reward items. Achievement points can be used to accelerate a pet beast's growth, unlock skills, and strengthen the beastmaster's attributes, and so on. Reading this, Lin Ze was ecstatic. Something like this actually exists? This is amazing. He then asked, what about Little Snowball? The system displayed a new information panel for Little Snowball. Name, Little Snowball. Attribute, Ice. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Growth rate, 23.48%. Skill, breathes out cold air. Its growth rate can be accelerated through combat or by eating energy-rich items. When the growth rate reaches 100%, it will trigger an evolution. After evolving, the pet beast's power level will be greatly improved. Lin Ze's heart pounded as he read that line. Reaching 100% growth will trigger an evolution. Evolution? Could it really evolve? Wait a minute. He continued reading. The system presented 2 evolution paths. Optional evolution routes. 1. The Giant Path, an evolution method that enhances close combat abilities, focusing on improving physical strength and power, while weakening its control over the ice element. The next evolution form is the Snow Monster, which can evolve up to Tier 5. 2. The Queen Path, a method that strengthens the ice element and its innate talent, focusing on improving spellcasting abilities while weakening close combat attributes. The next evolution form is the Ice Spirit Soul, which can evolve up to the King tier. Lin Ze couldn't believe his eyes. Little Snowball was clearly not supposed to be able to evolve. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. Could this be a hidden evolution path? If that's the case, then I don't have to go sell ice cream anymore. Can I really become a beastmaster? His thoughts suddenly became calmer. He realized the massive advantage the system had given him. The Queen Path could even evolve to the King tier. This is perfect. The system panel continued to update. Queen Path, next evolution form, Ice Spirit Soul. Conditions to be met, 100% growth rate, 12 low-grade ice elemental essences, 1 soul jade. He decided to first try using his achievement points to upgrade Little Snowball. The system's achievement panel notified him. First pet beast. You have successfully formed a contract with the first pet beast of your life. Completing this achievement will grant you 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Completed. Reward available. Apprentice Beastmaster. Pass the Apprentice Beastmaster qualification assessment and complete the first baptism. Completing this achievement will grant you 200 points and 1 soul crystal. Successful enrollment. Receive an admission notice from any Beastmaster Academy and gain 300 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 body strengthening crystal. He suddenly saw some important information. He quickly clicked on it. There's 1 I can claim, plus 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Done. He continued to think about his next move. Next up is using the achievement points to level up. The screen lit up. Tier 1, Stage 1, Growth Rate, 23.48%, Successful Evolution. Tier 1, Stage 2, Growth Rate 100%. Lin Ze stood in the middle of his small room, his eyes shining, as he watched his pet beast, Little Snowball, glow with a brilliant light. He couldn't believe his eyes. It leveled up. It actually worked. A notification appeared on the system screen. Consumed 77 achievement points, remaining 23 achievement points. Although it only lasted for a moment, the dazzling light was enough to make Lin Ze feel exhilarated, but he quickly grew pensive. But such a dazzling special effect only lasted for a moment? That's too short. He looked at the newly evolved Little Snowball with a sigh. To classify this little guy as an E-rank pet beast, that's just unfair. I still need to prepare. Getting more ice elemental essences and a soul jade for its evolution is the true path to power. 2 ice elemental essences and 1 soul jade. Most normal people would never have figured out Little Snowball's evolution method. But this stuff isn't cheap at all. Lin Ze frowned, turning away. Gotta make some money first, then head to the pet beast store to buy the evolution materials. Behind him, 2 punks started jeering. One of them laughed loudly and taunted. Haha, Lin Ze. Are you planning to take your Little Snowball home to sell ice cream? Lin Ze looked towards the owner of the voice. It was none other than Jiang Hao, someone who had always looked down on him. But Lin Ze paid him no mind, simply patting Little Snowball. Little guy, don't pay attention to this trash. I'm counting on you for the Beastmaster qualification assessment tomorrow. Little Snowball let out a soft cry. Meow. Hearing this, Jiang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes turning cold. Trash. What did you just say? Although he was furious, reason stopped Lin Ze from stepping forward to fight him. He thought to himself, the Jiang family is the second largest family. in Jiangning City. I can't afford to confront him right now. We have to be careful. Turning to Jiang Hao, Lin Ze didn't flinch, replying quietly, we'll see who the real trash is. We'll see after the Beast Tamer exam scores. Pfft. Jiang Hao scoffed mockingly. You? With that stuffed animal that can't even evolve? Ha ha ha. If I were you, I wouldn't even bother showing up for the Beast Tamer qualification exam tomorrow, because there's no way you'll pass. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you just scram and go home to sell ice cream? Just then, a beautiful girl appeared. It was Guanning, Lin Ze's cousin. Having witnessed the exchange, Guanning shouted loudly, Jiang Hao, don't you think you're going too far? Jiang Hao turned and continued his taunts. Oh, so it's the great Miss Guan, is it? Fine. Just fine. I'm not going too far. I'm just looking down on this piece of trash. Ha ha ha. The crony next to him chimed in with a sneer. Ha ha. I really don't get why Miss Guan likes trash like him. Wouldn't you be so much better off with our brother Hao? Lin Ze shook his head, not wanting to waste time on them. He turned to Guanning. Let it go, Aning. There's no need to argue with them. When the time comes, they'll understand. With that, he pulled Guanning away. I have to go to the pet beast store. You should head home first. Hearing this, Guanning replied softly. Okay. After leaving, Lin Ze stopped by the pet beast store to buy evolution materials. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the prices. Even on his way home, he was still thinking, why are evolution materials so expensive? His entire month's savings were gone in a flash. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from a distance. Brother Lin Ze, you're back? Lin Ze replied, Aning. Guanning approached and asked softly, Mom asked me to ask if you'd like to come over for dinner tonight? Hearing that, he immediately agreed. Sure, I'll come over tonight. Guanning hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Lin Ze, about the Beast Tamer qualification assessment tomorrow. Can you go with me? Lin Ze smiled. Of course, I'm taking the assessment too. After all, Guanning's eyes lit up. You mean it? That's great, Brother Lin Ze. You have to put that Jiang Hao and his cronies in their place. Lin Ze nodded firmly. Don't worry, I'll give everyone a shock. Having gotten Lin Ze's agreement, Guanning beamed with joy and ran into her house, waving goodbye. Well then, it's settled. See you at my place for dinner later, Brother Lin Ze. Yup. After getting home, Lin Ze looked at Little Snowball and said, a low-grade ice element essence and a soul jade already cost this much? Little fella, leveling you up in the future is going to be super expensive. Little Snowball cried out, Ouya. That night, Lin Ze fed the evolution materials to Little Snowball. Here you go, little guy. Eat these, and you'll be able to evolve. The gluttonous Little Snowball dove in and devoured everything, making him chuckle. Slow down, no one's gonna steal it from you. Immediately after, a bright light flared up, followed by a loud burp from Little Snowball. Burp! Lin Ze was shocked. Huh? Is it really about to evolve? It's so bright. A blinding light filled the room, and in the next moment, the small, adorable Little Snowball transformed into a beautiful, humanoid child. New information appeared on the system panel. Name, Ice Crystal Soul. Attribute, Ice. Level, Tier 2, Stage 2. Growth rate, 0%. Skills, Ice Hammer. Absolute Zero Field. Path, Queen. Next evolution form, Snow Woman. Requirements. Achieve 100% growth rate, 10 mid-grade ice element essences, 1 heart of ice and snow. Lin Ze held his breath as he looked at Little Snowball. No, he should call it Ice Crystal Soul now. He thought to himself, the evolution was a success. The system is showing its level as Tier 2, Stage 2. Lin Ze couldn't help but be amazed. It jumped an entire major realm. He marveled at the thought. For the graduating students of Binhai No. 1 High School, the average strength level of their pet beasts was around Stage 3 to Stage 5 of the first tier. I can't believe I jumped directly to Tier 2. Just then, Ice Crystal Soul pressed its body against Lin Ze's face. He shivered. So cold. Just being near it makes me feel cold. The air in the room felt like it had frozen over, turning into a frigid space. It seems its strength has increased even more than I imagined. At that moment, the system panel appeared before Lin Ze's eyes again. First evolution completed. Received 100 achievement points and 1 enhancement stone. He smirked, thinking to himself, if the system hadn't pointed out what materials Little Snowball needed to evolve, no one would ever use these materials to raise such a weak pet beast. Without hesitation, his fingers swiftly tapped the claim button. He was confident that he had won this bet. He proceeded to select withdraw. In the next instant, the 2 precious materials materialized. A sparkling light seemed to envelop the area, a soul stone and an enhancement stone. Lin Ze stared at the two items, his heart pounding with excitement. The soul stone could increase his soul strength, and soul strength determined the number and level of beasts he could contract with. Moreover, the enhancement stone directly increased his own physical constitution. This was incredibly important. He immediately consumed both items. Power surged through Lin Ze's body. His eyes lit up, and he felt as if he had been completely reborn. A surge of power flowed through him, sparking with electricity. It seemed to be a sign of evolution. Just then, the system updated Lin Ze's status. His physique increased from 1 to 2, his soul from 0.8 to 1.8, and his soul power jumped from 80 to 180. Pet. Ice Crystal Soul. Tier 2, Level 2. Achievement points, 123. Lin Ze clenched his fist and punched the wall, clearly feeling the power surging through his body. He no longer felt cold. Instead, a continuous stream of strength flowed out of him. Watching the bricks easily crumble from the wall, he thought to himself that even though he didn't have to fight personally, having a strong physique was always a good thing. In a dangerous situation, his chances of survival would be greatly increased. Just then, the ice crystal orb hugging Lin Ze's leg let out a soft, frightened whimper. Aha! An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He had to go all in. Without hesitation, Lin Ze decided to spend all of his achievement points. Immediately, he transferred all the energy he had just gained to the ice crystal orb, consuming all his achievement points. Level up. The system responded quickly. Tier 2. Level 2. Growth rate. 100%. 123 achievement points. Tier 2. Level 4. Growth rate. 24%. Looking at the information before him, Lin Ze smiled confidently, thinking that at tomorrow's assessment, he would definitely shock them all. The next morning, as Lin Ze was on his way to the assessment, a clear voice called out from behind him. It was Guanning. Hey, are you ready? Lin Ze turned around, full of confidence. Of course. Today, I'm going to become a beast tamer too. Guanning replied happily. That's great. But then, she asked curiously, hey, why have you suddenly become so motivated? Before, you would never have participated in something like this. Lin Ze shrugged and gave a faint smile, his eyes turning sharp. Because people change. Not far away, a group of female students were gossiping. One of them said with obvious jealousy, look, it's Guanning, the third-year genius from Binhai No. 1 High School. Why does she always hang out with that loser? The blonde girl next to her said with disgust. Who knows? I heard Zhou Xiong confess to her yesterday and got rejected. What? Why does everyone like her so much? What's so great about her anyway? The other girl heard this and warned her, stay out of trouble. Shh, keep your voice down. Lin Ze heard every word of their gossip, but didn't pay it any mind, thinking to himself that Guanning was his cousin, and also the genius of Binhai No. 1 High School. There were always countless people who admired and envied her, but she never seemed to care what others thought. Suddenly, Guanning grabbed his arm, her voice full of excitement. Hey, are you really planning to use Little Snowball for the qualification assessment? Lin Ze nodded without hesitation. Of course. Don't you dare underestimate Little Snowball. Guanning laughed, wrapping her arms around his head and said cheerfully, if we both pass today, let's go celebrate. Lin Ze was a little surprised as his face was pressed right against Guanning's ample chest. He let out a small, embarrassed yelp. Whoa. Guanning didn't seem to mind and continued, there's a shop I've been wanting to visit for a long time. Lin Ze, still blushing, didn't know what to do. But just then, an angry voice shouted, Guanning, you stop right there. A girl stormed over, her eyes filled with rage. You're the one who stole my man. Guanning frowned. Who are you, and who is your boyfriend? The girl was so angry she practically bristled, shouting, It's Zhou Xiong. Guanning raised an eyebrow, recalling the guy's appearance. So it was the one who had confessed to her today. The one with the rainbow-colored hair and the cheesy red rose he used to hit on her. She answered tiredly, Oh, you mean that punk? Forget it. Guanning gave a cold smile and crossed her arms. Sorry, but I'm not interested in him. He confessed to me, but I turned him down. The other girl growled, though she looked somewhat cute. You're talking nonsense. You must have seduced him first. Then Guanning grabbed Lin Ze's hand and said coolly, Let's go. We don't need to explain anything to them. We have more important things to do. The young man standing next to the girl stepped forward, clenched his fist, and grabbed Guanning's shoulder. Hey, are you completely ignoring me? Did I say you could leave? If you mess with my little sister, don't blame me for what happens next. Guanning struggled and yelled, Let go. But as soon as she broke free, the young man stepped forward again, his eyes full of provocation. He swung his fist. Damn it, you little brat. Take this. Brother, don't be reckless. Before Guanning could react, Lin Ze had already stepped in front of her, his eyes cold. He blocked the punch with one hand. The girl crossed her arms and sneered contemptuously. His cousin is a good-for-nothing. Everyone knows that. The young man smirked. Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Why don't you take a look at yourself first and see what you're made of? Hearing this, Lin Ze snapped. With a single punch, he sent the guy flying several meters. Seeing this, the sister standing beside him screamed, "Brother!" Lin Ze stepped closer and calmly said to the guy, "I'm her brother. If you have a problem, you can take it up with me." Hearing this, the guy frowned, looking angry enough to eat him alive. Guanning, who had been watching the situation unfold, thought to herself that she never realized how formidable brother Lin Ze was. Lin Ze also marveled inwardly, "I can't believe strengthening my physique increased my power by this much." The young man was furious. He raised his hand, preparing to summon his beast. "If you're looking to die, then don't blame me." He threw his hand forward and shouted, "Summon." Instantly, a bright light flashed, and a Tier 2, Stage 1, beast-type direwolf appeared. Its entire body was covered in grayish-blue markings, and its eyes glowed, radiating a cold, murderous aura. This was the Tier 2, Stage 1, beast-type direwolf. He burst out laughing, his voice dripping with ridicule. "Haha, you two high school students actually dare to face my Tier 2 direwolf?" Guanning was slightly taken aback by his words. She thought it through. "That's right. My pet beast is only at Tier 1, Stage 7 right now. Even if I'm confident in it, the chances of winning are slim. But there's no other choice." Just as Guanning was mustering the courage to fight the guy, a figure stepped in front of her. Lin Ze stepped forward. She quickly shouted, "Brother, what are you doing? Brother, don't tell me you're going to use Little Snowball to fight him?" Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, ready for battle, and said to Guanning, "If you get injured, it will affect your aptitude assessment. Just leave this to me." The mocking laughter of the other guy's sister rang out again. "Ha ha ha, have you gone mad from fear? You, the guy with the worst aptitude in all of Pinghai, actually dare to talk so big? Big bro, teach them a lesson." Hearing this, the guy was fired up and commanded his pet beast, "Get him!" At that moment, a faint blue light suddenly flashed. Little Snowball, Lin Ze's pet beast, appeared before everyone. But what stunned them all was that it was no longer the ordinary Little Snowball. From a tiny spirit beast, Little Snowball had transformed into a new form. Its eyes shone brightly, and an icy aura flooded the area. Guanning was stunned. "Is this Little Snowball?" Lin Ze turned back to explain to Guanning with a cheerful tone. "Little Snowball has evolved." Seeing his pet beast frozen solid by a single move from Little Snowball, the guy desperately yelled, "Move, damn it!" As the direwolf witnessed Little Snowball's new power, Lin Ze quickly explained to Guanning, "It's called the Ice Crystal Spirit now." The blonde-haired guy's face turned pale as he shrieked, "No, impossible! You're just a high school student. The highest your pet beast could possibly be is Tier 1, Stage 9. How could you possibly one-shot my Tier 2 beast?" Seeing this, the sister became terrified, panicking, and backing away. "Big bro, what do we do now?" He gritted his teeth, but deep down, he already knew he had lost. There's no other choice. He gave the order. "I can't believe he also has a Tier 2 beast, and an even higher Grade 1 at that. We've lost. Let's go. Hey." But just as they turned to leave, Lin Ze's cold voice rang out. "Did I say you two could leave?" His breath caught in his throat. The blonde-haired guy looked at Little Snowball, who was ready to attack, and swallowed hard. "I'm sorry, big brother. We were wrong." Lin Ze gave a faint smile. "Am I the one you two should be apologizing to?" Left with no choice, the blonde-haired guy immediately turned to Guanning and bowed his head in humiliation. "I'm truly sorry, classmate Guan. We were in the wrong. Please forgive us this time. When we get home, I'll properly discipline Zhu Xiong." The sister cried out resentfully, "Big bro." Immediately after, a fist swung straight into her face, accompanied by his threatening words. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize." Guanning crossed her arms and glanced at them for a moment before sighing, "Forget it. You can go." The two of them trembled as they bowed their heads. "Yes." On the other side, Lin Ze was petting the ice crystal spirit's head while smiling and praising it. "All right." The moment the words left his lips, they scrambled away. Guanning turned, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, you're so amazing. How did you do that? That was a Tier 2 dire wolf." She looked at Little Snowball. No, the ice crystal spirit filled with curiosity. "What is an ice crystal spirit? Can Little Snowball evolve?" Lin Ze nodded but didn't plan on explaining just yet. Yes, but we're running out of time. We can talk about this later. We need to hurry to the aptitude assessment location. With that, the two quickly left, heading towards the Beastmaster Association building. Before them stood a gigantic, imposing rock, the primal stone. Guan Ning's eyes widened. Around her, people were murmuring excitedly. So that's the primal stone? It's huge, but it doesn't seem that surprising. Lin Ze didn't reply, but a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, this is the last assessment of the year, and some people will lose their qualification to be a Beastmaster forever. As for those who succeed, they will join the Beastmaster Academy and start a new life. He clenched his fists. I absolutely have to succeed. A voice rang out, pulling everyone back to reality. It was a man leading a group of people towards the stage. Welcome, model. Everyone had arrived to participate in today's Apprentice Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment. As they entered, each person received a small bronze medal. Engraved on them were the words, low, medium, high, and super. This was the key to entering the virtual realm of the Origin Stone. You all must choose the difficulty of the challenge you will face. The more difficult the trial you overcome, the richer the rewards will be. Please look at the screen. An information panel appeared on the large screen, displaying the difficulty levels and their corresponding rewards, starting with low difficulty. After passing, you will receive the qualification of an Apprentice Beast Tamer, Soul +1, and your pet's growth rate will increase by 5%. For medium difficulty, after passing, you'll receive the Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification, Soul +2, and your pet's growth rate will increase by 10%. For high difficulty, after passing, you will be promoted to an Intern Beast Tamer, Soul +3, Physique +2. A designated pet's growth rate will increase by 20%, and it unlocks a second beast taming slot. For super difficulty, after passing, you are promoted to an Intern Beast Tamer, Soul +5, Physique +3. A designated pet's growth rate increases by 30%, and it unlocks a second beast taming slot. Everyone gasped. The allure was staggering. One candidate sighed, his eyes filled with longing. Man, it would be great if I could pass the super difficulty. But a mocking voice immediately cut in. Keep dreaming. Not even a tenth of the people here can pass the high difficulty. Just aim to pass the low difficulty to get your intern qualification. Then we'll talk. Guan Ning turned to Lin Ze and asked curiously, Brother, which one are you choosing? Before Lin Ze could answer, the host spoke up. Before you all choose the difficulty of your test, let me give you a piece of advice. This is related to your future development, so please consider it carefully and choose based on your own strength. The difficulty level must be suitable for you. When the time was up, the screen displayed the statistics. Low difficulty, 46 people. Medium difficulty, 10 people. High difficulty, 1 person. Super difficulty, 1 person. The atmosphere instantly became chaotic. Am I seeing things? Someone actually chose super difficulty. Another person chimed in. Yeah, I bet that guy is still half asleep. Another guy shouted, what a time to let your hands slip. What an idiot. Another candidate stated with absolute certainty, whoever that is, they're definitely not getting into the Beast Tamer Academy this year. But regardless of the chatter around him, Lin Ze stood by his decision. His eyes shone with determination. Beside him, Guan Ning stared wide-eyed at the information panel that had just appeared in the air, her voice filled with disbelief. Brother, you actually chose super difficulty? If you fail this year, you won't get into the Beast Tamer Academy. Lin Ze chuckled, a glint of confidence in his eyes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The people around them began to whisper when they saw his choice. Is that the guy who chose super difficulty? A few new students frowned, while others snickered mockingly. Did he press the wrong button? I think this guy might be an idiot. A deep, steady voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Hey kid, did you hear what I said earlier? You have to choose carefully. The man looked at him with suspicion, but Lin Ze didn't waver. This was a decision he had made after careful consideration. The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Are you telling me you think you can pass the super difficulty? Lin Ze affirmed with certainty. Of course. A burst of laughter came from the green-haired man. Ha ha. The youth are always so passionate. I've given you my advice. If you still want to play with fire, be my guest. After all the candidates had made their choices, he raised his hand and announced, if everyone has made their selection, then I declare the test begins. Lin Ze felt a bright light envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, he had entered the virtual world of the Origin monolith. Observing from the outside, the man looked at him with an intrigued gaze. Lin Ze, huh? Interesting. Lin Ze opened his eyes, immediately noticing the difference, and confirmed, it seems I've entered the virtual world of the Origin monolith. The system quickly provided information. Any injuries sustained in the virtual world would not affect his real-world body. This included the death of a pet. Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. Well then, there's nothing to worry about. Time to let loose and play. Just as he got his bearings, a notification appeared before his eyes. You have an unclaimed achievement. First victory. Defeated a shadow wolf. Lin Ze was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst out laughing. Holy crap. Even in here, I can still see the system? Claim it for me. Immediately after, the system announced, you have received 100 achievement points and a 1-star soul crystal. Without hesitation, he ordered, quick, use the 100 achievement points and the soul crystal. He clicked accept. His stats changed instantly. Soul attribute increased from 1.8 to 2.8. Growth rate went from 24% to 44%. And his rank increased from Tier 2, Stage 4, to Tier 2, Stage 6. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. With this, my chances of winning are even higher. As the next battle began, right in front of him, a beast appeared, its entire body covered in a fiery red. The information panel quickly displayed its details. This was a fire lizard. A Tier 1, Stage 7 fire type. He frowned slightly. Didn't they say this was the super hard difficulty? Why was it only a Tier 1 creature? The fire lizard let out a cry and began spitting out waves of fire. He immediately summoned his pet beast, the Ice Crystal Soul. Use the skill, Ice Spike. As the Ice Crystal Soul appeared, the very air seemed to freeze, quickly shattering every one of the fire lizard's flame attacks. He mused to himself, Ice Crystal Soul, Ice Spike. It seems my Ice Spike is the more formidable one. As the first level was cleared, a notification rang out. First of 5 levels cleared, continuing the challenge. This time, the opponent that appeared was a skeleton. The screen once again showed the monster's info. Bandaged monster, an undead type, Tier 1, Stage 9. Lin Ze smirked and shook his head. For other people, a Tier 1, Stage 9 might still be a little difficult. But for me, it's a bit childish. The voice of the man in charge echoed from a distance, laced with a mocking tone. You rotten brat. You just got lucky because your pet's attribute countered it. The real challenge starts now. However, very quickly, Lin Ze passed with ease once again. After the second monster was defeated, Lin Ze proceeded to the next level. The system announced, second level cleared, continuing the challenge. Before him, a giant shadow appeared. This was the Withered Beast, a plant type, Tier 2, Stage 2. Lin Ze clenched his fists. The real battle was just beginning. The man observing from the outside made a silent calculation. Judging by its appearance, his pet beast is a Tier 2, Stage 1 at best. And now it's facing a Tier 2, Stage 2 Withered Beast. Even if you possess some extraordinary talent, there's no way you can pass this level. The battle erupted. Lin Ze ordered the Ice Crystal Soul to attack first. A freezing ice spike flew forward, but upon hitting the withered beast's hard shell, it only left a few small cracks. This beast's hide is so thick, it actually withstood the ice spike. Its blazing red eyes shone with fury. Sensing its opponent's killing intent, 2 vines shot out from the monster's body, wrapping tightly around the Ice Crystal Soul. It couldn't move an inch. At that moment, the man watching from afar shook his head with a faint, dismissive smile. No matter how strong the new student is, this is as far as he goes. But soon after, the horrifying screams of the withered beast echoed out. It was as if it was crying for help. Lin Ze shouted a command. Arctic Domain! A snowstorm suddenly erupted around the Ice Crystal Soul, freezing the ground and causing the withered beast to move sluggishly. Lin Ze lowered his voice. You think we only have one skill? Ice Spike, again. This time, the ice spike slammed directly into a frozen weak point on the withered beast's body. A loud crack echoed as its massive body collapsed to the ground. It's done. The screen once again displayed the results. Third gate cleared successfully. Continuing to challenge the remaining 2 gates. Around him, sounds of lamentation arose. Damn it. I was so close to killing that pet beast. Another guy sat there crying. 2 years, and I've failed again. Over here, the very same guy who had just mocked Lin Ze was complaining, I can't believe the 5th gate is this hard. It's actually a Tier 1, Stage 6 pet beast. The guy next to him laughed and boasted loudly, ha ha ha, I did it. I'm now an intern beastmaster. The others who saw this cursed under their breath, bastard. Suddenly, a panicked scream rang out, and all eyes shot towards the large stone. That's a fierce claw monster. It's a Tier 2 pet beast. Why would a Tier 2 beast appear in an intern exam? Confused gazes turned towards Lin Ze, as one person exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the guy who challenged the super hard difficulty? The system immediately announced, "Fourth gate cleared. The final gate begins." Lin Ze stood still and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the last round. All around him, shocked stares were fixed on Lin Ze. One guy mumbled, "How is that guy so strong? I know all the best students from the high schools around here, but he's not one of them." Elsewhere, Guanning was happy to have reached her goal. "I did it. I've become an intern beastmaster." Guanning then worried, "I wonder how brother Lin Ze is doing." The crowd was filled with gasps of astonishment. "Whoa, he's way too strong." Guanning was curious. "What's going on?" After seeing the situation on the stone, Guanning couldn't help but gasp. Lin Ze already passed the fourth gate on super hard difficulty? That's incredible. On one side, a few people yelled, "It's coming out! It's coming out!" The surroundings once again buzzed with amazed chatter. What kind of monster is that? The screen displayed the beast's information. Saber-toothed lion. A beast type. Tier 2. Stage 5. Everyone was in an uproar. "It's actually a saber-toothed lion." Someone even commented, thinking Lin Ze couldn't possibly win. "This is just insane. How can a new student possibly win against that?" Amidst the stunned gazes, Lin Ze stood beside his ice crystal soul, calmly assessing his opponent. So, it's finally time. It seems his opponent knows how to fight. The battle began. The saber-toothed lion lunged forward with terrifying speed, its sharp claws tearing through the air. Lin Ze shouted, "Ice hammer!" But just as the ice hammer shot out, the saber-toothed lion dodged and countered with a sneak attack from its claws. Lin Ze couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" A claw sneak attack. The man watched from a distance, nodding in approval. "Let's see what new tricks you have up your sleeve this time. I'll admit, you've got some skill, kid. But this is where it ends for you." Lin Ze clenched his fists. His ice crystal spirit was exhausted after 4 consecutive battles. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed lion was still full of energy. He figured that even though the ice crystal spirit was 1 rank higher than the saber-toothed lion, a pet beast's strength isn't determined solely by its rank. It also depends on its attributes, condition, environment, and the beastmaster's own combat power. All of these factors could influence the outcome of the battle. The ice crystal spirit was in a weakened state after 4 straight fights, while the saber-toothed lion was a pet beast that excelled in one-on-one combat. Its speed and power were definitely superior to the ice crystal spirits, so this was clearly going to be a tough fight. If this keeps up, I might actually lose. He took a deep breath, focusing on finding an opening. An idea flashed in his mind. He had to create an opportunity. He ordered the ice crystal spirit to get ready. The saber-toothed lion charged. Just as it was about to close in, Lin Ze yelled, "Now! Ice spike!" The ice spike shot straight into the opponent's front leg. It lost its balance. At the same time, the ice crystal spirit unleashed a decisive blow. The crowd had no idea what just happened. "What's going on?" The observers held their breath, waiting for the result. A bewildered voice spoke up. "Is it a draw? How is that scored?" Suddenly someone shouted, "No, that's not it! Everybody, look!" Before everyone's eyes was the image of the saber-toothed lion, pierced by hundreds of ice shards, lying motionless on the ground. The man's voice rang out, full of astonishment. He can actually fight on par with a Tier 2, Rank 5 saber-toothed lion? That means his pet beast has to be at least Tier 2, Rank 5. This kid? He's really good at hiding his true power. Down in the arena, Lin Ze stood firm, his sharp gaze fixed on the saber-toothed lion before him. He thought to himself, this battle can't drag on any longer. At that moment, the man suddenly recalled what Lin Ze had said earlier. "This is the result of my careful consideration." The saber-toothed lion let out a heaven-shaking roar, its sharp claws scraping violently against the ground. Its amber eyes blazed with killing intent. The pure white fur on its body trembled slightly. A cold aura, characteristic of the far northern regions, emanated from it, causing the surrounding air to freeze. It easily withstood the ice crystal spirit's attack. Only then did Lin Ze realize. That's right. Saber-toothed lions are originally from frigid regions, so they have a high resistance to extreme cold. Lin Ze frowned. "We're being countered." Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System notification. New achievement unlocked. A pet has used skills a total of 10 times, rewarding 100 achievement points, activating pet skill unlock function. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Oh, a skill unlock function? What's this all about?" Instantly, 3 new skills appeared on the status panel before him. Arctic Chains, a control skill, manipulates the ice element to form chains, restraining the target's movements, requires 40% growth rate and 50 achievement points to unlock. Ice Shield, a defensive skill, Manipulates the ice element to form a free-floating ice shield to defend against attacks from all directions. Requires 60% growth rate and 50 achievement points to unlock. Crystal Ice Spear, an area of effect damage skill. Rapidly compresses a large amount of ice elements in a designated area into a single point, and releases it in an instant to create ice attribute damage. Requires 80% growth rate and 100 achievement points to unlock. Lin Ze couldn't help but be amazed. It can have this many skills to combo with? Generally, a pet beast has at most 2 basic skills. The more skills it has, the more tactical combinations are possible. Lin Ze scanned the skill list, a decisive glint in his eyes. The Ice Spike was his main damage skill, and relied heavily on control. And although his Arctic domain had a wide range and dealt decent damage and control, it still wasn't enough. Without hesitation, Lin Ze decided to unlock Arctic Chains, the control skill. Consumed 50 achievement points, 50 achievement points remaining. He considered using the rest to level up the Ice Crystal Spirit. The system quickly announced, Ice Crystal Spirit, Tier 2, Rank 7, growth rate increased to 54%. A blinding light erupted. From the stands, successive gasps of shock were heard. Hey, what was that light? Did it level up? No way, I didn't see him use any materials. Another person asked doubtfully, even with combat experience, isn't the chance to level up supposed to come only after winning? He roared in frustration. Is he using cheats? Lin Ze paid no mind to the chatter around him. He focused entirely on the battle, telling the saber-toothed lion in a low voice, "Come on." The saber-toothed lion roared and charged straight at him. Just then, Lin Ze shouted, "Let's try the Chains of Extreme Cold." Chains of Extreme Cold? Icy chains materialized, binding the giant lion tightly. It struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. It cried out in pain. Hunga! Lin Ze continued to command the Ice Crystal Soul. A sharp ice spike flew straight towards the saber-toothed lion, piercing its defenses and making it scream. Roar! The agonizing roar echoed through the stands, leaving the onlookers stunned. What kind of skill is this? How is this possible? The green-haired man in the lead was furious, and also a little shocked. How can his pet use 3 skills? Lin Ze smirked at the lion and said, "Your hide is that thick? Then, let's go for another round." The Ice Crystal Soul immediately carried out its orders. The lion couldn't withstand it and finally submitted. The system's final announcement rang out. Congratulations, the challenge is over. You have successfully passed the superclass assessment. Guan Ning shouted with joy. He won. Brother Lin Ze is amazing. But there were also suspicious people shouting angrily. He actually passed. That's impossible, a few stubborn ones insisted. He must have bribed the judges. A more experienced person sighed, thoughtfully assessing the situation. I really didn't expect this from that brat. I've seen many young beast tamers with outstanding talent, but this is the first time I've ever seen someone appear out of nowhere and shock everyone like this. The system continued to update, displaying on the screen, Lin Ze, Physique 2, raised to 5. Soul, 2.8, raised to 7.8. Rank, Apprentice. Soul Power, 780. Soul Art, none. Pet, Ice Crystal Soul. Rank, 3. Stage 1. Growth Potential, 84%. Skills, Ice Spike, Arctic Domain, Chains of Extreme Cold. Lin Ze thought to himself, no wonder this is the special cleansing ritual for the superclass difficulty. The power boost is incredible. The system announced again, you may now form a contract with a second pet. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued. What will my second contract be? Looks like I'll have to take a trip to the pet store. Immediately after, the system updated again. Trainee Beast Tamer has passed the assessment. The Trainee Beast Tamer has completed the first cleansing ritual. For completion, you have received 200 achievement points and 1 soul stone. Just as Lin Ze sat down, another notification appeared. Rewards have been distributed. Please exit the testing area. He was bewildered. Huh? Outside, the people around him rushed over. Hey classmate, how did you do that? Even the guys who had looked down on him before were now asking all sorts of questions. Hey classmate, how did you get that ice-type pet? I've never seen one like it before. A few even put on a sycophantic tone. Brother, you're so amazing. Just then, Guan Ning came running from a distance and threw his arms around Lin Ze from behind. He grinned from ear to ear. Brother, I knew you'd make it. I knew it. This is great. All eyes turned to Lin Ze. After a stunning performance that shocked everyone, a head examiner stepped forward. His gaze was calm but held a hint of respect. Young man, your performance was astounding. I retract my earlier words. Your confidence comes from strength, not from reckless impulsiveness. These words immediately sent a ripple of murmurs through the hall. The examiner is actually apologizing to a student. Unbelievable. Lin Ze remained calm and gave a slight smile. His voice was gentle but firm. I don't mind. The examiner immediately extended an invitation. Your name is Lin Ze, correct? Would you like to join our Beast Tamer Association? You can be selected as a reserve member with generous treatment and benefits. This won't conflict with your application to the Beast Tamer Academy. After you graduate, you will immediately be given an official position in the association. What do you think? The entire hall buzzed with more excitement than ever. Being recruited by the Beast Tamer Association right now was an extremely rare opportunity. Guan Ning's jaw dropped. Bro, hurry up and say yes. Only the most outstanding graduates from the Beast Tamer Academy are even eligible to take the assessment to join the Beast Tamer Association. The competition is fierce, like thousands of soldiers trying to cross a single plank bridge. However, Lin Ze hesitated. It was true that if he agreed now, he wouldn't have to worry about living expenses and tuition for the 4 years at the Beast Tamer Academy. Plus, everyone would admire him. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. The more you receive now, the more you have to pay back in the future. Besides, the association has so many rules. I don't want to lose my freedom right now. He looked up at the man and bowed slightly. Examiner, sir, thank you for your kind offer, but I've thought it over. I'll consider it after I graduate. Lin Ze's answer took some people by surprise. Another student quickly spoke up. Sir, if he's not going, what about me? The examiner scoffed and turned away, leaving the student with a bewildered and disappointed expression. Before leaving, the examiner's sharp gaze swept over Lin Ze as he thought to himself, this kid is good. With his current growth rate, he'll definitely be 100 times stronger than he is now. At that point, he'll be able to demand the highest level of benefits from the Beast Tamer Association, instead of the meager benefits he has at the moment. After a moment of thought, the examiner nodded and said, if that's the case, then I won't force you. If you ever need anything or change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Only then did he reveal his identity. A name was announced, He Junwen. When the test ended, Lin Ze left the hall, but he hadn't gone far before he was stopped. Quan Ning, wait for us. Quan Ning introduced them, big bro. These are my classmates from the class next door, Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun. Liu Xian pulled Quan Ning aside and whispered, Quan Ning, we want to get your brother's contact info. Meanwhile, the bolder Zhang Xiaoyun ran straight up to Lin Ze and said shyly, hey, could you add me as a friend? We've noticed you for a while now. We should all hang out together sometime. Seeing this, Liu Xian also chimed in. I'm a friend from the class next door, and I really like you, too. Lin Ze frowned slightly, feeling a bit awkward. We still have something to do. Excuse us. Maybe we can add each other later. Just then, a sound came from his phone, a message notification. Asterisk, ding asterisk. Come to the office for a moment. Lin Ze quickly left and headed to the teacher's office. When he walked in, he saw his homeroom teacher sitting there and greeted her. Ma'am, you were looking for me? The teacher, who had been sitting there, suddenly stood up, hugged Lin Ze, and praised him. I heard you cleared the super hard difficulty of the trial? That's amazing. You know you're the student I believe in the most. As he was being hugged, Lin Ze saw his teacher's beautiful and gentle side. It was a complete 180 from her usual self, who would just drag him out for a scolding. Haha, she laughed and pushed a book toward him. Right, the reason I called you here was to discuss something, he asked curiously. What's this? She explained. This book contains the basic skills and cultivation methods for soul techniques. This is one of the mandatory courses for trainee beast tamers, so it's better for you to get familiar with it beforehand. Besides their tamed beasts, soul techniques are a beast tamer's most important combat tool. A beast tamer who has cultivated powerful soul techniques can easily kill ferocious beasts using those techniques without even relying on their tamed beast. Not only can they coordinate with their tamed beast in battle, but they also serve as a way to protect the beast tamer from harm during intense fights. Lin Ze opened the book, his eyes lighting up. He then looked up at his teacher gratefully, his heart filled with determination. Thank you, ma'am. I'll get to practicing this right away. The teacher smiled, satisfied. Go on. If you run into any trouble in the future, just come find me. When he got home, Lin Ze opened the book and began to study. The very first page had information on Soul Guard. This effect creates a shield using soul power. It consumes soul power and can block all damage from 360 degrees. Feeling the flow of energy circulating in his body, if he cultivated this secret manual, he smiled softly. The early bird gets the worm. I'll learn the basics first. And then, after I get into the Beast Tamer Academy, I can spend time on more advanced courses. 10 minutes passed. When he opened his eyes, a bright light flashed within them. 10 minutes later, looks like I've already grasped the basics. It takes ordinary people several days or even months to grasp a soul technique, yet I managed to learn it in just 10 minutes. Looks like this 7.8 soul physique is extremely useful. Another notification rang in his head. Successfully mastered 1 soul technique. Reward, 100 achievement points. Current achievement points, 350. Do you wish to consume 50 achievement points to upgrade Soul Guard? Lin Ze smiled. As expected, the system works on soul techniques too. Lin Ze frowned slightly as a familiar notification panel appeared before him. Reward, 100 achievement points. Current achievement points, 350. Do you wish to consume 50 achievement points to upgrade Soul Guard? Lin Ze let out a soft laugh, thinking to himself, I can't believe I earned so many achievement points just like that. I should probably upgrade this life-saving skill by 2 levels. After he made his selection, the system panel announced, consumed 100 achievement points, remaining 250 points. Soul Guard, level 3. A warm stream of energy spread throughout Lin Ze's body. He could feel that the protective layer around his soul had changed. It felt like the shield was both thicker and larger, maybe even big enough to hold 3 to 4 people. This is awesome. Looking at his status, his remaining soul power was 770. He calculated in his head, it seems each use of Soul Guard only consumes 10 soul power points. My limit is 780, which means I can cast it 78 times. His eyes lit up as he remembered something important. Oh, by the way, I still haven't used the soul stone I got for becoming a trainee beast tamer. I should use it now. Immediately, a notification panel appeared. Spirit, 7.8, increased to 8.8. Soul power, 780, increased to 880. Lambtrack took a deep breath, feeling the new power flowing through his body. He thought that with so much soul power, it would be a waste to use it only for a defensive layer. He needed to learn a couple more skills. He decided to learn 2 new skills. Soul Bolt, which concentrated his spirit and condensed it at his fingertip before firing it out. And Soul Power Impact, which focused his spirit, gathered energy into his fist, and unleashed it. Lambtrack began testing his new skills. The soul bullet shot out from his finger with high precision, just like an arrow. Just then, the notification panel appeared again. 10 soul power points consumed. Although its power wasn't great, its accuracy was as good as shooting an arrow. He continued by testing the Soul Power Impact. Let's try this one next. A powerful shockwave erupted from him. It created a crater in the ground. Lambtrack's eyes widened in astonishment as the notification panel appeared. 30 soul power points consumed. It's this powerful? Another notification popped up in front of him. You have successfully learned 3 soul techniques. Reward received. 1 vial of soul nourishing potion. A soul nourishing potion can quickly restore all soul power. Lambtrack clutched the vial, deciding to save it for emergencies. Its effect is very practical, but I should wait for a critical moment to use it. He looked at his recent achievements. Soul Bolt and Soul Power Impact were both upgraded to level 2. He clicked on the notification panel. 100 achievement points consumed. 150 achievement points remaining. Soul Bolt and Soul Power Impact have been upgraded to level 2. He looked at his remaining points. He felt it was best to save them for later. Now, the next important task was to make money. I'll just save the remaining achievement points and use them when needed. Tomorrow, once I've earned some money, I have to go buy my second tamed beast. The next morning at the mission center, Lambtrack thought to himself, this is my first time taking on a quest to earn money. With my current abilities, taking on some normal level quests shouldn't be a problem. Lambtrack carefully chose from the list. Drive away the ghost dragonflies near Duongsun village. Reward, 20,000. Kill the blazing eagle on Highway 302. Reward, 30,000. Clear out the ghost fish occupying Loch Min Lake. Reward, 10,000. Exterminate the armored beetles. In Tang Tung Valley. Reward, 40,000. Lambtrack smirked. Of course, I'm choosing the one with the biggest reward. But just as he confirmed his choice, another notification appeared. Due to your current status as a trainee beast tamer, for your safety, you have been matched with 3 teammates, and the reward will be split equally. Lambtrack's eye twitched. He said angrily, "What the hell? This is a scam. I can handle this myself." The screen then displayed a new message. Please arrive at Tang Tung Valley before 2 p.m. At Tang Tung Valley, Lambtrack finally arrived. In front of him were the 3 teammates he had been matched with. You're finally here. Lambtrack replied, hello. A man looked him up and down and sneered. "Hey kid, we've been waiting for you for half a day. Haven't you graduated yet?" The one who spoke was the low-rank beast tamer, Trong Loi. Another, rougher-looking man crossed his arms, his voice full of ridicule. Why did they pair us with some rookie who hasn't even graduated? This was the low-rank beast tamer, Triumin's son. The only girl in the group grinned at Lam Trak. "Geez, you two are scaring him." She was the low-rank beast tamer, Vuong Tuyet Van. She moved closer and winked at him. "Hey, handsome. Just stick with me later, okay?" Lam Trak gave a strained smile. "Yes, I haven't graduated yet. I'll be in your care." Hearing this, Vuong Tuyet Van laughed happily. Hey, what a good boy." Triumin's son shot her a look, pouting with disgust. "Hey, are you fawning over some guy again? Get serious. This mission might be harder than you think. Just try not to get yourself killed." Vuong Tuyet Van puffed her cheeks and huffed. "What?" Triumin's son spoke up, his expression serious. "I'll be the temporary leader of this team. When we get to the mission point, you will follow my instructions. When that time comes, your share of the mission reward will be smaller. Got it?" Lam Trak smirked, inwardly scoffing in contempt. These people were all unqualified to be admitted to the Beast Tamer Academy. They only knew how to rely on a few beast taming tricks that they learned in high school to carry out survival missions. But on the surface, he just calmly and cheerfully replied, "Let's distribute it based on the work done. The more you do, the more you get." Trong Loi snorted coldly. "At least you know your place. Then let's go." The group quickly entered the mission area. Under the crimson sunset, a swarm of giant armored beetles was lurking among the mossy rocks. Suddenly, a beetle lunged out from the shadows. Vuong Tuyet Van screamed, "Ah!" Triumin's son said, "Yeah, we just need to fill this hole and kill these armored insects, and we're done." With that, he summoned his tamed beast. "Come on out." A screen showed that Triumin's son's tamed beast was a Tier 2, Level 5 beast-type rhinoceros. Not to be outdone, Zhang Lei, who was standing nearby, summoned his beast pet. "Check me out." A Tier 2, Stage 6, insect-type wind iron mantis. Wang Shuiyun turned back and winked at Lin Ze. "Little bro, just stay behind your big sis, okay?" Then, she also called out her beast pet, a Tier 2, Stage 5, insect-type terror wasp. In the dark underground, the air was thick with tension. Facing the massive swarm of armored insects, Lin Ze's gaze remained cold and unshaken. He thought to himself, "First, I'll see what you're all capable of, then I'll make my move." Zhao Mingshan roared with excitement, ordering everyone, "Charge. Kill every last one of them for me." He waved his hand, commanding his own beast pet, a muscular rhinoceros. Furious rampage, the rhino charged forward, its sharp horn piercing straight through an armored insect, sending it flying. But in that instant, even more of them poured out of the cave, swarming around them. Seeing this, Zhang Lei scoffed coldly. "Humph, what a brute." He waved his hand, ordering his own beast pet, a razor-sharp mantis. "Now watch this. Aerial blade dance." The blades on the mantis's arms gleamed as they slashed towards the armored insects. But the hard-shelled insects only staggered back for a moment before charging forward again. Not wanting to be left behind, Wang Shuiyun commanded her swarm of terror wasps. "You're not getting away with this. Wasps, go!" Venomous stinger frenzy. A barrage of poisonous stingers shot out, embedding themselves in the armored insects' shells. Some of the creatures were poisoned and began to convulse violently. Just then, Zhang Lei turned to Lin Ze and said, "So, what do you think, newbie? The three of us make a pretty slick team, don't we? All you have to do is stand on the sidelines and cheer for us." Wang Shuiyun smiled smugly and turned to Lin Ze. "Still hoping to get that reward money? Just think of it as your tuition fee, little bro. I'll share some of my points with you later. All you need to do is stay behind me and protect yourself." Lin Ze remained silent, his gaze fixed on the battle. Suddenly, the entire swarm of armored insects rose to their feet. He thought to himself, "This isn't good. A bunch of flashy attacks, but they're not posing any real threat to these bugs at all." A deafening roar echoed from deep within the cave. Startled, Wang Shuiyun whipped her head around. What was that sound? From the darkness, several massive shadows began to appear. It seemed the armored insects were calling for reinforcements. Zhang Lei's face went pale. More of them are coming out of the cave. But then he realized, wait, it doesn't seem like they're calling for help. Lin Ze finally spoke. Could there be an even larger armored insect king inside? Suddenly, the other three beast pets collapsed to the ground, as if completely drained of strength. Zhang Lei yelled, "Quick, recall your pets, or these things will kill them." Zhao Mingshan frantically called out, "Rhino, get back here." But the rhinoceros remained motionless, its eyes glazed over. Lin Ze frowned, his voice low. "It's useless. The sound those insects just made has a paralyzing effect. Your pets are completely deaf to your commands now. Wang Shuiyun panicked. What? What do we do now? My wasps? Zhang Lei gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Lin Ze. Damn it. If you knew that already, why didn't you say anything? You're just a useless piece of trash who only knows how to run his mouth. Lin Ze remained perfectly calm, replying coldly, Right now, you shouldn't be worried about your pet. You should be worried about your own life. Zhang Lei clenched his fists. But in that moment, the entire swarm of armored insects surged towards them, intent on killing anyone who had harmed them. Zhao Mingshan screamed, Run! Run for your lives, or we're all gonna die. As he ran, he gritted his teeth. This damn mission is anything but normal. But just as the group was about to lose all hope, a faint blue light began to glow. Spirit shield. A barrier of light enveloped them, blocking the insect's attack. Zhang Lei's eyes widened in shock. That's a soul technique. Only students from the Beast Tamer Academy know how to do that. How does a high school kid like you know it? Less talk. Lin Ze smirked, his eyes sharp. Just get behind me. He raised his hand to summon his own beast pet. A chilling aura spread out, engulfing the entire cave. Frost Crystal Spirit, an icy creature with shimmering wings appeared, and the cold radiating from its body caused the surrounding temperature to drop instantly. Zhang Lei's jaw dropped. What kind of beast pet is that? Wang Shuiyun stammered. I've never seen anything like it. Zhao Mingshan just clenched his fists, growling, I don't know either. Lin Ze stared at the armored insects, calculating in his head, these insects match the tier of the pets here. So they're tier 1, stage 7 at most. But their advantage is their sheer numbers. They don't have any skills, with a wide area of effect, so there was no way they could have fought them. He let out a cold smirk, suddenly remembering a new skill he'd been practicing. But my tier 3 Frost Crystal Spirit just so happens to have an ability that deals massive area damage. He raised his hand and commanded his Frost Crystal Spirit, Arctic Domain. A violent blizzard swept through, freezing the entire swarm of armored insects in an instant. Lin Ze turned back, his voice cold as he addressed the other three. While you have the chance, recall what's left of your pets. And with it came a threat, if you are willing to give up the entire reward. Zhao Mingshan hurriedly compromised upon witnessing the destructive scene before him. Fine. The entire reward is all yours. Just let us take our beasts and leave safely. However, there was still someone who wouldn't back down. Zhang Lei growled. This stinking brat dares to threaten us? Do you think you're that contestant, Lin Ze, the one who passed the superclass trial? Lin Ze replied coldly, That's right. I am Lin Ze. Hearing this, Wang Shuiyun mumbled, So it's true. I was wondering how a high school student could possess this kind of power. Then she cried out, Little brother Lin Ze, please save our beasts. But Zhang Lei remained unconvinced, arrogantly shouting, Just because you say so, I'm supposed to believe you? Like hell I do. Hurry up and melt the ice so we can retrieve our beasts. At that moment, Zhao Mingshan stepped forward and punched Zhang Lei right in the face. You idiot. With the power he just showed, does he even need to prove anything? Seeing Zhang Lei collapse, he turned to Lin Ze with a few flattering words. We were blind and failed to recognize a master. Just then, the ice all around them began to show signs of melting. Lin Ze quickly noticed this and turned to the group, saying, There isn't much time. It's about to melt. You should hurry and retrieve them, then leave before the swarm of insects wakes up. Hearing this, Wang Shuiyun asked, What about you? These insects won't die like this. They're only temporarily under control. Lin Ze remained calm. Facing the insects, he and his ice crystal soul stared at them with cold eyes as he said, Heh, to catch the bandits, you must first catch their king. Zhang Lei was horrified. Is this rotten brat actually planning to go inside? The group hastily retrieved their beasts and retreated. However, Lin Ze ventured deeper into the cave, where a terrifying growl echoed from the darkness. Before going in, he warned the others, Everyone, make the most of this time and go. Inside the cave, Lin Ze thought, It's dark in here, but I can see clearly. It seems the physical enhancement also affected my eyesight, huh? Just then, a swarm of insects rushed out from within the cave to attack him, the intruder. He activated soul protection. Together, he and his ice crystal soul gathered ice elements within the frigid domain. Soul protection, ice spike, soul power shock. Although he managed to block almost all of the insects, he realized this method wouldn't hold for long. There are too many. If this keeps up, even my vast soul power won't be enough to hold them off. Then, a new idea sparked in Lin Ze's mind. That's right. I still have achievement points. Ice shield. a defensive skill that manipulates ice elements to form a shield, capable of freely defending against attacks from all directions. Cost: 50 achievement points. Ice Bone Nova, an area of effect damage skill that rapidly compresses a large amount of ice elements in a designated area into a single point and instantly detonates it, dealing ice-type damage. Cost: 100 achievement points. At that moment, the system panel showed 150 remaining achievement points. He clicked his tongue, just enough to learn them. Lin Ze then began to strategize, thinking of a way to overcome this trial. Ice Crystal Soul has learned Ice Shield and Ice Bone Nova. With Ice Shield, Ice Crystal Soul can move freely without needing to stay inside soul protection. And Ice Bone Nova is exactly what I need to deal massive area of effect damage. But first, I need to gather the surrounding ice elements, which I can do by combining it with the Frigid Domain. Lin Ze ordered Ice Crystal Soul to use Frigid Domain. The air temperature plummeted instantly, breath turned to frost, and a chilling mist spread throughout the space. Soul protection. Good, we have the ice elements. Now, use Ice Bone Nova. Ice Bone Nova. In a flash, a wave of freezing ice swept through, flash freezing the entire swarm of armored bugs. The system panel announced, "You have killed 50 armored corpse bugs." Seeing this, Lin Ze thought happily, the shield has shattered. This move is way too powerful. To put it simply, it's a massive explosion. Ice Crystal Soul, Tier 3, Stage 1. Promoted to Tier 3, Stage 2. Growth rate, 84% increased to 89%. Next evolution, Snow Maiden. Current skills of Ice Crystal Soul, Ice Spike, Frigid Chains, Frigid Domain, Ice Bone Nova. He began to think about his next plan. Beasts can also level up by gaining experience through combat. Although it's a bit slow, the sheer number of bugs here makes it a great place for grinding levels. The system panel continued to display. Growth rate, 89%. Lin Ze looked around and thought, maybe today, I can get Ice Crystal Soul to break through to the next stage. Huh? A roar erupted from deeper within. It sounds furious. Ruar. Standing beside his Ice Crystal Soul, Lin Ze was certain. It seems their king is inside. Let's go. Far outside, Zhao Mingshan and Zhang Lei looked at each other, while Wang Shuiyun was drenched in sweat. She stammered nervously, we have to report this to the higher-ups, about how dangerous this mission is, otherwise Lin Ze will be in danger. Hearing this, Zhang Lei furiously yelled at her. Why do you even care about that punk? He's the one who went looking for death. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Excuse me. Is the Armor Beetle Temple and the Insect Tower up ahead? The stench of insect corpses hung heavy in the stifling air. Zhao Mingshan looked forward and warned in a serious tone, That's right, the target point is still ahead, but I advise you to be careful. Don't go. However, after seeing the badge on Ladat's chest, the three of them screamed in shock. A Bronze Beastmaster's badge. You're actually a Bronze Beastmaster? Ladat stepped forward, proudly holding up the Beastmaster badge issued by the association. The Beastmaster badges, issued by the Beastmaster Association, are currently divided into several ranks. Bronze Beastmasters, the top 30% of all Beastmasters worldwide. Silver Beastmasters, the top 12%. And Gold Beastmasters, the top 3% of all Beastmasters worldwide. Ladat said coldly, That's right. I am the Bronze Beastmaster, Ladat. The association noticed the change in the mission's difficulty, so they sent me here to clean up this mess. Wang Shuiyun exclaimed with joy, That's great. With you here, we'll definitely succeed. Can you take us with you? Ladat gave a slight smirk, his hand cheekily caressing her cheek as he teased her. Little sister, if you want to see my performance, I can certainly take you along. Then, he turned to the other two with a look of contempt. As for you two, you're not worthy. Zhang Lei quickly waved his hands. No. We don't want to go. Meanwhile, inside the cave, after a chaotic battle, the system announced, Congratulations, you have obtained the 100 Beast Slayer achievement, receiving 300 achievement points and a Berserk Species card. The Berserk Species card instantly upgrades a current pet beast by 1 rank for a short period. Duration: 60 seconds. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. 100 Beast Slayer. So there's an achievement like this? It's probably just as good as the 100-man Slayer, right? Still, this reward is pretty damn good. I'll take it. The system continued to announce, the Ice Crystal Soul has been promoted to Tier 3, Stage 3, growth rate, 94%. Lin Ze chuckled. Heh, looks like I'm just one stage away from another evolution. I should probably head out. He turned to leave the area, but suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed as a giant monster appeared. Holy crap, this thing is huge. According to the mission details, the corpse species armor beetle threat appeared a week ago. That means this thing just evolved not too long ago. The armor beetle got closer and closer, roaring as it advanced. Growl. The system issued a danger warning. Pseudo-star rank corpse species armor beetle, Tier 4, Stage 1. Lin Ze was terrified, but he was also painfully aware of his current reality and his empty wallet. No way. If I run now, I won't get a single cent. Might as well risk it all. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as rocks and debris flew everywhere. It was Ladat and Wang Shuiyun. Wang Shuiyun cried out in alarm. Lin Ze, thank goodness, you're really okay. Lin Ze was calm. Yeah, I'm fine. Why did you come here? Beside them, the newly arrived Ladat had a murderous look in his eyes. Seeing Lin Ze, he shouted, Huh? Who's this other guy? Back off. Kid, this place is too dangerous. It's not somewhere you should be. He looked at the armor beetle and explained through gritted teeth. This thing, it's the legendary corpse species armor, Beetle King. A Tier 4 beast like this only appears once in tens of thousands of corpse species armor beetles. It has the ability to control swarms of smaller insects. I knew it. This guy is the one behind all of this. Ladat shouted, Get ready to move. Watch me. Lin Ze stepped forward, his voice firm. Hey, I'm the one who accepted this mission. Please step aside. This boss is mine. Ladat flew into a rage. Kid, do you have any idea who I am? The corpse species armor beetle roared, its overwhelming presence flooding the area. Growl. Ladat calmly announced his identity anyway. I am the bronze beastmaster. Ladat. Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Ladat summoned his soul beast, a Tier 3, Stage 9 giant earth rock monster. Not to be outdone, Lin Ze ordered his ice crystal soul to use its ultimate skill, Frost Chain. In the next instant, Ladat's soul beast was completely bound, unable to move a muscle. Lin Ze gave a faint smile, his eyes cold as he casually introduced himself. I'm Lin Ze, an intern beastmaster. Ladat was stunned, but his attitude didn't change one bit. So you're Lin Ze? You're the one who cleared that super difficulty mission? No wonder you've got some skill. But let me tell you, after passing the intern trial and fighting in hundreds of battles, I passed the bronze level trial. Lin Ze said nonchalantly. Yeah, I'll get there too. Ladat was furious. What the hell is that supposed to mean, you brat? Wang Shuiyun screamed. You too, stop arguing. We've got danger behind us. Turns out, the golden armored beetle had pushed back the stone giant and broken free from its chains. Ladat said coldly. What a pain. You little brat. I'll show you the real gap between us. Immediately after, he commanded the giant rock with a soul technique. The soul beast's entire body glowed as if on fire, its power surging as it shattered the remaining chains. It advanced towards the armored beetle. The system panel announced that the giant rock monster's current strength had increased to Tier 4, Stage 2. Lin Ze witnessed this and was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, So there's a soul technique like this? Ladat roared. Rock arm shakes the earth. From the ground, enormous stone pillars erupted, aiming straight for the swarm of armored beetles. The power was terrifying. Ladat turned to Lin Ze and said, Being able to master a high-tier enhancement soul technique is not something everyone can do. This is the difference between us. Just then, a strange sound was heard. That armored beetle seemed to be waking up. At that moment, he ordered his pet beast to use its ultimate move. It was the piercing horn charge. After being battered by the previous attacks, this giant corpse beetle instantly flew into a rage. The sound of its teeth grinding against each other began to echo, a threatening, scraping noise. An info panel appeared. The corpse beetle had entered a berserk state, and its combat power was now on par with Tier 4, Stage 3. The danger level had spiked. In its frenzy, the beetle lunged forward and grabbed the stone giant. It made the entire space tremble, its terrifying power radiating through waves of vibrations. Ladat couldn't help but exclaim, This thing is definitely not easy to deal with. Having prepared in advance, Little Snowball unleashed its ice spike skill. Meanwhile, Lin Ze coordinated with his soul power impact, and the two of them charged forward to attack the giant monster head-on. A deafeningly loud sound echoed throughout the area, but when the dust settled, the attack had only left a small, insignificant dent. It was as if they were just scratching an itch for this ferocious boss. Even so, being provoked had angered it. It immediately tossed the stone giant aside and switched its target to Little Snowball and Lin Ze, who were standing nearby. Observing the situation from a distance, Lin Ze thought to himself, It's time. Little Snowball began to condense new energy in its hands. Lin Ze shouted, Chains of extreme frost. A chain of ice immediately shot out, wrapping tightly around the beetle's horn. But in just a few seconds, it created a powerful shockwave, shattering the chain into tiny fragments. Seeing the situation turn bad, Lin Ze quickly roared, "Ice shield." A massive block of ice instantly appeared, but it too shattered just as quickly, under the monster's power. Fortunately, from behind, the stone giant managed to charge in and grab the beetle in a bear hug. Ladot spoke up. "Now we're in the right position." However, the stone giant seemed unable to restrain the corpse beetle. Its hands trembled violently before it was thrown away once again. Its body slammed into the cliff wall. Dust billowed from the hole as it fell, seemingly completely exhausted. Watching the battle from the sidelines, they never expected their side to be so utterly defeated. Wang Shuiyun clutched her head and screamed, "Let's retreat. This beetle is terrifyingly strong. We have to get out of here now. Otherwise, we'll all die here." Looking at the scene before him, Ladot gritted his teeth in anger. "What a tough monster. I'll let you go for today, but I'll be back to figure you out later." Surprisingly, Lin Ze and Little Snowball stepped forward, saying decisively, "No, you two go first. I'll stay behind and take it down." Both of them were stunned. Then Ladot burst out yelling, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Didn't you see my stone giant? Even after being enhanced, it couldn't do anything to that thing." But Lin Ze immediately retorted, "You just said the difference between us is that you learned a power-enhancing soul technique, right?" Ladot roared back, "Yeah, so what? What do you think you're gonna do?" Without answering, Lin Ze simply raised his hand and activated the violent species card system. A surge of golden power immediately erupted, forming a pillar of light that enveloped both him and his pet, and then he whispered, "Enhance." At this unexpected sight, Ladot shouted in shock, You can use a power-enhancing soul technique too? This is no joke." Immediately, shards of ice bones radiated out from the center of Little Snowball. Its crimson eyes were now even sharper, its energy exploding to the absolute limit thanks to the violent species card. Seeing Lin Ze's pet get enhanced even though he was just a student, Ladot's jaw dropped. "What the hell? Are you messing with me? Who in the world is this kid?" Wang Shuiyun, standing beside him, couldn't hide her astonishment either. This was unbelievable. The system announced, updating from Tier 3, time remaining, 60 seconds. With a cold expression, Lin Ze thought to himself, "Only 1 minute? With my current soul skills, that's enough. Bring it on." Both sides prepared for a new battle. The chains of extreme frost appeared again. This time, the ice chain wrapped tightly around the beetle's horn, and thanks to Little Snowball, it was much stronger, making it difficult to escape. Looking at the struggling beetle, Lin Ze said to himself, "Once my ice crystal soul levels up, my soul skills are also several times stronger, but I probably can't maintain this for long. I have to strike first." A soul force shockwave was instantly unleashed, aimed right at the bug's head, not just one, but a series of consecutive blows, as if to beat the opponent beyond recognition. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. "I'm going to knock you out cold." System update. 40 seconds of enhancement time remaining. Due to the relentless assault, the corpse bug broke through its chains, its rage flaring violently. Seeing his opponent break free from its bindings, Ladot quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Stop. If you keep fighting like this, you'll die from exhaustion." But Lin Ze didn't care. Glancing back, he replied, "It's fine. I've only used half of my soul energy. Don't worry so much." The information before him displayed a soul power level of 400. Hearing this, Ladot nearly fell over backwards, exclaiming, "What? How is that possible? He came here to show off, but who knew Lin Ze would be the one to shine?" Wang Shuiyun was equally astonished. "He's a true genius. Maybe we can actually take down this armored corpse bug." Back in the battle, the icy mist had already spread behind the bug. Little Snowball raised a finger, and rainbow energy flashed. The Frost Nova skill was cast, and a surge of power slammed into the bug's face. A small explosion rang out, sending it tumbling backward. The spreading pressure even affected Ladot and Wang Shuiyun, who were watching. The bug was hit so hard that its saliva flew everywhere, and Ladot exclaimed, "What a major achievement. No wonder I've never seen a pet like it before." As if his words were cut short, Wang Shuiyun asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Ladot slowly explained, "Long ago, mythical creatures fought fiercely. Humans used the 5 main elements to end that chaotic era, and since then, the 5 elemental beasts have vanished." Meanwhile, Lin Ze continued his assault. The system announced 30 seconds of enhancement time remaining. He said it was time to finish it. Ice crystal Little Snowball clasped its hands together. Countless sharp spikes formed, its eyes glowing a deep purple, preparing to deliver the final blow. pushed to the brink by the ferocious attacks that felt like they would tear it apart. The armored corpse bug thrashed wildly, shattering the ice covering its body, then dashed in one direction to find an escape route. Noticing its unusual speed, Lin Ze reacted instantly, unleashing a soul force shockwave combined with Little Snowball's ice finger skill, while shouting, "You think you can still escape?" The two attacks merged and struck the same spot on the corpse bug's back simultaneously. The dust cleared to reveal a significantly deep crater. The space suddenly fell silent. The monster's eyes were wide with shock. Then, Lin Ze's system issued a notification. System prompt: "You have killed the first boss, the armored corpse bug." Watching from a distance, Wang Shuiyun couldn't contain her excitement, raising her fists and cheering, "We won! Lin Ze, you're truly my idol." Seeing his impressive performance, Ladat couldn't help but turn pale, stammering in astonishment, You really outshined everyone here." Up ahead, after that series of intense attacks, Little Snowball began to sway. The system immediately issued a warning. System prompt: "The effect of the Berserk card has ended." As Little Snowball was about to collapse, Lin Ze quickly caught it, gently encouraging, "You did great." New information appeared. Ice Crystal Soul, upgraded to Stage 3, Level 5. Growth rate, increased by 100%. Evolution materials required, 10 high-grade ice crystals to complete the evolution. Gazing at Little Snowball, sleeping peacefully in his arms, Lin Ze thought to himself, "I didn't expect to reach 100% this quickly. Now I just need to gather enough materials to evolve it." He smiled and said gently, "We'll wait for you to recover before we decide our next move." A new system panel appeared. First boss kill achievement unlocked. Received 500 accumulation points, 1 recovery potion, and 10 high-grade ice crystals, the evolution materials. Seeing the system automatically award the items without him having to search for them, Lin Ze's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "It even gave me the evolution materials. This system is truly too generous." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a deep, warm voice. "Hey, little brother, I want to discuss something with you. Is that okay?" Ladat's dazed expression made both Lin Ze and Wang Shuiyun raise a big question mark. Not keeping him waiting, Ladat pointed at the corpse of the bug that had just been defeated. He continued, "Could you give me the credit for killing this armored corpse bug?" Hearing this, Wang Shuiyun was stunned and loudly protested. "Hey, how can you say that? It was clearly Lin Ze who..." Before she could finish, Ladat raised a finger to interrupt her, making an offer. "I'll pay you 100,000 N. Considering the situation, Lin Ze thought to himself, the Beast Tamer Association assigned this mission to him. If he doesn't complete it, it will definitely affect his evaluation and future promotion opportunities. That's why he cares so much about the outcome. For me, this is a good deal. 100,000 yuan is enough to buy a new pet." Seeing him in deep thought, Ladat asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" But Lin Ze was still pondering. "I shouldn't accept too quickly. What if there's a better offer?" To be more persuasive, Ladat spread his arms and added, "Brother, 100,000 is what I've saved up for half a year. This mission is only worth 50,000, so you're making an extra 50,000. Then he placed a hand on his chest and declared, "I, Ladat, owe you a favor." Hearing this, Lin Ze nodded. "All right, it's a deal." He smiled, thinking to himself, a favor is priceless. The two took out their phones to complete the transaction. After receiving the money, Lin Ze confirmed the receipt of 100,000 yuan. But just then, a strange sound echoed, catching his attention. A man with a giant eagle appeared from above, landing right in front of them. The three of them approached. Ladat recognized the man and waved, "Senior, he." The newcomer was He Zhenwen, the examiner who had tested Lin Ze before. Wang Shuiyun was stunned, thinking, "Whoa, that's a silver emblem. I can't believe I'm meeting a silver-rank beastmaster here." Ignoring Ladat's greeting, He Zhenwen looked at Lin Ze and smiled. "We meet again." Ladat looked at him in surprise, while Lin Ze waved back, "Hello, Senior." Ladat was even more shocked, thinking, "This kid even knows Senior He?" He Zhenwen continued, "I remember you're Lin Ze, right? It seems the mission here was a success?" Ladat quickly jumped in. "Yes, I handled it successfully. No one was injured." But He Zhenwen's gaze remained on Lin Ze, silently assessing that this armored mulberry worm was 4th tier. If I'm not mistaken, his pet beast is only at the 2nd tier. Even for a rare genius, the coordination between you and your ice crystal ball must have been what brought down this 4th tier monster. He placed a hand on his chest and said, "This might be the 2nd time I've properly greeted you. Due to the Beastmaster Association's negligence, the mission was misjudged and downgraded to a regular level, which has damaged the guild's credibility. On behalf of the association, I apologize to you." Lin Ze smiled lightly. "It's all right. Mr. Ladot saved us. Ladot beamed. It was nothing. Nothing at all, Wang Shuiyun observed, thinking, is this what you call peak emotional intelligence? After apologizing, He Zhenwen raised his hand and continued. To compensate for this error, the association will offer you 100,000 yuan, and will need to take this monster back for research. Ladot was stunned when he heard this, thinking, my God, this kid is making a fortune this time. Lin Ze scratched his head. Well, how could I refuse an offer like that? I agree. He chuckled to himself. This isn't just compensation. It's probably hush money, a gesture from the guild. If I didn't accept, there might be other risks. The transaction was completed. He Zhenwen silently noted that this boy didn't have a second pet beast yet and was likely in need of money. This will be a huge help to him, he said. The money has been transferred to your account. I hope you use it effectively. Lin Ze's phone pinged, confirming the receipt of 100,000 yuan. He Zhenwen added, from now on, if you need any help, just come find me at the association. With that, he effortlessly hoisted the mulberry worm onto his shoulder and left, leaving Lin Ze stunned. The sunset painted the scene in golden orange as the three of them left the area. Ladot spoke up. You made 200,000 yuan today, plus a favor. Ladot could only nod because of his earlier promise, laughing. Don't worry. I, Ladot, won't forget. See you around. And with that, he leaped away. Wang Shuiyun looked at Lin Ze, amazed that she had met two people from the guild today. This trip was truly worthwhile. She waved, I have to try harder to get stronger. When I'm as strong as you, let's do missions together. Lin Ze chose a different direction, waving with a smile, goodbye for now, we'll meet again. After quickly and brilliantly completing his first mission, Lin Ze returned to Binhai City, phone in hand. He was lost in thought, a slight worry on his mind. With these 200,000, I should have enough to get a B-rank pet beast, right? His first stop back in the city was the Super God Pet Store, a place famous for its unique selections. As soon as he walked in, a cheerful female employee approached, waving with a radiant smile. Welcome, sir. How can I help you today? Without beating around the bush, Lin Ze got straight to the point. I want to buy a pet beast. Hearing this, the girl tilted her head slightly, pointed in a direction, and invited, this way, please. And so, Lin Ze was led up a staircase into the main display area, where a captivating array of lively pet beasts was on show. The girl continued her introduction with an excited voice. Everything is here. Please feel free to look around and choose. In the vast space, he easily spotted a rich variety of pigs, monkeys, and snails. Lin Ze silently assessed. It seems that in a normal store like this, B rank is probably the highest level they have. His system immediately displayed information on a few options. Bone snake. Animal type, no hidden evolution path. Mushroom series, plant type, no hidden evolution path. Then his gaze fell on another one. Flame imp, hidden evolution path. Flame demon messenger. A thought flashed through his mind. I see. However, he continued to consider it. Although this one possessed a hidden evolution path, it didn't reach the monarch level like the Snow Queen path for his Little Snowball. Seeing him quietly hesitating, the girl quickly stepped forward, flashing a bright smile and an enticing offer. He, handsome. This little flame imp is an elite pet, from the Boji rank, very rare. Its current price is 160,000. Lin Ze was slightly taken aback and glanced over. Oh, is that so? Fearing he didn't quite understand, she enthusiastically explained further. 160,000 includes the evolution materials as well, but Lin Ze remained calm and didn't commit, replying lightly, let me look around a little more. In his head, his thoughts continued. By the way, wasn't my Little Snowball rated only F class with no evolutionary path before? But that ranking was based on the experience of the Beast Tamer Association's experts, and conclusions drawn from experience aren't always 100% accurate. With that thought, he turned and walked in another direction when the system suddenly provided new information. Lin Ze discovered a pet beast that could evolve via a hidden king-level route. A wave of surprise washed over him. He wondered, why does this little guy look so familiar? A small rock caught his attention. Information appeared. Hardy rock monster, rock type. Evolutionary path, giant rock, giant stone monster, enhancing strength and defense to become enormous. It has higher resistance to certain elemental properties. Hidden evolution path, divinity, a reverse route to explore its ancient bloodline. Evolution method, excavate the bloodline, a deep trace of transcendent divinity, including enhanced close combat and earth element control. Next in the divine route, evolution form. Rock Fiend, requires reaching a growth level of 100%, 20 mid-grade earth element essences, 500 grams of spirit-nourishing soil. Looking at this beast, Lin Ze maintained a cool expression, but the corner of his mouth twitched up slightly as he thought to himself, "That's right. No wonder it looked familiar. Isn't this just like Luo Da's pet? The giant stone monster evolves from this tiny creature, but that's just the common root. He probably never expected it had the potential for a divine evolution in a different direction." He analyzed further. Ice Crystal Soul is strong because of its burst damage and control. It's a mage type, which means the hardy rock monster must be a warrior type. Seeing him observing it intently, the girl picked up the small stone beast. She smiled brightly and added her sales pitch. "Hey handsome, don't hesitate. This little monster is a favorite for many. It's a good fighter, and its evolution materials are simple and convenient. It's only 80,000. There, after a moment of thought, Lin Ze made his decision. "I'll take it, and a few other things. I need the evolution materials, 20 mid-grade earth element essences, and 500 grams of spirit-nourishing soil." The girl, holding the little stone monster, looked at him in surprise, asking again to confirm, "Sir, are you planning to evolve this rock monster? These materials can't be used for its evolution. Besides, mid-grade earth element essence is quite expensive. It's a bit of a waste since this one is only D-grade." Not knowing that he possessed an overpowered system, Lin Ze could only reply, No, I'm just buying them as a gift for a friend." So he handed over his card. After one payment, only 20,000 remained. He was secretly stunned. The materials were more expensive than the pet beast itself. After the payment, the girl handed him something. "This is a gift for you. A sealing stone." The little golden stone monster curled into a ball as a halo spread around it. Lin Ze looked up at the light as the system updated. Second, pet contract complete. Plus 300 accumulation points. The scene shifts from day to night. Lin Ze returned to his room and sat cross-legged with the two items neatly arranged in front of him. He called out softly, "Come on out." The little stone monster immediately crawled out. The system scanned it. Hardy rock monster, Tier 1, Stage 1, growth rate 12%, soul points 800. He pondered. "First, I need to raise its growth rate to 100%. Soul power flowed from his hand into the little stone monster. It trembled as it felt the energy, and the information updated. Consumed 220 accumulation points to upgrade the hardy rock monster. Advanced to Tier 2, Stage 2, growth rate 100%. Once that was done, Lin Ze rested his hands on his thighs, deep in thought. This little guy looks so goofy, but because of that, who would ever suspect you have the potential to reach God tier? A hidden evolution path indeed. After trembling, the little stone monster looked around confused, a question mark popping over its head, but its eyes lit up when it saw a lump of something near it. Lin Ze encouraged it. "Go on, eat all of these evolution materials, and you'll reach a new level." Without hesitation, the little stone monster gobbled up the reddish lump. Seeing it eat one part, Lin Ze pointed to the plate next to it. "There's still some spirit-nourishing soil here. You haven't eaten it yet." But it didn't care. After eating the red lump, it just rolled over and went to sleep. Lin Ze got annoyed, stood up, and yelled with his hands raised. "You little brat, do you have any idea how much money I spent on this stuff? How can you be such a picky eater?" The little stone monster scuttled about like a crab, throwing a tantrum as an angry vein symbol appeared over its head. Out of options, Lin Ze raised his hand, about to lose his temper. Suddenly, a blue spatial portal appeared next to the little stone monster. It stared blankly, with another question mark. Lin Ze continued, "All right, if you won't eat it, I'll let your big sister handle you." Little Snowball's red eyes flashed, making the little stone monster flinch, though the angry vein symbol remained. Lin Ze thought to himself, "Looks like it's recovered too well. It's refusing to back down, doesn't know what's good for it yet." The little stone monster charged forward, and the sound of an impact rang out. "You want to challenge your big sister? Dream on." A lump appeared on the little stone monster's head, thanks to a whack from Little Snowball's ice club. It hurt so much, it burst into tears. Watching this, Lin Ze felt helpless, so stubborn. After getting smacked hard on the head, the hardy rock monster could only wail pitifully as it forced itself to swallow the spirit-nourishing soil. The 500 grams of spirit-nourishing soil on the plate. "See? I have to call your big sister when you don't eat." However, perhaps because it ate too much, the hardy rock monster started showing clear signs of nausea. "Need medicine, stat, quick." But just then, an important notification suddenly appeared. With its growth rate soaring to 100%, the stubborn rock monster's round, blood-red eyes flashed. Immediately after, a powerful red aura radiated outwards. Sensing the change, Lin Ze quickly looked down at the stubborn rock monster, which was beginning to transform amidst a jet black light. "Ah, So that was his thought. From the center of the stubborn rock monster's body, a black light began to envelop it completely. The signs of evolution became clear, accompanied by its silhouette growing more and more gigantic. A ripped six-pack, bulging biceps, but a hideously ugly face, the stubborn rock monster had transformed into a little rock giant. The information panel immediately appeared right after. Rock Demon, Dual Earth and Dark Type. Current level, Stage 2, Level 9. Growth rate, 0%. Skills, Earth Spikes, Stone Projectile Headbutt, and Sticky Earth Bomb. Next evolution path, 100% growth rate to a high-grade Earth Element Essence. Witnessing the stubborn rock monster's perfect transformation, Lin Ze crossed his arms and gave a smug smile. Wow, I never expected this. Who would have thought a rock demon could evolve into this form, right? But then, a strange glint flashed in the little rock giant's eyes, still showing signs of abnormality. Sensing something was about to happen, Lin Ze quickly shouted, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Earth spikes. Oh great, the stubborn rock monster is wrecking the house. Sharp earthen spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, aiming straight for Little Snowball. Fortunately, she quickly jumped away to dodge the attack. Stone Projectile Headbutt. The little rock giant's body shot forward, creating a ground-shaking explosion. But from the other side, an icy mist began to spread, and a glistening block of ice appeared before everyone. The little rock giant looked bewildered, with an exclamation point and a question mark appearing above its head. An ice shield had been created by Little Snowball just in time to block the little rock giant's explosion. However, the wall behind them had a massive crack and a deep indentation. Seeing this, Lin Ze's stoic expression turned to one of confusion and anxiety. Oh my god, it's fine if this kid has a friendly spar, but launching an unprovoked attack without orders? He needs to learn his limits. I'm going to teach you a lesson. But just then, a new notification panel appeared. Ice Crystal Soul has met the conditions. Action is not mandatory. Seeing this, Lin Ze went from indifferent to slightly surprised, then quickly composed himself. Realizing he was the one to give the final confirmation, he raised his hand. Congratulations. The evolution consumed one ice element essence. This time, it was Little Snowball's turn to transform. Unlike the rock demon's dark attribute, the Ice Crystal Soul was cloaked in an icy blue hue. Having just finished a fight, he now had to raise his hand to block the pressure from Little Snowball's evolution. Lin Ze's dazed expression was plain to see. Oh crap, this time I'm really freezing my butt off. New notification. Evolution successful. Little Snowball has transformed into a young maiden. Information updating continuously. Little Snow Maiden Ice Type. Current level, Stage 4, Level 1. Growth rate, 0%. Old skills. Ice Spike, Frigid Ice Breath, Arctic Ice Lock, Continuous Ice Shield. New upgraded skill, Icefall, an advanced version of Ice Spike, a wide area damage skill. It condenses a large number of ice blades in a designated area, which then fall like a waterfall, creating a wide area attack. Snow Maiden's Exhalation, an advanced version of Frigid Ice Breath. It creates a cone of icy mist, imbued with extreme cold, dealing massive ice attribute damage in a fan-shaped area in front. Ice Crystal Mirror, an advanced version of Ice Shield. A defensive skill that manipulates the ice element to form a crystal mirror, blocking attacks and reflecting a portion of the damage. Blizzard, an area of effect damage skill that creates a snowstorm in a designated area, dealing massive ice attribute damage and slowing enemies. Little Snow Maiden's eyes stared coldly ahead, completely devoid of expression. Lin Ze observed, noting that all her skills had been significantly upgraded, but just because he was happy didn't mean the little rock demon was. Its face trembled, radiating a sense of terror. Oh, I'm so dead. I dared to hit her, and now she's going to freeze me solid. You think you're tough just because you got some muscles? The little rock demon's legs were ensnared by Little Snow Maiden's ice. Lin Ze coldly ordered, "Test out your skills." Little Snow Maiden unleashed Icefall, and countless ice blades appeared, hovering over the little rock demon's head. It broke out in a cold sweat, a pathetic look on its face. Knowing it had lost, it had no choice but to submit. If it didn't, it would get beaten to a pulp. The little rock demon knelt and begged its big sister, Little Snow Maiden. After teaching the little rock demon a lesson, Lin Ze warned sternly, "Since I have signed a contract with you, that means I am your master. Therefore, you must obey my orders absolutely. If you don't change your current personality," a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, "I won't hesitate to say goodbye to you." The little rock demon's face was drenched in sweat as it trembled listening to Lin Ze continue. "Now, I'll ask again, do you trust me?" It had no choice. Besides the psychological threat, the ice blade still hung over its head like an imminent danger. Seriously, the little rock demon stood up and bowed its head to Lin Ze. Seeing that it was finally listening, he nodded. Good. Never again. The ice blades vanished, and the little rock demon immediately turned to bow to little snow maiden beside him. Suddenly, an urgent knocking sound came from outside. Asterisk. Bang. Asterisk. Open up. Lin Ze hurried to open the door. His tall neighbor, with an angry expression, glared at him and shouted, "Hey kid, what the hell do you think you're doing in the middle of the night? Do you have any idea what happened to my wall?" Hearing this, Lin Ze quickly waved his hands. "I'm truly sorry. I'll compensate you for what just happened." Still angry, the neighbor held up 3 fingers and continued to yell, "This isn't the first time, nor the second. You have to pay for my emotional distress, too. At least 300,000. Lin Ze was stunned, his mouth hanging open. 300,000? Seeing his chance, the man pressed on. "That's right. You have to give it to me within 3 days, or else I'll grab you by the collar and—" Suddenly, he froze when the little rock demon glared at him, its killing intent overflowing. It raised a fist, and a question mark appeared above the neighbor's head. Huh? The attack shot forward like lightning, but Lin Ze managed to stop it in time. Stop! The fist had only just reached his neck. The dazed neighbor asked, "Is this your pet? What kind of monster is this?" Seeing the dangerous situation, Lin Ze forced a smile. "Sorry, I'm just recalibrating some data. I don't think I scared you, did I? What do you think of this compensation?" Still fuming, the little rock demon shot him another murderous glare. Even for a big guy, he couldn't help but tremble. "Forget it," the man replied with a laugh. A real man doesn't sweat the small stuff. Later that night, in Lin Ze's room, everything was still a mess, not yet repaired. On the bed, he slept next to the little snow maiden, while the little rock demon sat cross-legged, leaning against the side of the bed. Time passed quickly, and sunlight soon filled the building. From the bed, Lin Ze bolted upright when he saw the little snow maiden sitting beside him, watching something on his phone. Super Idol's smile is nothing compared to your best skill. Out of nowhere, Guan Ning called, "Hey, today's the entrance exam for Ningjiang Academy. Did you forget something?" On the other end of the line, Lin Ze was stunned. He had overslept on such an important day until the sun was high in the sky. He yelled in frustration, "I'm such an idiot. Then I'll meet you at the school gate." Cut to the Beast Tamer school, where a bus was waiting in front of the gate. The other students were already gathered and ready. A voice called out, "Brother Lin Ze, over here." It was Guan Ning. She waved from a distance. "Hey, over here," Lin Ze waved back in response. While the students around them showed their displeasure, Lin Ze calmly walked forward. Murmurs spread through the crowd. He actually showed up late on a big day like this. I guess he's still as arrogant as ever. What are you talking about? He passed the toughest entrance exam there is. To vent everyone's frustration for them, the head teacher flew into a rage. A loving punch landed on Lin Ze's cheek, her eyes blazing with fire. "Did you oversleep again?" Caught off guard, his cheek swelled up as he held it. Lin Ze smiled brightly and explained, "I've been a little tired lately." Hearing this, she moved closer, covered her mouth, and whispered, "Never mind that. Have you been training your spirit beasts properly?" Before he could even greet Guan Ning, the girl nodded vigorously at him in front of the teacher, a question mark appearing above her head, as she had no idea what was going on. After discussing things with Lin Ze, the head teacher stood in front of the bus, raised her hand, and announced, "All students are present. It's time to depart. You are the most elite students of Pinghai No. 1 High School. This year's Ningjiang Academy entrance exam might be more difficult, but I hope you all do your best." She raised a determined fist and smiled confidently. "Of course, don't push yourselves too hard. Whether you're an ordinary person or exceptionally talented, you are all my wonderful students. I will be waiting for good news from all of you. Go in there and show them what you've got to achieve the best results." Her encouraging words filled everyone with confidence and excitement. Lin Ze also smiled, his eyes flashing with determination from his teacher's encouragement. "Lin Ze, we hope you will be the pride of Pinghai No. 1 High School." The bus rolled along the winding mountain roads. At a turn, Guan Ning suddenly asked, "Hey, what have you been up to lately? I haven't gotten any messages from you." With his hands in his pockets, Lin Ze thought for a moment. He really had been too busy and had forgotten to check his messages from Guan Ning. He started to explain, "I've been really busy lately, so I forgot." Haha. Hearing his efforts, Guan Ning looked over with determination in her eyes. "It's okay. My demonic flamebird beast pet has successfully evolved. Isn't that great?" Lin Ze replied with a smile. "Really? That's amazing. It looks like we won't have any problems with this exam." Time flew by, and the bus arrived in Jiangning City. Skyscrapers appeared before their eyes. Guanning pressed her hands against the glass and exclaimed, "Is this Jiangning City? Wow, it's so beautiful." Guanning's natural excitement made Lin Ze blush as he accidentally got a full view of his sister's chest right in front of him. Getting no response, Guanning looked over in surprise, and a series of dots appeared above their heads. Realizing his gaffe, Guanning quickly returned to her seat, both of them blushing with embarrassment. Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian giggled when they saw their expressions. Cut to a magnificent place, the Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy. Many people were already there. A student exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive. That's Liu Xian." A sudden cry of excitement came from her. "This is truly amazing." Then, a general comment was made by someone as they continued walking forward. "To be able to study here. Wouldn't that make life incredibly worthwhile?" High above, a mysterious figure sat perched on a stone statue, silently observing the crowd below. After walking a little further, Lin Ze suddenly froze, as if something had caught his attention. "Make way!" A group of students appeared, arrogantly parting the crowd as they walked. The leader, with long, flowing, light brown hair, had his information displayed. Lebang Van announced, and right after, 17 students from Taiping High School arrived to participate. On the other side, another group appeared, walking with confident strides. A guy with a buzz cut led them, his voice booming. 21 students from Shanghai High School are here to participate. His information appeared, Tan Young. Next to him, a pink-haired girl stood with her hands on her hips, chewing and blowing a bubble with her gum. Her information was also revealed, Guo Xingyi. Seeing this, everyone on their side looked surprised. Liu Xian turned to Guanning and whispered, "You're our leader. Don't let us lose to them, all right?" Hearing that, Guanning glanced to the side, where Lin Ze was giving her a thumbs up and a crinkly-eyed smile. She immediately pumped her fist in the air and led her group forward, shouting, 12 students from Pinghai No. 1 High School are here to participate." From a hidden corner, a young man chewing on a toothpick watched with his arms crossed and a scornful look. "What? Just a bunch of country bumpkins." Lebang Van, who was nearby, paid them no mind. A bit of explanation is needed to clarify the situation. Comparatively, Pinghai City is a much more remote area than Shanghai City and Taiping City, which are located further north. From atop the statue, the mysterious figure from before suddenly leaped down. After landing gracefully, he stood up, raised a hand, and gave a radiant smile, capturing everyone's attention. "Excellent. Such enthusiasm. Hello everyone. I'm Zhu Heng, the teacher in charge of this exam and registration period." His information updated, Zhu Heng. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Zhu Heng gestured to the side and continued, "First off, congratulations to all of you for brilliantly passing the previous trial. But don't start celebrating just yet." His expression turned sharp as he added, "The difficulty of this academy's enrollment period is nothing like the simple beast taming trial you faced before. According to the statistics from previous years, the elimination rate is as high as 80%. That means only 10 people will be able to pass and enter the Beast Taming Academy." His words sent a ripple of chatter through the crowd. Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun also started discussing it. Doesn't that mean the candidates who only passed the lower-level trial are guaranteed to be eliminated? Anxiety was written all over everyone's faces. The toothpick-chewing guy crossed his arms and sneered, "Obviously, not a single person from your Pinghai High School will pass, so you don't need to worry." Hearing his provocative words, an infuriated Liu Xian pointed and shouted, "Listen to that big mouth. Dealing with people like you is just infuriating." Meanwhile, Tan Yong shot a judgmental glance around before speaking to Guo Xingyi. "Xingyi, in this whole crowd, is there anyone besides us who's strong enough to pass this test?" Hearing this, Xingyi's scrutinizing gaze swept over the crowd before she immediately locked onto a target. Lebang Van, she assessed. "That guy looks really strong." Then her eyes drifted elsewhere, pausing on a few other students, including a stoic-looking Lin Ze. Her assessment continued. "This guy, there's something a little strange about him," she thought, still blowing her bubble. Seeing Xingyi frozen in place, Tan Yong asked again, "Xiao Yi, what's wrong?" She popped her bubble and explained, "It's nothing. I just feel like that guy's power. It's almost impossible to measure." She was looking right at the expressionless Lin Ze, but Tan Yong just looked contemptuous. Just some country bumpkin. Pinghai No. 1 High School is a whole tier below our school. He's nothing to worry about." As the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and sizing up, Zhu Heng stepped forward to continue. "Today, each of you will be assigned a room in the Academy's hotel complex. I expect you all to rest up and prepare thoroughly for the exam over the next few days. The Academy cafeteria will be providing free meals for the entire duration of the exam." How great is that? Cheers erupted from the excited crowd. Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't contain herself. Her eyes lit up as she said wistfully, "I'm starving." From behind, Guanning turned to Lin Ze. "Hey, let's go eat." The scene shifts to the academy cafeteria, where a few students had already found their seats. Lin Ze and Guanning were also there. Following their earlier conversation, whispers could be heard from a nearby corner. "Hey man, check it out." Two guys nearby noticed Lin Ze and Guanning and started whispering. "Hey, look over there. That girl is gorgeous. Look at the size of those things on her. Totally my type." Heh. The other guy put a finger to his lips, telling him to keep it down. "Don't ruin our school's reputation, though I'm a fan myself." Meanwhile, Guanning picked up a large chicken drumstick and said loudly, "Hey, you need to eat more." She had prepared a plate for Lin Ze, piled high with meat and just a few vegetables. Lin Ze gave a helpless, bewildered smile. "This is enough. Really, this is enough." From behind Guanning, Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian appeared. Zhang Xiaoyun teased, "Hey Guanning, we're starving over here. How come you aren't sharing any of that with us?" Guanning was surprised to see them. "Xiaoyun, Xian," Liu Xian added with a bright smile. "You bet. How sweet. You two are a perfect match." Guanning blushed and stammered, Don't say such ridiculous things." Their arrival caught the attention of the two guys from before. One of them pointed and said, "Damn it, that guy has two more girls around him." The other one said jealously, "It's disgusting. Why is he so popular? Look at me. Aren't I handsome too?" Suddenly, a new person appeared and spoke up. "Hey classmates, can I sit with you guys?" Guanning gave him a judgmental look, but then replied, "Please, have a seat." The guy smiled brightly, sat down, and continued, "Let me introduce myself. I'm from Qinping High School. My name is Zhou Xiong." Lin Ze asked while eating, "What's up?" Zhou Xiong grinned, his eyes narrowing. "I heard that a student from Pinghai City passed the test, on the hardest difficulty first. I wonder if he's here this time." Liu Xian glanced over, asking suspiciously, "Why are you asking about this?" Zhang Xiaoyun added on, her eyes full of doubt. "You're here to dig for information before the exam, aren't you? You want us to spill the beans so your school can figure us out and beat us?" Hearing the loaded questions, Zhou Xiong quickly waved his hands. No, I just want to make friends. A small fry like me, with no reputation, needs to be smart to have a chance in this exam. And I'm pretty good at that." Guanning, still eating with her eyes closed, said coldly, "We have nothing to say. Please leave." Seeing her attitude, Zhou Xiong scratched his head and gave a strained laugh. "Don't be so hostile. I'm not trying to brag or anything. I know quite a bit about the potential candidates in this exam." He glanced towards a familiar figure surrounded by girls. He continued, "That's the top student from Qinping High School, Li Bangyun." A few details were then revealed. A local genius who became famous 2 months ago for passing the difficult college-level assessment internship. His pet beast is a poison vine demon, a plant type with a poison attribute. At Tier 3, Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun looked astonished. Tier 3? How can a high school student have a Tier 3 pet beast? Zhou Xiong explained calmly. "I forgot to mention he comes from a famous family and was supplied with high-grade evolution materials." Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian were stunned. A rich, second-generation genius were no match for him. Guanning listened intently, slightly taken aback. Her Tier 3 Firebird was only at Tier 2, Rank 7. There was indeed a huge gap. Zhou Xiong continued, pointing in another direction. "Look at that girl with the ponytail, Guo Xingyi, from Kange City. She's a genius who passed the difficult college-level assessment in just 1 month. Her pet beast is a steel-patterned dragon hatchling, a steel and dragon type, at Tier 2, Rank 8. Zhang Xiaoyun was amazed. "Could I even train a pet beast to Tier 2, Rank 8 in half a year?" Liu Xian chimed in. That pet beast was probably already at Tier 2, Rank 7, the moment she signed the contract. With high spiritual power, a trainer can directly boost their pet's strength. Lin Ze, still eating, rested his cheek on his hand and glanced to the side. Guo Xingyi sensed his gaze and looked over, a question mark appearing in her mind. She narrowed her eyes and held up 2 sparkling fingers. Lin Ze was left dumbfounded. Zhou Xiong kept pointing elsewhere. "There's another master from Kange City, Tan Yong, who owns a dual attribute beast." Hearing about one elite after another, Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian were utterly terrified. Guanning raised her hand to interrupt. "Our teacher said that dual attribute pet beasts are very rare, usually found in dangerous areas, and are difficult to tame." Lin Ze rested his chin on his hand, thinking about his rock ghost. "If I remember correctly, my rock ghost has rock and ghost attributes. This dual attribute is worth developing. Zhou Xiong's expression turned dangerous, a smirk forming on his lips. Anyway, I've told you everything I know, so can you tell me about the person from your area who passed the super level test? Zhang Xiaoyun smiled and pointed. The person you're talking about is sitting right here. Lin Ze froze mid-bite into a chicken leg. Faced with the vague implication aimed at him, Lin Ze quickly cut in, stunning everyone. That person didn't come today. Seeing everyone's stunned gazes, he added, Sorry, the person you're looking for isn't here. We don't know that guy. Hearing this, Zhou Xiong closed his eyes and replied, All right, since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. See you around. His face immediately darkened as he walked away, a thought flashing in his mind. It seems they're hiding something. The one who passed the hardest difficulty must be one of them. Zhou Xiong's eyes swept over the three of them before stopping. He thought to himself, I'll check out that guy later. Back with Lin Ze's group, after Zhou Xiong left, Zhang Xiaoyun curiously asked Lin Ze, Why didn't you tell him the truth? It's something to be proud of. Lin Ze lowered his eyes slightly, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and explained with his eyes closed. It's better to be humble. I don't want to reveal my hand too early. Besides, the information that guy gave us might not even be reliable. Hearing this, Guanning blushed faintly, thinking to herself how thoughtful he was. After finishing their meal, the four of them decided to leave. A new story began as Guanning turned back and said, Xiaoyun, let's train together tonight. We can't afford to lose to any of the other students from another school. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian shouted in unison, raising their fists. All right, with the plan set, Guanning turned to her brother and asked, Hey bro, can you come to our room tonight? The four of us can stay together, right? An image of three scantily clad girls flashed through his mind, and Lin Ze was left completely bewildered and at a loss for words. Just then, a student from another school suddenly got close and slapped Guanning hard on the butt. It all happened so fast it startled her. It was the guy who'd been teasing them earlier. With a toothpick in his mouth, he covered his lips with his hand and whispered, Can we come to your room tonight? The sleazy look on his face was obvious. Guanning, with her refined sensibilities, couldn't stand this vulgar behavior. She whipped around, her killing intent flaring as she aimed right for him. She threw a punch as fast as lightning, but the guy smugly blocked it with one hand, grabbing her wrist tightly and sneering. Quite the fiery personality. I like it. The two guys standing next to him burst out laughing at his actions and words. From behind Guanning, a pair of red eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Ze glared and growled, Let her go. Seeing her brother stand up for her, Guanning said worriedly, Brother, just forget it. If you fight here, Zhang will definitely punish you. Hearing this, the guy flipped her the middle finger, his expression growing even more despicable. At your Pinghai High School, the girls are all pretty easy, huh? You pathetic weakling. Before he could finish his sentence, a punch like a sledgehammer suddenly flew at his face. Lin Ze's fist connected, distorting the guy's face and sending his body flying like a ball, hitting the ground and bouncing up again. A loud shout rang out. Shu Ruig. The two guys behind him were stunned by Lin Ze's action and yelled, You little brat. Are you trying to start a fight? Faced with such a blatant provocation and an unforgivable act, the killing intent inside Lin Ze erupted, and the air seemed to thicken around them. I can ignore anything you say. But how dare you bully my sister? Both guys stared wide-eyed, stunned by his killing intent and his words. The murderous aura remained. Lin Ze roared, There's no way I'm letting him leave. Shu Ruige, after struggling back to his feet from the surprise blow, raised a hand charged with power and shouted, You bastard! Then let's settle this right here. Just then, a hand grabbed his arm tightly, and a voice cut in, Stop. It was none other than Li Bangyun. He continued, Don't bring any more shame and embarrassment upon us here. Stopped by teacher Li Bangyun, Shu Ruige yelled, Brother Yun, we can't just let him keep running his mouth. Li Bangyun stepped in to mediate. That was a pretty strong punch you landed. Can we consider that enough to settle the score? Lin Ze frowned and replied, This isn't over yet. Seeing that Lin Ze wasn't satisfied, Li Bangyun stepped forward and added, All right, I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. If you have any further complaints, you can come find me. Blue and green energy from the two men clashed fiercely. To quickly end the incident, Guanning spoke up from behind, let's just go. Hearing his sister and seeing the other party's attitude, Lin Ze closed his eyes and prepared to turn away, but not without adding a final word. Fine, I'll see you at the exam. The four of them then left. Guanning looked at her brother and cheered, Bro, you were so cool. Li Bangyun watched them go, not taking his eyes off them. The despicable look on Shu Ruiji's face became even more pronounced, and a thought flashed through his mind. Looks like this one really enjoys stirring up trouble. Later that night, in a brightly lit dormitory building, steam billowed out from a particular room where soap bubbles overflowed in the bathroom. Guan Ning, Liu Xian, and Zhang Xiaoyun were bathing together, their cheerful laughter filling the air. Geez, why is everyone so crowded? Zhang Xiaoyun said with a sly look on her face. Of course, it's to thank you for helping us train. Liu Xian, with a similar expression, added, Our pets have reached the second stage. Our chances of winning this time are huge. To thank you. We'll help you. Pick it up. Guan Ning's face turned bright red as she shouted, Don't touch it. The two reached their hands forward, giggling. After hearing what Zhu Xiong said, the entire group of girls was stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Ze answered tactfully, his tone carrying a hidden meaning. Sorry, the person you're looking for isn't here. We're not really close with him at all. Zhu Xiong couldn't hide his disappointment. His brow furrowed as he picked up his food tray, turned, and left, his voice cold. Fine, if none of you want to talk, I won't force you. See you around. As he walked away, Zhu Xiong was lost in thought, his mind racing. Lin Ze's group seems to be hiding something. The one who cleared the super high difficulty is probably hiding among them. Arriving back at his seat, he leaned into his friends and whispered, Later, let's go test that kid a bit. As soon as Zhu Xiong left, Xian turned to Lin Ze, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Ze, why didn't you tell him the truth? It's something to be proud of, isn't it? Lin Ze wiped his mouth and replied frankly, I don't want to reveal it. It's better to be a little humble. Sis, I don't want to become a target so soon. Besides, the information that guy gave us might not even be true. The group then left the cafeteria. Guan Ning turned back to Xian and Xiaoyun and instructed them, her voice filled with determination. Tonight, we're going to do some training. We absolutely cannot lose to students from other high schools. Got it? The two girls nodded in agreement. She suddenly had an idea and turned to Lam Troc. Hey, come to our room tonight, okay? The four of us can train together. A mischievous thought flashed through Lam Troc's mind, but before he could react, a group of strangers from behind suddenly slapped Guang Ning hard on the butt. Tunhui, the leader of the group, flashed a sleazy grin. How about we come to your room tonight, ladies? Little sisters? Guang Ning fumed, her face flushing red as she lunged forward to attack. Tunhui quickly blocked her, his voice dripping with vulgarity. Such a fiery temper, but I like it. His lackeys behind him clutched their stomachs, roaring with laughter. Standing behind them, Lam Troc's anger erupted uncontrollably. His eyes turned razor-sharp, radiating killing intent, as he threatened, Get your hands off her. Even though she was furious, Guang Ning tried to hold him back, advising, Just let it go. Fighting here will definitely get us punished. But Tunhui was clueless, still running his mouth to provoke them. Bin hi, huh? The girls are somewhat pretty, but the men are as soft as eggs. Lam Troc couldn't take it anymore. He threw a punch as powerful as a thunderclap, aiming straight for Tunhui. Blood splattered everywhere, causing his lackeys to scream in panic. Boss Tunhui. They charged forward aggressively, growling. You want to fight? Lam Troc was seething, retorting without a shred of hesitation. I don't care what happens to me, but if you dare bully my friends, I will never forgive you. Tunhui sneered and roared. You bastard! Then let's settle this right here. Just then, an authoritative voice boomed, cutting through the chaos. Stop. It was Bang Van, a man with a calm but powerful demeanor. He looked at Lam Troc, his gaze sharp. That punch of yours packed quite a wallop. Let's call it even. Then he turned to Tunhui, his voice firm. This isn't over. I'll deal with him when we get back, but if you have any more trash to talk, you can come find me directly. Lam Troc and Bang Van stared each other down like fire and water, neither willing to back down. Guang Ning quickly pulled Lam Troc's hand. Bro, let's go. Lam Troc lowered his head, seemingly contemplating something. He finally nodded. Fine, we'll meet again during the test. As Guang Ning's group left, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The girls praised him excitedly. Bro, you were so cool. On the other side, Bang Van narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. So, it's you. The scene shifts to the dormitory, where cheerful laughter echoes from the bathroom. The three girls were having a blast, making Guang Ning blush with embarrassment. You guys are the worst. Why did you all come in here together? Tu Yen teased. To thank you for helping us train, of course. Hyo Van chimed in with a laugh. Our pets have reached Tier 2 now. Isn't that largely thanks to you? To show our gratitude, we'll give you a little massage. Guang Ning shrieked in embarrassment. Don't you dare touch me anywhere weird. The scene changes to the day of the competition. In the main hall, students were already gathered. On the stage, Tan Hak stepped up, his voice echoing. Is everyone here? Tan Hak stood on stage, his voice ringing with authority. First, I have some good news for you all. Regarding the skill level of this year's first batch of candidates, I've analyzed your past achievements and have come to a conclusion. Suddenly, his face darkened, his sharp gaze sweeping over the students below. He pointed a finger directly at them, his voice stern. You are the worst group of candidates I've ever seen. I have absolutely no expectations for any of you. Hearing this, Tu Yen's face went pale, her heart filled with confusion. What kind of good news is this? Just then, the guy Lamtrak had punched the other day, sneered and interjected, "It's because they're dragging us all down." Tu Yen, burning with fury, pointed straight at him and shouted, "Hey, you better hope I don't run into you during the test." Tanhak paid them no mind and continued, his voice calm but full of pressure. Next, we will proceed with the test on the origin stellae in the illusionary realm. There is no difficulty selection. This exam is called the Abyssal Secret Realm. On the stage, a giant, ruby-colored stone tablet began to glow with a brilliant light. On the stella's surface, vivid images appeared. A dense forest teeming with countless wandering demonic beasts. Interspersed with ferocious fiends, they roared fiercely, exuding terrifying power. Tanhak began his instructions, his voice clear. After meditating, you will all enter the illusionary realm. Each of you will have a display panel on your hand showing your score. Points will be calculated based on the number of fiends you eliminate. Tier 1 fiends are worth 10 points, Tier 2 fiends are worth 20 points, and Tier 3 fiends are worth 40 points. That same guy spoke up again, his voice full of insinuation. Sometimes you're the hunter, but sometimes you're the prey. If your pet or you yourself die in the illusionary realm, you will be eliminated. Additionally, in the center of the illusionary forest, there is a recording stele. It displays the scores and coordinates of the 10 players with the highest points. Hearing about Tier 3 fiends, the students couldn't help but tremble. There are even Tier 3 fiends? Doesn't that mean we'll be eliminated the moment we run into one? A panicked voice cried out from the crowd. Tanhak didn't stop, continuing his announcement. The test duration is 4 hours. After 4 hours, we will select the 10 candidates with the highest scores based on the rankings. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. It was Lebang Van, his eyes filled with doubt. Instructor, can we only kill the fiends? Hearing this, Tanhak cracked a strange smile and replied, excellent question. The victor, who kills other candidates, will claim all of their points. The moment he finished speaking, the students erupted in panic. What? How could there be such a cruel rule? Isn't this just encouraging us to slaughter each other? Another student yelled, as long as we team up to hunt down students from other schools, we'll definitely make it into the top 10. Standing in a corner, Damdung smirked at this, his eyes flashing with excitement. Looks like I can finally let loose. Quach Tamdi silently watched Lam Traich from a distance, her gaze intense but revealing no emotion. Tanhak's powerful, resonant voice boomed, calming the restless students. Quiet down, little ones. A real battlefield is far more brutal. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can speak up now. He paused, then continued, his tone heavy with implication. By the way, the person who tops the point rankings will be named the head of the freshmen, complete with many special privileges after enrollment. Tanhak narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, now, let's see who the true king among these freshmen really is. Kwang Nin stood in a corner, deep in thought, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. If I can find Brother Lamtrak in the phantasmal realm, even if I don't make the top 10, I can still help him. Just then, Lamtrak approached her, his voice low and steady. Kwang Nin, after entering the phantasmal realm, use your infernal bird's flight ability to find and regroup with me as quickly as possible. Kwang Nin listened obediently, smiling and nodding, her eyes sparkling with trust. Once the students had settled down, Tanhak's voice rang out with authority. I invite you all to meditate and enter the phantasmal realm. A long while later, Lamtrak set foot in the phantasmal realm. He scanned his surroundings, his sharp gaze searching for something important. In the distance, a towering, crimson pillar appeared, the origin stela. He looked up and read the text displayed on his arm. Points, 0. Time remaining, 3 hours and 59 minutes. Lam Traich fell into deep thought. The information on his arm only showed his current score, not whether he was in the top 10. In other words, everyone would eventually have to go to the central stele to check their rank, but that place would likely become the most dangerous area in the later stages. He frowned, continuing his analysis. If they only focused on scoring points without going to the stele, even if they were in the top 10, their coordinates would still be displayed, attracting attacks from other contestants. After some consideration, Lamtrak smiled, having found his answer. It seems the purpose of this exam is to force players into conflict, but if you're strong enough, all rules can be ignored. No one can steal points from the strong, and the points of the weak can only fall into the hands of the strong. Lamtrak waved his hand, summoning the rock golem and the snow maiden, their powerful auras flaring to life. If it's a game, then let's have some fun. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him, but its attack failed, clumsily tripping and revealing two sharp fangs. Lamtrak took a closer look and recognized it as a two-headed python, a first-tier, 9th stage wild beast. One head was roaring fiercely, while the other whined pitifully, its eyes fixed on him. Lamtrak mused aloud, his voice firm. For safety's sake, I'll keep soul protection active. It doesn't consume too much soul power anyway. Then he shouted, his aura flaring, "Rock Golem." Instantly, the rock golem lumbered into existence at its master's call, its massive body radiating terrifying power. Lamtrak stroked his chin, a calculating glint in his eyes. First, I'll hide my own strength to test the limits of what the rock golem can do. Its attributes in this life are truly worth exploring. As the rock golem advanced, the two-headed python panicked, coiling around itself and hastily trying to flee. Seeing its cowardice, Lamtrak just smirked, paying it no mind. He commanded the rock golem in a calm voice, "Forget it, don't chase it." A first-tier, 9th stage beast is only worth 10 points, but its strength isn't much different from a second-tier, 1st stage beast worth 20 points. So, killing a high-stage beast within any tier gives the worst returns. If we want a challenge, let's go find a stronger beast to fight. Hearing this, the rock golem excitedly smashed its fists together, creating a series of deep, powerful thuds. Lamtrak thought to himself, a flicker of worry in his heart. Will Kwang Nin be able to find me without trouble? I hope everything goes smoothly. Elsewhere in the phantasmal realm, Kwang Nin was carefully plotting her route, her eyes highly focused. Suddenly, a giant centipede silently appeared behind her. Luckily, her infernal flamebird revealed itself in time, spewing intense flames that incinerated the monster. Kwang Nin breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the display on her arm. Points, 30. Time remaining, 3 hours and 45 minutes. She pointed in a direction, her voice firm. Infernal flamebird, let's go. With her tamed beast, the young girl headed straight for the central stele, her eyes shining with determination and hope. Brother Lamtrak, where are you? The scene shifted to a vast forest. In the sky, the infernal flamebird soared, its cold eyes scanning the ground below. Through her beast's vision, Kwang Nin observed everything. Beneath the canopy, ferocious monsters fought each other, while some fled in terror. As giant apes roared, taking over the area, the inferno bird landed. Kwang Nin furrowed her brow, silently calculating her options. Tamed beasts can't be away from their masters for long, so it looks like the only way is to press forward and try my luck. With Lin Ze's power, making it into the top 10 shouldn't be hard. I just need to find the coordinates on the stone monument, and I'll be able to meet him. Suddenly, a monster charged at her from behind with incredible speed. Kwang Nin leaped nimbly, dodging it in an instant. The monster was a golden-backed ostrich, and it seemed completely oblivious, just frantically running away. She recalled the information from the Beast Codex. A golden-backed ostrich, Tier 2, 5th stage. It was definitely no match for her. Tier 2, 7th stage, Inferno Bird. Sure enough, the Inferno Bird shot forward like a flash and delivered the finishing blow. The monster couldn't even fight back, and 20 points easily fell into Kwang Nin's hands. But at that very moment, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from behind, aiming straight for them. Witnessing the surprise attack, Kwang Nin's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her head, her voice filled with shock. Who is it? A banana-shaped boomerang, of all things. In the distance, a giant ape slowly approached. Zirui, the man standing beside it, also drew closer, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His beast was a humanoid type, Tier 2, 4th stage. The wound on his face was still visible, but he still wore a smug expression, smirking faintly. Well, fancy meeting you here, Kwang Nin glared at Zirui, her eyes filled with contempt. It's you? Don't you think it's despicable to steal from others? But Zirui just laughed out loud, his voice casual. Is there a rule that says I can't? I don't just want to steal your things. He paused, his smile growing excited as he pointed directly at her. I also want to steal you, sweetheart. Then he yelled, Monkey bro, take care of that stupid bird. The giant ape immediately charged forward, swinging its banana-shaped boomerang straight down. Kwang Nin panicked, shouting a warning, Dodge it! The Inferno Bird reacted with lightning speed, swerving to avoid the attack, but just then, she suddenly realized something was wrong. It turns out I was the real target. She hastily stepped back, dodging just in time, but she never expected Zirui was already waiting behind her, easily grabbing her. He sneered, Nice dodge, but now you can't command your Inferno Bird anymore. Can you, sweetheart? Kwang Nin stared at him coldly, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Ze Rui, with a provocative smile, continued to gloat. Compared to normal tamed beasts, the greatest advantage of humanoid types is their superior intelligence. They can act on their own will, and my command was just a feint to disrupt your actions. On the other side, the fight between the two beasts was raging. The giant ape had seized the inferno bird in a tight grip, making it impossible for it to escape. Ze Rui smirked, his tone vile. Before I eliminate you, I'm going to have a little fun first. The display on his arm lit up, showing 40 points with 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. In another part of the forest, Lin Ze glanced at his own timer, carefully calculating. The surrounding monsters had been easily defeated by his rock ogre and snow maiden. Suddenly, he noticed some movement up ahead. A giant demon ape, a Tier 2, 4th stage wild beast type, was facing off against a gape maw. It was an aberration type, Tier 2, 7th stage. The gape maw opened its mouth wide and swallowed a smaller ape in a single gulp. Zhu Xiong, standing nearby, wore a smug smile. Getting these points is just too easy, isn't it? 60 points. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Zhu Xiong turned to see Lin Ze, waving at him cheerfully. Hey, it's you. We met in the cafeteria. Lin Ze smiled back warmly. That's right, Senior Zhu Xiong. But inside, his mind was racing. This guy probably doesn't know who I am yet. He seems to have a lot of information. Maybe I can use that. Looking at the gape maw, Lin Ze smirked to himself, thinking, that thing looks pretty cool. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiong's eyes fell on the beast behind Lin Ze, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is that a rare beast? How come I've never seen one before? Inwardly, Zhu Xiong's gears started turning. It seems this isn't the Lin Ze, the one who cleared the super hard difficulty level. According to my intel, that guy uses an ice-type beast. Lin Ze, for his part, put on an innocent expression and gave a sheepish smile. Ah, Senior Zhu Xiong, this thing of mine isn't really rare. It's just a common D-rank beast that recently reached Tier 2. Hearing this, Zhu Xiong's eyes lit up, and a smug smile appeared on his face as he eagerly boasted. In that case, you have to get a good look at this gape maw of mine. It's a rare aberration type, and what's more, it's already evolved to Tier 2, 7th stage. Lin Ze kept up his act, replying enthusiastically. Wow, you're really amazing. Flattered, Zhu Xiong's ego swelled as he continued. Since fate has brought us together, how about I help you score some points? Just stick with me, and I guarantee you'll make the top 10. Lin Ze beamed, his voice full of excitement. That would be great. But in Zhu Xiong's mind, a sinister plan was already forming. What a fool. This little punk wants to tag along to leech off me. Once you've outlived your usefulness, I'll find a chance to get rid of you. And then I'll just take all your points. The scene shifts to a dense part of the forest. Ze Rui, the man Kwang Nin had just slammed to the ground, screamed in agony. Damn it, you bitch. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong, his panicked eyes staring straight ahead. With a face as cold as ice, Kwang Nin spoke slowly, her voice dripping with killing intent. Last time, it was my older brother who made the first move. Did you really think I would let you off so easily? Her infernal flame bird suddenly erupted in brilliant flames. The giant bird circled a few times in the air, its overwhelming presence making Tu Nu's ape tremble. Terrified, it froze, unable to move, completely ignoring its master's pleas for help. Tu Nu cried out in desperation. Hey, get back here! But the ape just cowered, abandoning him. Seeing Tu Nu's pathetic state, Kwang Nin couldn't help but scoff. Seems it's not so great when your tamed beast has a mind of its own, huh? Tu Nu's face flushed with pain as he weakly raised a hand. Please, I have one last request. Don't hit the same place your younger brother did. But his words barely finished, like a whisper in the wind, before a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Kwang Nin took him down. 70 points acquired. The man was defeated, and she looked at the rankings that appeared. Lebang Van, 170 points. Quach Tam Di, 120 points. Lu Kuang, 100 points. Kwang Nin, 70 points. Chu Hung, 60 points. Outside, Tanhak observed the scene in the illusory realm, his eyes filled with appraisal. This batch of examinees isn't as bad as I thought. In less than an hour, someone has already passed the 100-point mark. The scene shifted to another area in the dense forest. Lebang Van walked with a relaxed and composed demeanor. Before him was a beast-type spotted tiger, 3rd rank, 1st stage, exuding a ferocious aura. But from behind, a plant-type venom vine fiend, 3rd rank, 3rd stage, quietly appeared, its dazed eyes filled with danger. The giant spotted leopard didn't even have time to react. Its sharp claws were already swinging, aimed straight at the Venom Vine Fiend. A flash of contempt appeared in the tiger's eyes, but the Venom Vine Fiend immediately unleashed its vines, wrapping around it and attacking fiercely. The tiger, with its sharp reflexes, easily escaped the tangle of vines. It even opened its mouth and devoured them, its eyes burning with fury, but Le Bang Van just smirked, giving an order in an indifferent tone. Venom Vine Fiend, stop playing around. It's time to find our next prey. The tiger, thinking it had gained the upper hand, suddenly heard strange sounds coming from its stomach. It panicked, its eyes widening. A look of absolute terror flashed within them. From inside its body, countless vines from the Venom Vine Fiend burst forth, tearing it apart from the inside out. The terrifying monster returned to its master's side without a hint of fear, using its roots to carefully absorb the essence from the tiger's corpse. The Venom Vine Fiend let out a few strange noises, as if it had just leveled up. Le Bang Van gave a wicked smile and whispered, "The top freshman spot this time is mine and mine alone." An announcement rang out. Le Bang Van had scored points. The scene shifted to the center of the forest, where the primal stelae displayed the rankings. The examinees watched intently. First place, Quach Tam Di, 120 points. Lu Quang, 110 points. Quang Nin, 90 points. Chu Hung, 70 points, along with countless other names still striving to climb. Time remaining, 2 hours and 39 minutes. Dam Dung, standing nearby, smiled with satisfaction. Quach Tam Di spoke softly, her voice full of concern. "It's because of you. The whole way here, you let me have all the beasts. You haven't scored any points yourself. Is that really going to be okay?" Dam Dung replied, his voice calm but hiding a cunning plan. "We just have to kill someone on the board and take their points. Wouldn't that solve it?" Hearing this, a spark of interest flashed in Quach Tam Di's eyes. "So, who do we start with?" Dam Dung carefully studied the rankings on the stele, his brows furrowing slightly as he considered their options. Le Bang Van is in the lead, but it's too early to mess with him. Lu Quang is from the same school, so it wouldn't be right to attack him. Suddenly, at the mention of Quang Nin, his eyes darkened, filled with a deadly killing intent. Quach Tam Di, standing beside him, spoke up, her voice full of curiosity. "I remember there was a young genius named Lam Trosh. Why isn't his name on the board?" Hearing this, Dam Dung felt a surge of contempt and scoffed coldly. "What young genius? I bet he just used some trick to cheat his way in. He's all talk and no substance." He pointed east, his voice firm. "Quang Nin, she's not far from us." Far away, through the dense forest, a scene unfolded. Quang Nin was standing there beside her infernal flame bird, taking a temporary break to recover. Her gaze was heavy as she looked at her tamed beast, thinking to herself, "To the left is the gale iron mantis, to the right is the carnivorous flower. Brother Lam Track, where on earth are you? Where can I possibly find you?" The scene shifts to Lam Track. He and Chu Hung were cheerfully venturing deeper into the forest. In front of them, a wither beast, a second-rank, fourth-stage plant type, suddenly appeared, its grotesque face turning towards them. Chu Hung immediately pointed, his voice magnanimous. "You can have this one. I'll stand by and support you in a moment." But in his heart, a sinister plot had already formed. "I'll wait for it to injure his beast, then I'll land the final blow and steal the points. This is going to be great." But Chu Hung never expected that Lam Trak's rock fiend would only need a single strike. As powerful as thunder, it brought the wither beast down instantly, leaving it completely unable to fight. Chu Hung stood beside them, utterly stunned. His eyes went wide as he screamed internally. Was that really an insta-kill? The countdown timer now showed only 220 minutes remaining. The leaderboard updated. Le Bang Van, 290 points. First place, Guo Xin Yi with 200 points. Lu Gang with 170 points. Guang Ning with 140 points. Liu Dahong with 100 points. Lin Ze with 120 points. In 9th place, Zhu Jiong with 70 points. In 15th. In total, 17 contestants had already been eliminated. Chin He stood on the sidelines, observing the scene with a slight, satisfied smirk on his lips. Lin Ze, the kid who cleared the legendary super hard difficulty, had jumped from 33rd to 9th place in less than 2 hours. He's definitely got skill. He glanced at Lin Ze and Zhu Jiang walking forward together and thought, "So, this is an interesting duo." With a slightly forced expression, Zhu Xiong spoke up. "Hey, bro, I said you should go first. But I didn't say you should insta-kill it. You should have at least left one for me." Lin Ze smiled, his voice light but full of meaning. "My apologies." He shrugged, his expression calm. In any case, this exam affects our future studies, so I ordered my beast to attack with its full strength for every action. If you also want some points, Brother Zhu Xiang, then I'll let you have the next one. Hearing this, a surge of anger rose within Zhu Xiang. This little brat has the nerve to act so smug. Just you wait. I'll kill you later and take all your points. But just then, the system announced that a rare-grade fiend had appeared in the area ahead. Lin Ze glanced in that direction, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. A rare grade. I wonder what else I can get from it. The two of them quickly approached the source of the signal. Before them stood a gigantic, strangely shaped tree, completely devoid of leaves, with only a gnarled trunk. Zhu Xiang rushed forward excitedly, his voice gleeful. A golden tree. This has to be a bonus reward. But before he could celebrate, roots suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around his legs. Zhu Xiang struggled, yelling in anger, "Damn it!" The tree suddenly transformed. A twisted face appeared, its eyes glaring forward, radiating a terrifying aura. It was the golden, withered beast, a plant type, Tier 3, Stage 9. Zhu Xiang panicked, not understanding what was happening. "The golden withered beast?" He quickly shouted for his tamed beast. "Wide-mouthed monster, hurry and save me." But as soon as the words left his mouth, the wide-mouthed monster was ensnared by the tree's roots, unable to move. Zhu Xiang fell into despair, feeling his strength being drained by the golden withered beast. He looked at Lin Ze, who was standing calmly nearby, and screamed, "Brother, hurry up and help me." Lin Ze looked at him, replying with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "But didn't we agree to one monster each?" Zhu Xiang quickly forced a fawning smile, his voice urgent. "Don't be so stubborn. This situation is different, isn't it? This thing seems incredibly powerful. We need to team up." Lin Ze waved his hand slightly and turned to leave, his voice teasing, "Hero, don't kid with me. I know you definitely have a way to defeat it. I'll be going now." Suspended upside down in the air, Zhu Xiang screamed in panic. "No, no, brother, don't. I'm begging you." Lin Ze stopped, his gaze turning sharp as he looked back. His voice dropped. "I times can times save you, but what's in it for me?" In a fit of rage, Zhu Xiang gritted his teeth. "This bastard dares to threaten me." He roared internally. "Just wait until you get me out of here. See if I don't finish you." With a sycophantic smile, Zhu Xiang quickly said, "Actually, I know some secrets about the others. I can tell you everything." Lin Ze stood there, his gaze calm but sharp as he replied, "Then talk." Seeing he was about to be swallowed by the golden withered beast, Zhu Xiang panicked and yelled, "Lebang Van and Guo Xinyi specialize in soul techniques." "Oh God, big bro, can you get me down first?" Hearing that, Lin Ze's resolve wavered slightly. "Specialize in soul techniques? Like Luo Da's enhancement art? This information is valuable." He immediately gave an order, his voice sharp and firm. "Rock Ogre, use Shattering Slash. Aim for its abdomen." The Rock Ogre obeyed the command, clenched its fists, and charged straight at the monster with astonishing speed. But at that moment, countless golden roots erupted from the ground, shooting up toward the sky. The Rock Ogre didn't flinch, nimbly dodging while keeping its fists clenched, ready to strike at any moment. However, the golden roots suddenly lunged forward, fast as lightning, and wrapped tightly around its body before it could react. In an instant, the Rock Ogre was completely bound, unable to move. Lin Ze stood to the side, his expression thoughtful as he calculated. A Tier 2, Stage 9 Rock Ogre was still struggling against a Tier 3, Stage 9 Golden Withered Beast. Looks like I have no choice but to summon the Snow Maiden to end this farce. But then he remembered something, and his eyes lit up. The Rock Ogre ahead was still trembling, struggling with all its might to break free. Lin Ze's anger flared, and he shouted, "Rock Ogre, is this all the skill you have? Break free for me. Do you hear me?" Hearing its master's words, the Rock Ogre's face immediately transformed, its eyes burning with determination. More and more golden roots rose from the ground, wrapping its body into a small sphere. But unexpectedly, the Rock Ogre's body began to fade and shrink, like a speck of dust. Zhu Xiang, hanging upside down in the air, watched this scene and screamed in horror, "We're screwed. It's about to be drained completely." Just then, on the large screen, Lin Ze's imposing figure appeared. The system announced, "Time remaining, 1 minute and 54 seconds. Number of eliminations, 27. Chin." He stood there, his eyes sharp, carefully assessing the situation. Let's see just how skilled this genius teenager who cleared the super hard difficulty really is. In the illusionary realm, Lin Ze's rock ghost, which had just been ensnared by the golden tree roots, suddenly vanished. A pitch-black vortex, something that had never appeared before, slowly gathered and reformed into the shape of the pet. Lin Ze was stunned, his eyes shining brightly as he stared ahead in disbelief. Its body has been enhanced, and it's unlocked a new skill. Phantom state, duration, 30 seconds. Zhu Xiong, suspended high above, stared with wide-eyed shock. What? What is this thing? He looked down at Lin Ze, marveling to himself. Dual-element pets really do have special abilities. Let's see how strong this phantom state is. The golden withered beast let out a terrifying roar as its massive roots shot straight towards the rock ghost. But to its surprise, all its attacks were useless. The rock ghost, in its phantom state, had no physical form. It was completely immune to physical damage and all forms of control. A notification appeared on the system panel in front of Lin Ze. Skills Rock, Bullet Barrage, Charge, and Smash are unusable. Earth Spike is available. Lin Ze immediately issued a command in a firm voice. Go. Use Rock Bullet Barrage. Aim for its eyes and stomach. The rock ghost, its body turning an eerie black, used psychic power to control massive boulders that hurtled forward. The golden withered beast couldn't defend itself. It took the painful blow, forced to release Zhu Xiong and the big-mouth monster, who fell to the ground. Lin Ze observed with a pensive look. The level gap is too big. This much damage still isn't enough to take down the golden withered beast. Zhu Xiong, his face pale, hurriedly dragged the big-mouth monster and fled the area. If this kid dies here, all his points will go down the drain. He didn't dare look back, focused only on escaping. The golden withered beast, having recovered, let out another ferocious roar. A terrifying aura filled the air. Unfazed, Lin Ze quietly whispered, summoning his ace in the hole. The Snow Maiden, a breathtakingly beautiful ice lady, materialized before him. Her cold eyes swept forward. She unleashed a fierce blizzard. The icy vortex engulfed the golden withered beast, causing it to stagger. At the same time, the rock ghost returned to its original form, its body radiating with power. It charged straight ahead, executing Smash. A powerful, thunderous blow came crashing down, shaking the entire forest. The Snow Maiden stood there, her face cold and emotionless. With a sharp gaze, Lin Ze gave a decisive command. Rock Ghost. Activate Phantom Form. The rock ghost's body immediately transformed. It turned into a pitch-black vortex, filled with a fearsome aura. Not content to just watch, Lin Ze clenched his fists. He was ready to jump into the fight at any moment. He threw a powerful punch, his soul power exploding like a shockwave. The golden withered beast couldn't withstand the assault. It shattered into countless pieces, its deformed body disintegrating. The system announced, "You have killed the golden withered beast." Immediately after, a series of notifications appeared. Rock Ghost has advanced to Tier 3. New skill. Phantom Clone. In Phantom state, can split into two bodies, retaining 100% of the original's damage. Copies all actions and skills. Duration, 10 seconds. Cost, 100 points. Lin Ze smirked with a satisfied smile. A skill this effective is worth the high cost. Phantom Clone increases my combat power by 100%, and it even leveled up in this battle. Truly worthy of a King Tier evolution path. I've hit the jackpot this time. On the monitoring screen, the images of Lin Ze and the Snow Maiden were clearly visible. Score, 180 points. Time remaining, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Qin He, watching from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Incredible. Especially that ice-type pet that just appeared. If I'm not mistaken, that's a pet with god-tier potential. How did this kid manage that? Lin Ze looked ahead with a serious expression. A rare Tier 3 beast, adds 60 points. Looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind. Zhu Xiong and his big-mouthed monster had returned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. You defeated it? He pointed doubtfully towards the Snow Maiden in the distance. Who is she? Is she also a student taking the exam? What school is she from? Lin Ze stood there, sighing internally, with a helpless expression. Damn it, I forgot to recall the Snow Maiden and he saw her. How am I supposed to play this off now? But he quickly composed himself, pointing forward and speaking in a casual tone. I don't know what happened either. That seems to be a humanoid ice-type beast. It's the one that defeated the golden withered beast. Hearing this, Zhu Xiong muttered with a skeptical look. It's also a beast? Why would beasts of the same kind kill each other? Whose pet is it? Could its master be nearby? Suddenly, he clutched his head and screamed in panic. No, wait, it's ice-type. Could its master be the legendary Lin Ze? If he defeated the golden withered beast, his strength must be far beyond ours. The next ones to be killed will definitely be the two of us. Panicked, he pulled out his system panel. He signaled for the Snow Maiden to feign an attack, but she just stood there, her eyes vacant, as if she didn't understand a thing. Gripped by fear, Chu Hung pointed at her and screamed, "She's staring right at us." In that instant, countless sharp ice arrows materialized in the air, glinting with a deadly light. Ice blast. Chu Hung hugged his wide-mouthed monster tightly, shrieking in terror. "I knew it! She's going to kill us! We're dead meat!" The Snow Maiden, with a cold gaze, raised her hand as if preparing to unleash a terrifying blow. Chu Hung's face went pale as he glanced at Lin Ze and the rock golem. If they were both eliminated here, it would be a huge loss. Might as well kill this bastard and run. Suddenly, a pink, garlic-shaped beast rushed over in a hurry. It ran to Chu Hung's side, and the two of them hastily fled. Chu Hung yelled, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" "Protecting you, of course." The Snow Maiden looked at the system panel that appeared before her and said emotionlessly, "I am fine. You may return for now." The rock golem received a similar notification. "You return as well." Exhausted, Chu Hung and the pink beast finally stopped, sweat pouring down their faces. He looked up, a sinister yet triumphant grin spreading across his face. Perfect. Having escaped the chase and earned some points, he turned around, his voice filled with fake concern. "Hey, are we safe now? Are you okay?" Inside the pink beast's stomach, Lin Ze was lounging comfortably with his hands behind his head, thinking smugly, "What could possibly happen to me? This soul defense should be letting me out by now, right?" Chu Hung asked anxiously, his mind racing with schemes. "Wait, that monster is still chasing us. You'll have to hold on a little longer," he thought to himself. Something's not right. This brat is inside. Angus should have digested him by now. Why is he completely fine? Suddenly, the pink beast stammered and then spat Lin Ze out, along with a stream of green stomach acid. Chu Hung's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you get out?" Lin Ze pointed to his clothes and said nonchalantly, "Indigestion, perhaps?" He turned back, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "I was thinking, if that monster keeps chasing us, we could team up to defeat it." Chu Hung forced a smile, inwardly mocking him. This kid is terrifyingly stupid, but on the outside, he maintained a friendly demeanor. Lin Ze raised his hands and faced him, his voice calm but sharp. "But it doesn't look like anything's chasing us, does it? So, can you tell me about that specialized soul skill now?" Chu Hung pointed deep into the forest, feigning generosity. "First, let's head over to that stone tablet. We need to see if we've made it into the top 10. We can talk on the way." The two walked and talked, with the little pink beast trotting closely behind. Chu Hung explained, his voice laced with hidden meaning. The so-called specialized soul skill is actually a unique soul skill that only a few beastmasters can awaken. This skill can't be learned from books, nor can anyone teach it. It depends on the individual physique of each beastmaster. But because it's so rare, regular teachers can't provide any guidance. Lin Ze frowned, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. "So, what are Guo Xindi's and Li Bengyun's specialized soul skills?" Before them, a strange red pillar appeared, engraved with names and scores. Chu Hung pointed, his voice hurried. "Those are pretty powerful. I'll go check it out first." The rankings were clearly displayed on the red pillar. 1. Li Bengyun, 370 points. 2. Guo Xindi, 340 points. 3. Tan Yong, 250 points. 4. Lu Gang, 210 points. 5. Lin Ze, 180 points. 6. Guang Ning, 160 points. 7. Lu Dahong, 148 points. 8. Xing Tianfu, 130 points. 9. Lin Haoyong, 120 points. 10. Su Sisi, 100 points. Remaining time, 58 minutes. Chu Hung stared at the board, his heart sinking with disappointment. His name wasn't there. He clenched his fists, a determined glint in his eyes. There's still a chance. Only an hour left. The 10th spot, 100 points. If I can steal this kid's points, I'll definitely make the top 10. Lin Ze's voice from behind suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Hey." Startled, Chu Hung spun around, his eyes wide with fear. Lin Ze pulled up his sleeve, revealing the words engraved on his arm. Lin Ze, 180 points. Chu Hung's eyes bulged as he roared in disbelief. 180 points? This brat actually has 180 points. He looked up at the red pillar to confirm. 5. Lin Ze, 180 points. His legs trembled and he stammered, What's your name?" Lin Ze answered curtly, his voice cold. "Lin Ze." Chu Hung furiously pointed at him and roared, "Damn it! You've been tricking me this whole time." His face turned ashen as he suddenly remembered the Snow Maiden. "I forgot. The one who cleared the super hard difficulty has 2 tamed beasts. This kid was hiding his true strength. So that ice-type beast was his too. I've been played. Lin Ze casually put his hands in his pockets, his voice calm. Was I hiding anything? Have you forgotten? If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by the golden withered beast. Now, it's time you tell me what you know. Chu Hung gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard, don't even dream of finding out." The pink beast received a command to attack, its wide mouth gaping as it charged forward, ready to devour its opponent. Chu Hung roared, "Wide mouth, kill him." But from the front, the rock golem suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Ze and sending the pink beast flying with a powerful blow. At the same time, the Snow Maiden appeared. Her body was enveloped in a cold blue light, radiating an icy aura. Panicked, Chu Hung collapsed to the ground. He staggered back, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Lam Trok and his two beast pets. Lam Trok advanced, his cold gaze sweeping over him. His voice was sharp. "Your points might not be much, but they're equivalent to a Tier 3 beast, and I'll be taking them." Chu Hung trembled and cried out, begging, "Don't, please don't. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything now. Just please spare my life." Lam Trok closed his eyes, his voice calm but firm. "I've changed my mind. Honestly, whatever your special soul technique is, it makes no difference to me." Chu Hung looked up, his eyes full of fear. "What do you mean, it makes no difference?" Lam Trok spread his arms, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Because none of you are a match for me." Chu Hung knew he had no escape and could only scream in despair. Lam Trok gave the order, his voice as cold as ice. "Snow Maiden, ice burst." A stream of green liquid suddenly shot out from Chu Hung's body, causing him to arch his back in agony. From behind, the golden withered beast, which hadn't been completely destroyed, suddenly extended its roots, piercing through Chu Hung's body and finishing him off. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and a deep voice rang out, "Lam Trake, I've been waiting a long time for you." It was Lebang Van. Before Chu Hung vanished, he managed to shout, "Boss, that guy is Lam Trok. Be careful of his ice-type beast pet." Lam Trok looked at Lebang Van, a sense of caution rising within him. He never expected to run into him here. It seemed it was time to settle their old score. Lebang Van stepped forward, his eyes cold. "You can stand down and rest for now." Hearing this, Chu Hung was overjoyed. "My points were taken by the boss, so I guess it was worth it." His body and his wide-mouthed grin immediately vanished. Lebang Van's points shot up to 430. He looked at Lam Trok, his voice full of provocation. "Come on, show me what you're really made of. Let's see who truly deserves to hold the top spot on this rookie leaderboard." Lam Trok simply replied in a cold tone, "I have no interest in the title of rookie leader. If you want it, you can have it." Hearing this, Lebang Van smirked. "So, you're admitting defeat already?" He burst into maniacal laughter, a crazed look in his eyes. "I can't believe you're nothing more than a coward. After I take you down, I'll eliminate everyone else on the leaderboard. Quach, Tom D, Dam Dung, Lu Quang, Quang Nin. Not a single one will be spared." His face twisted and contorted with the pleasure of overwhelming power. As if unable to stop, Lam Trok suddenly remembered, and his heart tightened. Quang Nin, Dam Dung, Quoc Tam Di, and she were all in the same location. Quang Nin was definitely in danger. He immediately turned to dash east to get out of there. But Lebang Van's eyes were sharp. He wasn't about to let him escape so easily. He roared, "I can't believe you're actually running. Stop him for me." The golden withered beast obeyed the command and charged forward. Its roots whipped out like lashes. In an instant, it ensnared the rock devil and the protective barrier around Lam Trok. Lebang Van watched the scene, laughing mockingly. "To be caught so easily by me again, you're truly a clown who doesn't live up to his name," he commanded, his voice filled with arrogance. "Poison Vine Demon, drain them of their power for me. Let's see you run now." Trapped within the roots, Lam Trok gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. But Lebang Van never expected that from behind him, the Snow Maiden would silently appear, radiating a bone-chilling aura. She spoke coldly. "I don't have time to play games with you." Feeling the chill, Lebang Van spun around, startled. His eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, his entire body was frozen solid. The poison vine demon realized its master was in danger. It panicked, but in a flash, it too was completely frozen by the Snow Maiden's blizzard. The rock devil broke free from the roots and sent the monster flying with a powerful blow. Lam Trok stood there, his eyes like ice. "I told you, I don't have time to play games with you." In an instant, his two opponents were defeated. The ice on their bodies began to melt, but the poison vine demon still struggled, its roots twitching slightly as if refusing to submit. A figure appeared nearby and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such tenacious life force, to think it's still alive." He muttered, a cunning glint in his eyes. As they say, the mantis stalks the cicada. unaware of the aureole behind. He forgot to deliver the finishing blow. This is my chance. That person was none other than Lu Kuang. In a flash, Lu Kuang unleashed his power and charged straight at Lebong Van, roaring, "Lebong Van, your points are mine." He immediately summoned his Tier 2, Level 9 Armored Dragon, which attacked Lebong Van directly with a ferocious aura. Lu Kuang smirked, a triumphant smile on his face. "Your beast pet might be able to revive, but can you? Gotta take out the master first." The armored dragon roared, its powerful attack sending the giant, frozen statue of the poison vine demon flying. Lu Kuang laughed heartily, filled with elation. First place, here I come. Luck is a part of strength, after all. But when he checked the system board, he was stunned. Why haven't my points changed? Something he never expected had happened. From within the body of the poison vine demon, a second Lebong Van emerged. In an instant, countless vines shot up, wrapping tightly around Lu Kuang's body. He screamed in a panic. "What's going on with you? Why?" Lebong Van replied with a sinister tone. "It doesn't matter if I tell someone who's about to be eliminated. This is my unique soul technique. Synchronization complete." A terrified Lu Gang ordered his pet beast, the armored dragon, "Quick, attack him." But in the blink of an eye, the dragon was ensnared by giant roots, unable to move. Its body slowly faded into the vast space, taking Lu Gang with it as he disappeared. The scene cuts to Lin Ze, who was rushing eastward, his heart boiling with rage. "Guo Xinyi. Tan Yong. If you dare lay a finger on Guangning, I'll kill you all." His face was a mask of pure fury. When he arrived, he found Guangning restrained by Guo Xinyi and Tan Yong. Her demonic ape bird was trapped by a silver pet beast. The system displayed its information. Steel-patterned drake, dragon type, Tier 2, Level 8. Guangning was trapped inside a cage. She gritted her teeth, one eye squeezed shut in pain. "Damn it," she thought, "I can't get out." Guo Xinyi and Tan Yong taunted in unison. "Don't bother struggling, Guangning." Beside Tan Yong, another pet beast materialized. Grim Reaper Mage, Tier 3, Level 2, Dual Water Demon type. Tan Yong raised a finger, his voice cold. There's no escape from the Grim Reaper Mage's water demon prison. He turned to Guo Xingyi and ordered, "You go finish her off. If you take her points, you'll have a shot at becoming the freshman leader." Guo Xingyi brushed her hair back, a teasing smile on her face. "What's the matter? Is it because she's too pretty? You can't bring yourself to do it?" Tan Yong crossed his arms, his eyes closed, looking slightly exasperated. "You know I'm not interested in other girls." But Guo Xingyi's tone suddenly changed, her gaze turning sharp. "Don't worry. Let's just wait a bit before we begin." Tan Yong frowned, his voice skeptical. "Wait for what?" A strange sound from the nearby forest startled them both. Guo Xingyi used a soul technique, her eyes glowing as she enhanced her vision. The big fish has taken the bait. A brown figure suddenly burst out, drawing Tan Yong's attention. He immediately cast a water element shield, blocking the surprise attack. Beside him, the steel-patterned drake swung its powerful tail, knocking back similar attacks. In the distance, Lin Ze emerged, flanked by his rock fiend and snow maiden, his aura completely overwhelming. He called out their names, his voice like ice, "Guo Xingyi, Tan Yong." His face was twisted with fury, and the air around him grew dark and heavy. "I advise you both to let her go. Now." Seeing Lin Ze, the pair became visibly nervous, especially upon seeing the two powerful pet beasts at his side. The captive Guangning thought to herself, "Those two, they're Lin Ze's beasts. This is no time to be shocked," she thought. Then she called out anxiously, "Lin Ze, these two are really strong. You have to be careful." Completely unfazed, Lin Ze stepped forward, his eyes resolute. "Don't worry, I'm getting you out of there right now." Hearing this exchange, Tan Yong narrowed his eyes and pointed directly at him, asking suspiciously, "Are you Lin Ze, the one who cleared that legendary tier difficulty level?" Guo Xingyi smiled, her eyes sparkling. "So, it's him. No wonder he gave off a completely different vibe from a normal person." Tan Yong scoffed, clenching his fists. "Just how strong can he be? Let's fight him and find out." But Guo Xingyi was more cautious. Her voice dropped. "You'd better be careful. I have a feeling this guy is no pushover." Tan Yong turned, a calculating glint in his eyes. "If I beat him, you move in and take the points. You're guaranteed to become the freshman leader. And if I lose, you just take my points as compensation." He raised his hand and commanded decisively, "Grim Reaper Mage, move in and restrain him." The Grim Reaper Mage raised its scepter and cast Water Prison Technique. A circle of water condensed around Lin Ze, trapping him. But with a single punch infused with soul power, he shattered the water ring, sending spray everywhere. Tan Yong was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this brat's soul skill so powerful? In that moment of distraction, the rock fiend suddenly closed in from the side. Tan Yong hastily cast a water blast, sending a pillar of water hurtling toward the rock fiend. At the same time, he leaped back, dodging just in time. The rock fiend was now trapped inside a sphere of water from the water prison technique. Seeing his attack land, Tan Yong pumped his fist victoriously. Got one. But across from him, Lin Ze remained completely unfazed. Demon form. The moment the words left his lips, the rock fiend's state shifted. Its body dissolved into demonic energy, effortlessly slipping out of the water sphere. The rock fiend unleashed earth spikes, slamming its fist into the ground and creating a massive shockwave. The earth trembled as sharp rock pillars shot up from below. They shot straight towards the Grim Reaper mage. But surprisingly, Tan Yong's pet beast also shifted into its demon state, its body becoming as indistinct as a shadow. Tan Yong smirked cunningly. Sorry, but my Grim Reaper mage is a demon type too. It's immune to all physical attacks. Aha! Guo Xingyi, who was watching from afar, suddenly yelled out, "You idiot, watch your back." But her warning came too late. Spikes of earth had already erupted from under his feet, launching Tan Yong into the air and ripping his clothes to shreds. He whipped his head around, his eyes wide with shock, only to discover another rock fiend in demon form. It had used Spirit Fiend Clone, and its spiritual power radiated outwards like a shockwave. Lin Ze interjected coldly, "But times can't avoid physical damage." A look of dawning horror filled Tan Yong's eyes. Trying to keep his voice low, to suppress his rage, he roared, "Damn it, use the death seal." The necromancer slammed his staff into the ground. A strange surge of magical power erupted, spreading through the area. Both rock golems were enveloped by this energy, unable to move. Lin Ze observed with a thoughtful gaze. This guy was indeed tough to deal with. Rock golems. It's the Snow Maiden's turn. He raised his hand and gave a decisive order. Revert to your normal state, or you'll be controlled by the necromancer. The rock golems immediately transformed. The magic circle vanished, their original forms returned, and the clone behind Tan Yong disappeared. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed loudly. "Ha, so much for the legendary genius." But Lin Ze's eyes, now shrouded in dark power, turned cold as he held out his hand. "Shut up. Let me show you what my true power looks like." A terrifying pressure radiated from him and the Snow Maiden, startling Guo Xingyi. Sweat trickled down her cheek, her body froze, and her voice trembled. "No, we can't handle him. If this continues, we'll definitely be eliminated." The atmosphere around Guo Xingyi grew heavy as the situation tipped completely against them. She quickly stepped forward, raising a hand to stop them. "Wait, perhaps we can still discuss this." Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "Discuss?" Guo Xingyi quickly spoke, her tone full of urgency. "That's right. We're all in the top 10 already. We don't need to fight anymore. From now on, we're all classmates." The Snow Maiden's hand, which had been glowing brightly in preparation for an attack, paused. The frosty aura slowly dissipated. Lin Ze fell into deep thought, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. Noticing his hesitation, Guo Xingyi turned to Tan Yong and shouted, "Wait, Tan Yong, hurry up and release that girl." But Tan Yong's face was twisted and purple with rage. He muttered, "Release her? If I do that, they'll team up, and we'll be at an even bigger disadvantage." He frowned, his voice filled with displeasure. "In a situation this tense, listening to you is not a good idea." Guo Xingyi raised her voice firmly. "Just do as I say." Though reluctant, Tan Yong raised his hand, sweat beading on his forehead. "All right, you're serious about this." He gave the command, "Water prison technique, release the seal." Instantly, the sphere of water shattered, and Guangning jumped down. Freed from her confinement, the steel-armored worm also released the demonic flame bird, letting it fly free. Guangning ran over, a radiant smile on her face. "Big brother, thank you for coming to save me." Lin Ze responded with a warm smile. "Don't worry, I'm here now. No one can touch you again." But immediately after, his expression turned cold. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over Guo Xingyi and Tan Yong. He spoke in a chilling tone. "I don't care about any of you. I can still save my sister after I kill him. So, you don't need to say things like, 'Let's discuss this.' What could you possibly have that would interest me?" Guo Xingyi, momentarily anxious, quickly replied, "I'm sorry." But Tan Yong couldn't contain his anger, his eyes blazing red as he roared, "You bastard! You damn bastard! I'm going to beat you to a pulp." He turned to Guo Xingyi. "Xiao Yi, you go on ahead." But Guo Xingyi had regained her composure, her eyes flashing with confidence. "I have a big surprise for you both." Lin Ze frowned, his voice full of doubt. She continued, her voice steely. "A soul technique, a special soul beast. I can use my perception to help you activate your special soul beast. Lin Ze lowered his attack stance, his eyes filled with consideration. A noteworthy reason, but Tan Yong roared, trying to stop her. Xiao Yi, don't help that brat. As the words left his mouth, he froze as if realizing something, stammering, What do you mean? Don't tell me. It's you? Guo Xingyi smiled, clenching her fist as the light of a soul beast flashed. Just then, a voice echoed from a dark corner. Hey, sorry, mind if I join in? The figure of Li Bongyun stepped out, a contemplative smile on his lips. Lin Ze turned, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Oh? So you're not dead after all? His smile now held a mischievous edge, like someone who had everything under control. Under the dim light of the arena, Li Bongyun smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. He spoke with immense pride. Perfect timing. All of you gathering here, I can round you all up at once. The moment he finished speaking, the air grew thick with his arrogance. Tan Yong, already provoked by Lin Ze, was now further agitated by Li Bongyun's interruption. The anger in his heart blazed like a wildfire. He gritted his teeth, pointing his finger at his opponents one by one, his eyes flashing with irritation. While the parties tensed up for a fight, Guo Xingyi quietly approached Tan Yong, her eyes shimmering with determination. She whispered confidently, We can team up and take his #1 spot. But Tan Yong only responded with a look of despair, as if the entire world was against him. The situation was spiraling into chaos, like a storm about to sweep everything away. Outside, the ancient stone tablet emitted a soft glow, announcing that less than 10 minutes remained. Teacher Chin, he stood watching quietly from a distance, frowning slightly, a heavy decision weighing on his mind. I want to keep all of these first-year students, he thought to himself. If they really go all out, we will lose such precious talent. His gaze swept over the group nearby, their figures blurry in the distance. He signaled, his voice low but firm. Now it's your turn. I'm giving you 10 minutes to soothe the spirits of those kids. In the arena, Damdung and Quach Tamdi exchanged a few quick words. He frowned, his voice filled with suspicion. Xiao Di, you really intend to help that punk, don't you? I have a way to let the dark mage take control of him. Then we can profit from it. But Quach Tamdi remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering. She replied, Sorry, I really want to help him. Hearing this, Damdung grabbed his head and screamed, the feeling of helplessness striking him like a bolt of lightning. He gritted his teeth, raised his fists, and slammed them into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. My God, is that really Quach Tamdi? Why is she acting just like that punk? He roared, his voice full of rage. Damn it, then I'll just have to kill you myself. On the other side, Lebang Van and the Poison Vine Beast were already in position, their auras blazing as if ready to devour their opponent. He smirked provocatively. Come on, everyone, bring it on. But just then, a commanding voice rang out. Stop. The sound was like a sharp blade, causing everyone to freeze. There's no need for any of you to fight anymore. You have all been approved. As soon as the words were spoken, a giant exclamation mark flashed on the stone tablet. This left the group stunned, with no idea what was happening. Suddenly, a spatial gate shimmering with a mystical light appeared. A foot stepped out, and then 4 unfamiliar figures gradually came into view. The commanding voice continued, Because your abilities have surpassed all other students of your age, let us see just what your limits are. These 4 are second-year students from the Academy's middle rank group. They announced that you will compete against them. If one of you wins, you can skip the challenge and advance. But if you lose, you will still keep your current positions. Hearing this, Quan Nin couldn't hold back and loudly protested. That's not fair. We're just first-year students right now. How are we supposed to win against second-year students from the academy? Besides, we've just been through several battles. Our tamed beasts are already exhausted. But Lebang Van, Quach Tamdi, and Damdung showed no signs of hesitation. On the contrary, their eyes burned with determination. Damdung even raised his hand in a provocative gesture. Bring it on. Quan Nin turned to look at his older brother, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't understand why everything had changed so quickly. Lebang Van, realizing the situation had shifted, gave a faint smile, his voice tinged with a bit of regret. What a shame. I was planning on eliminating you all from the competition, but from now on, I guess we'll just be fellow students. There will be plenty of opportunities to compete later. Damdung stood proudly, his aura blazing like an unquenchable fire. He roared, his voice filled with fury. Damn it. First, we have to get through this challenge from these second-year students. Beside him, Quach Tamdi gently turned to Lam Trak, a bright smile still on her lips, her eyes sparkling with a question. Tell me, are we considered allies now? A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, but Lam Trak's coldness was like a splash of icy water, making the atmosphere suddenly tense. Quan Nin, standing nearby, saw Quach Tam Di trying to win over his brother and turned red with anger. He yelled, "You just promised me." Hearing his younger brother shout like that, Lam Trak narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp yet thoughtful. In his mind, thoughts were swirling. This challenge wasn't just a chance to win. The reward could also increase his own strength and mental stats. He glanced at the opponents, quickly analyzing. They only sent out 4 people, while there are 5 of us. It seems they've underestimated us. After a moment of consideration, Lam Trak looked directly at Quach Tam Di, his voice calm but firm. "If you want to be allies, then I need you and my little sister to work together to deal with one of them." But immediately, both Quach Tam Di and Quan Nin raised their fists in unison, their eyes blazing as they looked at Lam Trak. Quan Nin spoke up, his voice full of determination. "But I want to fight with you." Lam Trak froze for a moment, as if petrified by his little sister's stubbornness. Then, he gently placed a hand on Quan Nin's head, his voice soft but firm. "Quan Nin, I'll deal with one of them myself. If you two work together, you'll have a better chance to win. The chances will be higher." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a second-year student in sportswear stepped forward. He thumped his chest hard, his eyes narrowing provocatively. He spoke with an arrogant tone. "Are you freshmen done deliberating? Who's gonna step up and fight me? Of course, you can all rush me at once." The taunting words made Dam Dung's blood boil, veins popping on his forehead. He clenched his fists and roared, "I'll fight you." In his mind, a thought flashed. It's time I showed Quach Tam Di my true strength. Qin Dao, the opponent he had just chosen, gave a faint smile and summoned a giant insect, its sharp scythes gleaming in the light. He sneered, "Good boy, you've got courage, but let's hope that's not all you have." The insect beside him, a Tier 3, 8th stage wind scythe mantis, let out a terrifying screech, ready to leap into battle. At the same time, a second-year female student named Truong Man approached Labong Van, a playful glint in her eyes. She spoke up. Her tone was teasing. "Hey handsome, I've had my eye on you. Why don't you be my opponent?" Labong Van's expression shifted slightly. Seeing his opponent was a woman, he quickly covered half his face with his hand, his voice cold, but unable to hide a hint of arrogance. "Heh, I don't go easy on people just because they're women." Without delay, Truong-Man summoned her beast. A blue lion appeared, lightning crackling from its body as it let out a deafening roar. A wild lightning lion beast, Tier 3, 9th stage, stood majestically, radiating power. Surprisingly, Truong-Man's expression also changed. Her gaze turned just as cold and sharp as Labong Van's, as if they were already sizing each other up in a battle yet to begin. He smirked, his voice full of challenge. "Fine then, let's see if you can even scratch me." Just then, from the opposite side, Quach Tam Di's expression suddenly changed, a wary light flashing in her eyes. Following her sharp intuition, she pointed straight ahead. Her voice was low but sharp. "Of the 2 remaining, that girl looks weaker." The 3 of them immediately turned their gazes toward their opponents, as if weighing every weakness. Suddenly, a guy with messy hair like a bird's nest cut in, his tone arrogant. "Hey kid, you want to go up against me? I'm not a fan of your hairstyle." He introduced himself as Vo Duong Tien, his words dripping with provocation. Lam Trak replied with a bright smile that held a hint of mischief. "All right, my kind senior. Please go easy on me." And so, the final matchup was set, and the atmosphere in the arena grew even more intense. Right after, a girl with turquoise hair walked up to Quan Nin and Quach Tam Di, her eyes sparkling with envy. She spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "All the new girls this year are so cute, but I hate girls who are cuter than me. So, I won't be showing any mercy." Her words, sharp as a blade, made Quan Nin and Quach Tam Di flinch. They could feel the air suddenly grow heavy. The scene then cuts to outside the arena, where the students who were eliminated from the competition have been summoned. The air was thick with sighs of regret. Trong Hyevan and Lu Utu Yen stood side by side, their faces grim. Lu Tu Yen said softly, her voice full of despair, "Hyo Van, we're really out." Trong Hyevan could only sigh, a forced smile on her lips. "There are too many powerless people. If a miracle doesn't happen, we're definitely getting kicked out." Murmurs of complaint rose up, mixing with the dissatisfaction of the others. Lu Kuang was the first to shout in fury, "Damn it." After playing dirty throughout the entire test, he ended up causing his own failure. The one who had received his loving fist wasn't doing much better, muttering in pain, "Why does it still hurt so much?" Watching the disgruntled students, Teacher Tan Hak stood from a distance, a strange smile playing on his lips. Still, a few people left an impression in this exam, he thought to himself. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on Tan Hak's shoulder. He turned to see Cao Van Bok, who was giving him a meaningful smile. "Please, allow me to take over from here." Cao Van Bach said, his voice brimming with confidence. Tan Hak was slightly surprised, his eyes sizing him up. Teacher Cao, are you in such a hurry to poach students? It was hard enough for me to select these new students. Your testing method is far too extreme. You risk overlooking the hidden talents among them. Cao Van Bach just chuckled, raising a hand with his eyes half closed in confidence. It wouldn't be too much to ask for me to pick 10 more seeds from the rejects, would it? Tan Hak didn't object, simply waving his hand to draw the crowd's attention. Cao Van Bach stepped forward, his voice echoing with authority. Haha, then I'll make the arrangements myself. For those students who didn't make it into the top 10, I bring good news. I still have 10 open spots. If you can pass my test, you will be accepted into the academy. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere erupted. Radiant smiles bloomed on everyone's faces. What? For real? That's amazing. Trong Heo Van and Lu Tuyen couldn't hide their joy either. Lu Tuyen whispered, her eyes sparkling. It looks like a miracle really did happen. This time, we have to try even harder to get into the top 20. Beside them, Lu Kuang clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, his face flushed with determination. I have to seize this chance, he vowed to himself, his eyes burning with the will to return to the arena. Meanwhile, back in the competition area, Dam Dung was on his knees, watching helplessly as Qin Dao's wind scythe mantis created a terrifying whirlwind. He roared in frustration. Damn it, this is a complete mismatch of levels. Qin Dao just sneered, pointing a finger straight at him. You lose. On the other side of the field, blue light flashed repeatedly. Lebong Van and his poison vine fiend were scorched black, smoke billowing from them. Truong Man brushed her hair back, her tone teasing yet cold. My dear handsome boy, your endurance is truly amazing. But we've lost. If we keep fighting, it'll just be a one-sided massacre. Lebong Van, her face twisting like a demon vine, gritted her teeth without a word. Zhang Man continued, her voice dripping with arrogance. Can't you hear what I'm saying? The scene shifts to Hui Hui. The blue-haired girl and her fiery red pet beast advanced, their aura threatening to devour their opponent. She roared, geniuses of the same rank? How ridiculous. Let me tell you, this school has no shortage of geniuses. Exhausted, Quan Nin and Guo Xinyi collapsed to the ground, facing Hui Hui's growling berserker beast, a rank 3, stage 7 monster. Hui Hui's expression was still full of annoyance as she pointed a finger to the sky. You kids should spend more time training instead of dressing up, got it? Juniors. Outside, in the observation area, Gao Wenbai stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Qin He with a dissatisfied tone. Hey, Teacher Qin, I don't agree with this testing method of yours. Crushing them one-sidedly like this, won't it just destroy their confidence later on? Qin He calmly crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. Teacher Gao, I just want to temper the spirits of these kids. If I don't, they'll become arrogant once they enter the academy. They need to know there's always someone better, always things beyond their understanding. Hearing this, Gao Wenbai burst out laughing. Haha. Just then, a giant block of ice suddenly appeared before them. Qin. He looked towards it and added softly, it seems there are still a few students who don't believe in this little trick of mine. In the arena, a warhorse radiating immense power was instantly frozen in a flash. The rank 3, stage 9 fire warhorse now stood still like a shimmering ice statue. Wu Yangtian's eyes widened, his fiery gaze filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He mumbled, his expression gradually being replaced by sheer astonishment. Before him, a perfect ice sculpture appeared, glittering in the dim light. Lin Ze crossed his arms, his gaze sharp but unable to hide the hint of a smile. He spoke up, Hey, senior, thanks. He glanced towards the little snow girl, who had just frozen the opponent with terrifying calmness. The scene switches back to the observation area, just as the examination time ended. Teacher Qin, he let out a hearty laugh, his voice echoing with excitement. Haha, I've really hit the jackpot this time. To think we'd get to witness so many geniuses. It's like I'm seeing the great beastmasters, the 8 great masters of the Federation, when they were young. First years who can defeat second years right on screen. He slapped Gao Wenbai hard on the shoulder, adding, This is truly interesting. Startled by the slap, Gao Wenbai snapped back to his senses, a bright smile appearing on his face. He nodded, his voice full of excitement. Even at this age, I'm not sure the Federation's 8 great masters possessed such terrifying power. His name is Lin Ze, right? We have to assign him to our class. Hearing his colleagues' over-the-top excitement, Teacher Qin, he crossed his arms, his voice deepening with a hint of correction. Teacher Gao, you don't need to be so aggressive with recruitment. The top 10 students from each class must follow the class assignment regulations. Gao Wenbai looked slightly embarrassed, scratching his head with a sheepish laugh. Haha, In the arena, the system suddenly broadcast a new, cold announcement. System reminder, you have defeated the Fire Warhorse. Hearing this, Wu Yangtian slowly sank to his knees. His eyes were vacant, his body as if drained of all strength. His voice trembled as he stammered, I lost? Quan Nin jumped for joy, pumping her fist in the air excitedly. Her voice rang out, Bro, we really won. This is awesome. Beside her, Guo Xingyi stood frozen like a statue, her eyes filled with shock. I can't believe he's that strong, she thought to herself. Her heart was filled with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Meanwhile, Tanyong frantically punched the grass beneath him, sending clouds of dust flying. He muttered, his voice full of bitterness. There's still a gap. There's still such a gap. Then he gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. When I get back, I'll turn this pain into new motivation. Just you wait. Just then, Jingtao approached from a distance, his eyes filled with a mix of suspicion and dissatisfaction. He spoke in a probing tone. Did Wu Yangtian intentionally let him win? A first year who hasn't even enrolled yet. How could he beat a second-year student? I don't believe it. Hearing the provocation, Lin Ze calmly put his hands in his pockets, his voice soft but full of challenge. Do you seniors wish to continue? His words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Jingtao's blood boil. He roared, his face beet red. You stinking brat, don't think you can look down on us just because you beat him with a few tricks. His face darkened, his tone turning ice cold and challenging. Oh, so the three of you want to come at me together? The moment he finished speaking, Jingtao's wind slasher mantis immediately thrust its sharp pincers forward. With overwhelming power, it aimed straight for Lin Ze. But surprisingly, Lin Ze, with a completely unfazed expression, simply leaned to the side slightly. With his bare hands, he caught the two sharp pincers, stunning the entire arena into silence. For a moment, outside in the observation area, Teacher Gao Wenbai, as if he had already foreseen the outcome, shook his head slightly and turned to Teacher Qin He. All right, stop them. Jingtao is no match for him. If this continues, the second-year student will get hurt. That's a loss of face. We can't let the newcomer, Lin Ze, make more enemies like this. Qin, he nodded in agreement. That's right. Immediately, he spoke in a dignified voice, his announcement echoing across the arena. All right, students, everyone stop. This test is now over. Hearing this, Jingtao whipped his head around, yelling in frustration. Teacher Qin, the only one who passed this test is Lin Ze. The rest of you students also performed very well. I believe that after you enter Jiangning Academy, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. He waved his hand, recalling the wind-slaying mantis. Then he pointed straight at Lin Ze, his voice full of resentment. Damn it, you brat. Let's have a match after school starts. Lin Ze flashed a brilliant smile, giving a confident thumbs up with a teasing tone. Senior, there's no need to be so competitive. You're still number one. His words were like a sharp knife, stabbing right at Jingtao's pride. His eyes widened, veins popping on his forehead as he roared in fury. Just you wait, you rotten brat. I'll remember you. With that, the five figures faded, vanishing into thin air like a wisp of smoke, leaving Lin Ze standing alone with the little snow maiden and the rock golem. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson energy enveloped him. Lin Ze looked down at his hands, his eyes flashing with surprise. The system's cold voice announced the mission rewards. Constitution increased from 8.8 to 10.8. Soul power increased to 1080. Physical level from 5 to 9. Congratulations, Lin Ze. You have successfully entered Jiangning Academy. He clenched his fists, feeling energy surging more powerfully than ever before. The system continued, cleansing complete. Received 500 accumulation points. Total remaining accumulation points, 1,180. The rock golem's information panel flashed. Growth rate increased by 33%. The little snow maiden was not far behind. Her information panel showed her growth rate had increased by 12%. But right after, both pets were suddenly unsummoned. All around them, students gathered, their excited chatter filling the air. Who is that guy anyway? He's so strong. Is he the one who passed that super hard first test? He's finally back. Lin Ze stood at the center of attention, a slightly dazed look in his eyes. Jun Ning called out from a distance. Her voice was full of excitement. Hey, this situation isn't much different from last time. It's the same old debate. A small smile played on Lin Ze's lips as he unconsciously pointed at himself, looking bewildered but unable to hide a hint of pride. Every time I wake up, the atmosphere is strangely familiar, he thought to himself. Just then, Guo Xindi gently tugged on his sleeve. She leaned in and whispered secretively, Lin Ze, I sense that your rock golem has another form that needs to be unlocked. Lin Ze turned to her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Really? Guo Jindi narrowed her eyes, holding up 2 fingers with a mysterious smile. It also includes how to activate its exclusive soul skill. If you want to know more, come find me after this exam. Her meaningful words left Lin Ze stunned, his mind thrown into a new whirlwind. Suddenly, Teacher Qin He's voice boomed like thunder. It cut through all the chatter. He raised his finger high, his dignified voice commanding order. The top 10 students will be directly admitted to the academy. Then his finger turned 90 degrees, pointing straight at a figure in the crowd. I would like to announce the student with the highest score. In this competition is student Li Bangyun. Everyone, let's have a round of applause. A resounding, heartfelt applause erupted, but mixed in were looks of doubt. A few students whispered quietly, their voices full of suspicion. That's not right. How could it be him? Li Bangyun heard them, and his expression immediately darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. Damn it, he thought to himself. That guy was clearly showing off on purpose to prove he's stronger than me. How humiliating. His arrogant demeanor was now tinged with a hint of bitterness. Teacher Gao Wenbai, standing next to Qin He, frowned slightly and stepped closer to whisper. It's obvious that the boy, Lin Ze, was qualified to be the freshman leader this time. Isn't this a bit unfair? Teacher Qin, he nodded slightly, his voice calm but meaningful. We can't bet everything on one person. Besides, the rules stated before the challenge that the top spot for the freshman is decided by the principal. Gao Wenbai nodded, understanding. He then stepped forward, his voice ringing out as he took over for Qin He. Students participating in the supplementary challenge, please follow me. The students in the top 10 may leave first. In 10 days, everyone will receive their acceptance letters. Before leaving, Jun Ning walked over to Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian, comforting them in a gentle voice. It's okay, it's okay. I believe you guys can pass this supplementary challenge. Just do your best. Just then, Zhu Zhong walked over from a distance. His eyes sparkled as he struck up a conversation with Lin Ze. Recognizing him, Lin Ze turned back with a slight smile. Oh, it's you? Zhu Xiong scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. I can't believe you're Lin Ze. It seems my laziness still has a long way to go. But seeing you fight that second-year student just now was seriously cool. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, his tone probing. Oh, so what do you want? Zhu Xiong burst out laughing, clasping his hands together enthusiastically. Big bro, can you take me as your follower? Lin Ze was momentarily stunned, with question and exclamation marks practically popping up over his head. Zhu Xiong continued to gesture wildly. My admiration for you. His big bro's love was like an endless flood, but Lin Ze just replied coldly, sorry, I don't take on little brothers. He raised a finger, his tone teasing yet sharp. Besides, you haven't even met the admission requirements yet, have you? Chu Zhong was stunned for a moment, his expression tensing before he dashed off, his voice filled with determination. I will definitely pass that test. Big bro, wait for me. In another corner, Li Bangyun stood silently, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. The scene shifts to the bustling street outside. An excited voice rang out. This is amazing. To celebrate passing the entrance exam and officially becoming freshmen at Jiangning University, let's not rush back today. How about we spend a day in the city? It was Lin Ze and Guan Ning. Lin Ze shrugged, his voice relaxed. Ah, all right. That 4-hour exam was seriously exhausting. I need to unwind. Guan Ning blushed, her eyes sparkling. Then let's go back tomorrow. We'll stay in the city for one night. Hearing Guan Ning say that, Lin Ze couldn't possibly refuse. He smiled faintly and nodded. Okay. Seeing him agree, Guan Ning was overjoyed, her cheeks turning pink. She lowered her eyes, too shy to look up. Suddenly, Lin Ze remembered something, and with a worried expression, he quickly turned and exclaimed, wait a minute. He glanced at his phone, only then realizing his wallet was completely empty. Oh, crap. Sweat started pouring down his face. Last time, he'd spent all his money buying upgrade materials for his pet rock monster, leaving him with only 300 yuan. Seeing Lin Ze frozen in place, Guan Ning called out, what's wrong? Let's go get something to eat first. Although he was groaning internally, Lin Ze didn't want to disappoint her. He nodded reluctantly, and the two of them walked to a high-class restaurant. It was a place that allowed pet beasts to dine with their owners. Inside, Lin Ze sat down, looking bewildered, with no idea what was going on. All around them, customers were bustling about, eating with their pet beasts. The scene was unusually lively. Lin Ze thought to himself, a place like this actually exists? Guan Ning beamed, her smile bright. I've been wanting to come to this restaurant for a long time. Hey, let's summon our pets too. They've been fighting for us for so long. We should treat them to a good meal. Even though the thought of his empty wallet pained him, Lin Ze couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he just nodded in agreement. They both summoned their pet beasts, pulling up chairs around the table, ready to order. When his eyes landed on the snow maiden, Guanning couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hey, the last time I saw her, she was still a little girl. How did she evolve so fast? And she's so beautiful too. How did you do it?" Lin Ze replied in a gentle voice. "Maybe it's because the contract level between me and my pets is quite high," he thought to himself. Explaining the system would take way too long. "I'll tell Guanning about it when I get the chance." But before he could say another word, Guanning quickly snatched the menu. She exclaimed, "Wow, you're amazing. You have to teach me tonight. But for now, let's order first." Hearing that, Lin Ze also picked up a menu to browse. Oh my god, the list of dishes was endless. Braised lamb leg for 18,000 yuan, 7-star 8-claw beasts grilled lungs for 6,000, red dragon ox for 4,000. Reading the prices, Lin Ze's heart nearly stopped. His face darkened as he swallowed hard. That's way too many zeros. While he was freaking out, the rock fiend next to him had already happily put on a bib, holding a knife and fork, ready to dive in. Beside it, the snow maiden played carefree, gently stroking the demonic flame bird's head. The restaurant waiter approached with a radiant smile. "Excuse me, would you like to order anything else?" Guanning quickly pointed at the menu. This one, this one, this one, and this one too. Just 5 minutes later, the table was overflowing with delicious dishes, exquisitely arranged in true high-class restaurant fashion. Looking at the luxurious and expensive plates of food, the group of pet beasts let out exclamations of awe. Only Lin Ze sat there, his face frozen like a statue. "Oh, I'm so dead." In a flash, the lavish feast was over. The table was wiped clean, not a single crumb left behind. The rock fiend clutched its round, ball-like belly, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. A few steps away, Lin Ze stood frozen, his mouth twisted, his mind racing as he tried to figure out a plan. What do I do now? Should I dine and dash? Just then, the waiter approached, holding out a ridiculously long bill. "Sir, your total for this meal is 38,000 yuan. How would you like to pay?" Seeing his predicament, the perceptive Guanning stepped forward to interrupt. "Let me get this. I've saved up a lot of my allowance." Though embarrassed, Lin Ze let out a sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to skip out on the bill. He gave a relieved smile, cheering internally, "I'm saved." After paying, the two of them left the restaurant. They strolled leisurely down the street. Guanning marveled, her eyes shining brightly. The big city is so beautiful at night. Her face glowed, reflecting her excitement for a bright future. She continued, "From now on, I can study with you in the city. Just thinking about it gets me so excited." Walking behind her, Lin Ze was lost in his troubled thoughts. "I have to make money and fast. Taking on missions now probably won't be quick enough." Just then, a loud voice boomed from a nearby building. Oh, ha, what a great hit. It turned out the building was a fighting arena, where an intense pet beast battle was currently underway. A muscular beast with a six-pack body stood tall and mighty, while its opponent lay completely collapsed on the floor. The crowd roared wildly, shouting, "So damn cool. The four-armed monster, champion of the death ring, the diamond pillar of the beast type, tier 2, stage 3. No, that muscular beast is the aberrant type four-armed monster. At tier 3, stage 2. Its voice boomed. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Anyone who defeats the four-armed monster can claim all the money in the golden prize pool. Just pay a 300 yuan entry fee, and you can earn the right to challenge it. The winner will receive a prize of 50,000 yuan from the prize fund." Hearing every word loud and clear, Lin Ze smirked to himself, thinking, "Now this is how I'll make some money." Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and summoned his beast. The rock fiend appeared, looking majestic and powerful. He looked at it and asked, "You think you can take him?" The MC's voice continued to boom. "Our rules strictly prohibit the use of any kind of soul techniques or magic. It's purely a hand-to-hand fight to give the audience the thrill of a one-on-one battle. Of course, after entering the ring, you'll have to sign a life and death waiver. If your beast accidentally kills the opponent's beast during the match, or is killed by the opponent's beast, neither party will be held responsible for anything." After hearing this, Lin Ze turned to Guanning and asked, "Do you want to watch the fight?" Her eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, you're not actually thinking of competing, are you?" He smiled, his eyes twinkling with confidence. "If they're so eager to give away money, I'd be rude not to accept." According to his system's observation, the four-armed monster was only at tier 3, stage 1. Meanwhile, His Rock Fiend was at Tier 2, Stage 9. To be safe, he decided to upgrade the Rock Fiend first. No sooner said than done. Lin Ze reached his hand towards the Rock Fiend and activated the upgrade. A powerful aura enveloped it, its power exploding like never before. The system announced that the Rock Fiend had reached Tier 3, Stage 3, consuming 780 achievement points, with 400 points remaining. Lin Ze thought to himself, the higher the level, the more achievement points it takes to upgrade. Witnessing the Rock Fiend level up, Guanning's eyes widened in amazement as she asked, "Whoa, it already leveled up? How did you do that?" Lin Ze dodged the question, saying, "Maybe it's because it ate something delicious earlier?" Seeing him step onto the fighting stage, Guanning cheered excitedly. "Brother, I know you can beat it." The MC saw Lin Ze approaching and immediately hyped up the crowd. "A new challenger has appeared. Let's give him a round of applause for his courage." The guy looks pretty scrawny, and next to him is some red-haired, human-headed rock monster I've never seen before. What on earth makes him think he can step into this death ring? The crowd jeered, their voices filled with contempt. "Haha, is this kid drunk or something? Where did this punk come from, not knowing his own limits?" They even pointed at the Rock Fiend and mocked it. "This redhead doesn't look like much either. Haha." Hearing these words, the Rock Fiend grew angry but just snorted, holding back its rage. The four-armed monster opposite him, twice the size of the Rock Fiend, gave a grotesque smile. Its master, Xionggu, walked up to Lin Ze and looked down at him with a sneer. "Hey, kid, if my four-armed monster accidentally smashes this little creature of yours to death in a bit, don't you dare start crying." Faced with the provocation, Lin Ze just smiled calmly. "Please, give it your best shot." This only amused Xionggu more, who sneered and snorted. Truly a brat who doesn't know his place. Before the fight, both had to sign the life and death waiver. The MC eagerly shouted, "Come sign and leave your thumbprint. The waiver has been signed." Then he roared, his voice thundering, "Let the match begin." The moment the shout ended, Xionggu gave a decisive command. "Four-armed monster, show him what you've got." But just as the four-armed monster lunged forward, the Rock Fiend moved in a flash, vanishing from its spot like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. Lin Ze glanced over, feeling reassured. In terms of speed, the Rock Fiend still had the upper hand. After retreating, the Rock Fiend seized the opportunity to launch a vicious kick. It was aimed at the four-armed monster, but before it could connect, the monster spotted it and grabbed its leg tightly. Not stopping there, the Rock Fiend swung its arm to strike again. But this attack was also blocked by its opponent. Not only that, but both the Rock Fiend's arm and leg were caught in the four-armed monster's tight grip, unable to move. Then, with a powerful motion, the four-armed monster hurled the Rock Fiend straight forward. The Rock Fiend slammed into the floor, creating a large crater, and lay there motionless. Lin Ze was momentarily surprised by this. The surrounding audience gasped in awe. "That thing has some serious strength." Xionggu grinned victoriously, clenched his fist, and spoke up. "My four-armed monster may not use any skills, but with its pure strength, it can fight above its weight class and defeat many other beasts." Lin Ze nodded, silently admitting, "The rules here are really advantageous for the four-armed monster. No wonder they're so confident." The four-armed monster pressed its advantage, clenching two of its fists and grinning savagely. Seeing the attack coming, the Rock Fiend quickly backed away to dodge, but before it could escape, one of the four-armed monster's hands shot out and grabbed its leg. It yanked it back. Once it had a hold on the Rock Fiend, the four-armed monster unleashed a punch with the force of a thunderbolt. The blow was too fast for the Rock Fiend to react. Its head was struck hard, and it fell face down on the floor. Looking at his defeated opponent, Xionggu snorted coldly. A voice rang out, full of mockery. "Is that all you've got?" The crowd of spectators burst into delighted laughter, praising in unison. "Ha! What a beautiful punch!" Guanning cried out in worry. "Brother," Lin Ze stood in deep thought, his mind racing with calculations. If it could use its skills, the Rock Fiend in its spirit form could easily toy with this giant monster. But the rules only allowed for a contest of pure strength, and in that, the Rock Fiend was truly no match. As expected of the four-armed monster, with four arms that were weapons of flesh and bone. Perfect. But the last time the Rock Fiend unlocked a new form was when it faced a crisis. If what Guo Xinyi said was true, this was a gamble worth taking. Either it unlocks a new form, or it gets crushed by the four-armed monster. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. He looked at the Rock Fiend and roared, "Rock Fiend, show me if you've really given it your all," he continued to shout. Do we have to rely on the Snow Maiden to decide the outcome every single time? Just then, the giant foot of the four-armed monster lifted, intending to stomp the rock fiend into dust. But before it could make its move, the rock fiend's eyes glowed a brilliant red. Its body twitched slightly, and it slowly began to rise. Quick as a flash, the rock fiend shot up, launching a powerful punch into the center of the four-armed monster's body, catching it completely off guard. After the punch, the layer of rock on the rock fiend's fist shattered, revealing its flesh and blood body underneath. It had transformed into a completely new state. The system announced, Ghost General Form unlocked. Duration, 60 seconds. Speed increased by 300%. Defense decreased by 100%. Lin Ze was stunned by the sight. It was truly unexpected. It turned out the rock armor on the rock fiend could be shed depending on the battle situation. Now, the rock fiend had transformed, more agile and sturdy, and it shot forward like a rocket. Seeing the rock fiend about to launch another sneak attack, Xionggu laughed mockingly. Ah, you forget your lessons so quickly. But contrary to his expectations, the four-armed monster couldn't keep up with the rock fiend. In the blink of an eye, the rock fiend vanished on the spot. Xionggu exclaimed in panic. What? What just happened? While the four-armed monster looked around in a daze, the rock fiend suddenly appeared behind it. It launched a powerful kick. The four-armed monster spun around, swinging its arm to counter, but missed. Before it could recover, it took another blow from behind. The rock fiend was now so exhilarated, it seemed to be enjoying the thrill after taking a severe beating. It continuously unleashed a barrage of punches, leaving the four-armed monster unable to defend itself. Time flew by, with only 10 seconds of the form remaining. Lin Ze yelled, "Rock Fiend, stop playing around and finish it." Hearing the command, the rock fiend immediately dropped its playful demeanor. It gathered its strength for a final move. The lightning shockwave exploded, piercing through the four-armed monster's body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the four-armed monster collapsed, lying motionless on the floor. The system announcement rang out. Rock Fiend has advanced to Tier 3, Stage 4. Unlocked lightning shockwave, usable only in Ghost General form. Ghost General form has ended. Xionggu was stunned, his eyes wide with confusion as he stammered, This is impossible." The crowd in the arena began to murmur amongst themselves, astonished. What happened? The four-armed monster actually lost. That's terrifying. After a moment, the MC walked over to check on the four-armed monster, then announced in a loud voice, "I declare the winner is," but the name that was called out left Lin Ze stunned, his jaw dropping. "The four-armed monster," he exclaimed in shock. "Huh?" The audience reacted in unison, but the four-armed monster clearly lost. Why? Isn't that ridiculous? That kid broke the rules and used that skill, the MC explained calmly. Because this player's pet beast used a magic skill, according to the regulations, he is disqualified. Hearing this, the audience recalled the moment. Indeed, the rock fiend's form had changed, but it just shed its armor. How could that be considered a violation? "This is so unfair," they clamored. Xionggu, having been awarded the victory, breathed a sigh of relief and smirked. "Kid, did you think you could just walk away with the money using a few cheap tricks?" Before Xionggu could finish, Lin Ze cut him off, his voice firm. "I have a new proposal. In the battle between pet beasts, I lost. I accept that. But the two of us will have a one-on-one duel." Xionggu was taken aback. "Huh?" Then, a look of amusement spread across his face, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Are you saying you want to challenge me?" The MC immediately stirred the pot. "This is unbelievable. This player actually wants to challenge a person, and this is the professional freestyle wrestling champion, Xionggu, ladies and gentlemen." The crowd roared. "Yeah, fight. We want to see it. We want to see a bloodbath." Lin Ze replied calmly. "This is far more interesting than a fight between pet beasts." Seeing this, the rock fiend stood in a corner, its head hanging dejectedly. Noticing this, he comforted it. "You lost. This time, just watch me." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, the rock fiend looked up, its eyes wide as it stared intently at him. While no one was paying attention, the MC gave a subtle nod to Xionggu, then continued to announce in an excited voice, "Excellent. You are the first person in history to dare challenge Xionggu. I truly admire your death wish. Next up, if you can defeat Xionggu, you can still take home the prize money." The crowd cheered. "Xionggu, teach him a lesson. Let's see some blood." Seeing Guan Ning's worried expression, Lin Ze gave her a slight, reassuring nod. The final match was about to begin. The muscular Xionggu stood proudly, his muscles bulging as he roared, "Come on, kid, let's have some fun." Right. At the same time, a voice called out from the main street, "Hey, Tam Dai, have you really fallen for that kid?" Tamdi replied as she walked. So what if I have? Didn't I already tell you I only see you as a brother? Hearing this, Damdung became furious. What part of me is worse than that punk? Besides, you don't even know him, do you? I don't want you to get hurt. She cut him off firmly. All right, I'll handle my own business. You should go home and get some rest. Faced with her coldness, Damdung stood there helplessly, calling out softly, Tamdi? As he walked away, he growled. Damn it, Lamtrak. I swear I'll surpass you. You just wait and see. As Damdung was walking, he suddenly heard a cry for help echoing nearby. Help me. In a small alley, a girl was being restrained by a monster. Her voice was weak and breathless. Someone, please save me. On the ground, her pet beast, a Stage 1, Phase 2, blazing firehound, lay motionless. Without a moment's hesitation, Damdung rushed forward, launching a kick that sent the monster flying to the side. Get off her! Caught by surprise, the monster tumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Damdung helped the girl up and asked, Are you okay? Where did that vicious beast come from? Before she could answer, a figure leaped down from a rooftop, saying, There's no such thing as a vicious beast in this world. Startled, Damdung looked up at him and growled, Who are you? Is this vicious beast your pet? The mysterious cloaked man replied, Vicious beast? He smirked. So a so-called vicious beast is evil, but a pet beast exploited by others is good. Is that right? Who gets to define such things, anyway? Although he didn't understand what the man was saying, Damdung interrupted. What are you trying to say? The man replied, Don't you know? The lifespan of a pet beast is much longer than a human's. However, because of the loyalty that humans prize, some pet beasts will no longer serve another master after their own dies. They're forced to live long, lonely lives, with no one to care for them, no one to pay them any mind, and are even branded as vicious beasts. Unwilling to hear any more, Damdung summoned his necromancer and shouted, Nonsense. If you're using it to harm people, then I, Damdung, will never allow you to commit such evil. The man asked back, So you're Damdung? Hearing the man knew his name, Damdung was shocked. How do you know who I am? In that case, why don't you surrender now? I'll take you to the Beast Tamer Association to face punishment. At his words, the vicious beast growled, about to charge forward, but the cloaked man immediately stopped it. Stand back for now. As he finished speaking, he touched the forehead of the blazing firehound lying on the ground. The hound began to evolve in a bizarre way. Its body twisted and contorted as it writhed in agony, its limbs flailing wildly. Its eyes bulged, turning blood red, and its body swelled to several times its original size. Witnessing this, Damdung exclaimed, What in the world is happening? The cloaked man spoke. Originally, I was actually planning to seek you guys out, but since you've come to me, let's see if you're of any use first. Hearing the commotion from the fighting ring, Tamdi decided to go in and take a look. The crowd was in an uproar. Teach that punk a lesson, Hung-Kot, show him what you're made of. When she got a clear view of the scene, Tamdi froze, her eyes widening in shock. Lamtrak was standing in the ring. She rushed in, shouting, Lamtrak, you can do it. Hearing her voice, Quan Nin, who was beside her, was surprised. The two of them looked at each other, stunned. In the ring, Hung-Kot confidently flexed his muscles. 53,241, the first ever freestyle fighting champion of Thuongha City. 53,243, defeated the heavy artillery Thunder Dragon in Tan Bin City, and then became the 3-time consecutive freestyle martial arts champion in Gyeongnin. I am Hung-Kot, the muscle maniac, Lamtrak thought to himself. The average person's physical strength is between 2 and 4, but this guy's is definitely between 4 and 8. Seeing him standing still, Hung-Kot gloated. Most people tremble just hearing my name, but this punk isn't even scared? Haha. He pointed right in his face. Hey kid, so no one can say I'm a bully. I'll let you have the first punch. Go on, hit me. The MC added, since he's letting you go first, make your move. But be careful not to break your bones. Hung-Kot laughed loudly, roaring, Everyone, watch me. Without making him wait, Lamtrak stepped forward, his voice calm. Then I won't hold back. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a single punch from him sent Hung-Kot's mouth twisting, with blood splattering everywhere. The blow was so powerful that Hung-Kot's massive body went flying backward, landing like a limp frog. The banner in the stands was torn apart as the audience scrambled to get out of the way. Hung-Kot was knocked unconscious, completely out cold. The MC was stunned, blurting out, wait a minute, what just happened? Hung-Kot was defeated with just one punch? Tamdi and Quan Nin clapped joyfully, but then they both froze, staring at each other. Their attitudes shifted instantly, refusing to even glance at one another. Suddenly, The shady MC announced, "Wait a minute, I hadn't given the signal to start, yet Lamtrock attacked first. He violated the rules, so the winner is." Before he could finish, Lamtrock stepped forward and quietly uttered, "Oh." Terrified, the MC quickly corrected himself. My sincerest apologies. I misspoke. This young hero didn't violate any rules, so the winner is Lamtrock." His phone pinged with a notification. "Ding, you have received 50,000. He thought to himself, I really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Ze stepped out, and Quan Ning and Xindi both waved at him. He asked in surprise, "What's up with you two?" Xindi walked up, gently touched his shoulder, and praised him. "You did great. I never thought you'd actually be able to beat that guy." Quan Ning cut in. "We're not that close to you, are we?" Xindi explained. "Don't forget we were on the same team once, so we can be considered teammates." Guo Xindi added in a gentle voice. "Besides, we're going to be classmates from now on. So, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Guo Xindi. I look forward to working with you." Hearing this, Quan Ning pouted, her displeasure obvious. Lin Ze turned and asked, "Why did you come here?" Xindi replied, "To help you activate your specialized soul power, of course." Quan Ning looked bewildered. "Specialized soul power?" Xindi explained, "That's right. If you two consider me a friend, I can help. In that case, let's find a quiet place for the three of us to talk." A short while later, in a large nearby hotel, inside a room with only one bed, Quan Ning and Xindi sat on the bed, staring at each other blankly. "Why are we all in one room?" Lin Ze said impatiently. "Come on, let's get started." Xindi replied quickly. "My specialized soul power is called perception. Since I was 7, I've been able to sense information that normal people can't easily detect, like breathing, location, or even things that are about to happen in the future." Quan Ning was amazed. "Whoa, a power like that actually exists? That's so awesome." Lin Ze asked, "So how are you going to help us?" Xindi turned to him. "Close your eyes." Without hesitation, Lin Ze closed his eyes. Xindi closed her eyes as well, leaned in close to him, and activated her perception. Seeing this, Quan Ning snorted in annoyance, but Xindi stopped her. "Don't. This is the only way I can sense his abilities, to help him walk the correct path of cultivation." Quan Ning reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll trust you this time." Inside Xindi's mind, a storm of chaotic thoughts swirled as her heart pounded. She told herself, "No, I have to focus." After a moment, a blurry image appeared. A figure stood there, its body encased in rock. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't make out its face. Xindi's head throbbed with pain, and she quickly stopped, exclaiming, "I saw a very strange pet beast. It wasn't a rock fiend, nor was it a snow maiden. It was more like a fusion of the two." Lin Ze was taken aback. "A fusion?" Xindi nodded. "Yes. Right now, I'm not strong enough, so I can only get a vague sense of it." Then she turned to Quan Ning. "You're next." Quan Ning flinched. Do you really have to touch my forehead?" Xindi affirmed. "Of course. The potential hidden deep inside a person can only be sensed this way. Little sister." With that, she closed her eyes and began to sense. Suddenly, Xindi's eyes flew open as her consciousness was plunged into a blazing red space. A pair of sharp, cold eyes glanced at her. Xindi snapped back to reality with a horrified expression on her face. Quan Ning asked worriedly, "What's wrong? What did you see?" Xindi shook her head. "No, it was nothing. Just a dark shadow. Maybe your potential hasn't manifested yet, or you need to cultivate more for me to get a clearer reading." Despite her words, Xindi had a terrible feeling about what she had just seen. She thought to herself, whatever that was, it's best not to say anything. Then she said aloud, "I shouldn't tell her for now." Glancing at the clock, which read 11:29 p.m., Xindi sighed. "Oh my, how did it get so late? A girl like me has nowhere to go at this hour. What if I run into some bad people outside?" She looked at Lin Ze and Quan Ning. "You're definitely going to let me stay here tonight, right?" Lin Ze was flustered, and before he could answer, Xindi grabbed both of their hands and said with a smile, "Thank you both for letting me stay." That night, Lin Ze lay between Quan Ning and Xindi, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Quan Ning wasn't asleep either, while Xindi secretly watched him. Lin Ze closed his eyes and thought to himself, "I have to get the Rock Fiend and the Snow Maiden to get along, so I can activate my specialized soul power." The scene changes to 10 days later, at the new student entrance ceremony. A bustling crowd of excited students gathered at the school to find out their class assignments. Lin Ze looked up, intently searching for his name on the board. Lin Ze. His name was displayed brilliantly on the very first line. Quan Ning cheered with delight. "This is great, we're in the same class again." Lin Ze beamed. Haha, that really is great. Xin-Di chimed in excitedly. I've got some good news for you two. I'm in the same class as well. Hearing that, Quan Ning's smile instantly faded. Just then, Tan Yong appeared, his face covered in scars, walking with a heavy gait. Xin-Di was startled and exclaimed, Tan Yong, what happened to you? Did you get into another fight? He sighed, his voice full of despair. I ran into a bunch of vicious people. Then his face fell. Class 2? That's it? I'm done for today. Another voice, full of resentment, spoke up. Good thing I'm not in the same class as that bastard. Otherwise, I might not have been able to stop myself from finding a chance to kill him. Tan Yong growled. You're right. I feel like doing the same thing right now. Quan Ning went over to encourage her other friends. This is amazing. You guys too. You passed successfully. They smiled and replied, We got into class 4, but only class 1 and class 2 are the elite classes with much better treatment. Still, thanks to all my hard work, I barely managed to reach my goal, Xian said with a bright smile. We have Quan Nin to thank for our training. The scene changes to a classroom. The teacher stands at the front, his voice clear and strong. I'm sure you've all seen me around before. Starting today, I will be the homeroom teacher for class 1 and will guide you in your cultivation for the next 3 years. We offer a wide variety of subjects, and you can choose whether to attend or not. But my requirement is that, whether you're in class or not, you must absolutely never stop your training. He paused, emphasizing, furthermore, there will be an evaluation at the end of each term. Anyone who fails will be transferred to a regular class. Oh, and one more thing. The top 3 students in each evaluation will receive a scholarship of about 100,000. Quan Nin thought to himself, Jiangning Academy really lives up to its reputation. A scholarship that high. If I get it twice, that's enough to buy a high-level beast pet. The teacher continued. In addition, the school has many clubs, recreational programs, and cultivation events. You can explore these on your own after class. But I want to highlight one event that I hope everyone will participate in. Simulated combat. There's a dedicated simulated combat building behind the main lecture hall that can accommodate thousands of students at once. He explained further, you can accumulate practical experience through these simulated battles, helping you and your beast pets to level up. Because this is a fully immersive virtual network, your opponents won't just be students from this academy, but beast tamers from the entire Beast Tamer Federation. Your ranking not only brings great rewards, but also determines your tier, bronze, silver, or gold. This is the most important credential for a beast tamer. While the teacher was speaking, Lin Ze was preoccupied, thinking he needed to level up his rock golem to match the snow maiden as soon as possible. In another space, Lin Ze shouted, Fuse! The system responded coldly. Fusion failed. Incompatible levels. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and everyone rushed out. Lin Ze was no exception, but he was burning with impatience, thinking he had to get to the simulated combat area quickly to level up. Putting thought into action, he hurried over there. Along the way, clubs were clamoring to recruit new members. Seeing Lin Ze as a promising candidate, they swarmed around him, trying to win him over. One person said excitedly, Student Lin Ze, interested in joining the Frost Society? We're the most prestigious club for ice-type beast pets. Come join us. Another person cut in. Student Lin Ze, we're the rock-type boulder club. We can all train together and grow stronger. The crowd grew tighter and tighter. Join us. We're the Ghost Spirit Club. Don't look down on the ghost spirit type. We have plenty of beautiful girls. And we even have an operating budget. Lin Ze quickly waved his hands. Seniors, I'm really sorry, but I don't plan on joining any clubs at the moment. Just as he was in the spotlight, another group appeared, stealing everyone's attention. Someone shouted, The people from the High Mountain Society are here. They're so tall. A girl from the Ghost Spirit Club explained. Honestly, they're one of the top 5 clubs in Jiangning Academy. Every member is an elite. The leader of the second years at High Mountain got into the academy with a top 3 score. The group of tall figures slowly approached Lin Ze. La Han, their leader, asked coldly, You're Lin Ze? A guy behind him answered instead, That's right, boss. That's him. Tam Diep stood behind them, thinking to herself, Looks like there's trouble. I can't believe Jing Tao from before was actually a member of the High Mountain Society. Lin Ze remained calm and fearless, smiling. That's right. I'm Lin Ze. What can I do for you? Lahan replied in a cold voice. I'll give you one chance. Join the High Mountain Society, and we'll wipe the slate clean. You should know that the High Mountain Society doesn't just recruit anyone. The guy with him chimed in. Be smart about this. Don't waste the opportunity you've been given. But Lin Ze was unfazed, refusing politely. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm sorry. I don't want to join any societies for the time being. He calculated internally that joining a club right now would just be a hassle and wouldn't help him level up, not even the High Mountain Society. Lahan grew angry upon hearing this. What? He dares to refuse the High Mountain Society? An opportunity this good? The guy beside him added fuel to the fire. Kid, don't be a fool. If you don't join today, you'll be an enemy of the High Mountain Society. Lin Ze didn't care. He pulled Quan Nin away, saying, "It's no big deal." This act made Lahan's blood boil, and his sharp, icy gaze shot towards Lin Ze. Tam Diep looked at Lin Ze, praising him in her heart. "No wonder he's the man I've set my sights on," Quan Nin asked nervously. "Won't doing this cause trouble?" Lin Ze reassured him. "Joining these societies is just more trouble than it's worth. If they're really that capable, they can use their strength to make me change my mind." The scene changes to the simulated combat area, where everyone is training diligently. Quan Nin exclaimed, "Whoa, big brother, this place is so crowded." Lin Ze replied, "Yeah, let's get started quickly too." Listening to him, Quan Nin sat down at a training station. "I'm determined to catch up to brother Lin Ze." Lin Ze submerged himself in the training room. A moment later, his eyes shot open. Before him was a mystical space with a system panel displaying his information. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Level, intern. Points, 0. Matches, 1. Win rate, 0%. Rank, 573,620. He was surprised. Are there really this many people in the simulated combat? Then he pressed a button on the system. System target. Reach the top 10,000. The system announces the start of matchmaking. After a moment, the results are in. Matchmaking successful. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please be ready. Lin Ze was transported to a barren wasteland, filled with nothing but grass and mountains. He looked around in amazement. Huh? Has the scene changed to a grassland already? His opponent saw him and spoke up, looking all over the place. "Well, this must be your first time in a simulation battle, right? Are you a student?" Lin Ze simply nodded without answering. The guy smirked slyly. "Every year, at the start of the school term, a bunch of rookies show up. Looks like today's my lucky day. These points are mine for the taking." He shouted, "Summon," and a wild boar with tusks longer than its ears appeared. A Tier 2, Stage 1 beast type. His opponent excitedly commanded, "Come on, let's have a satisfying fight." The wild boar growled in response, baring its long tusks. Lin Ze calmly thought to himself, a Tier 2, Stage 1. No wonder I got matched with a newcomer like him. He shouted, "Summon," and a rock ogre appeared, towering over the boar. The opponent, not yet realizing the situation, laughed out loud. "I'll show you the difference a little experience makes." The rock ogre stepped forward and unleashed a single kick, sending the tusked boar tumbling. It was knocked out cold without any resistance. The guy panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat, his face pale. He was finally learning some manners. At the same time, other battles were raging on. The system continuously announced, Wei Jing, a human type, Tier 2, Stage 3, ranked 573,541, a spirit cat, a beast type, Tier 2, Stage 6, ranked 572,494, a man-eating flower, a plant type, Tier 2, Stage 9, ranked 548,325. 2 days later, the rock ogre reached Tier 3, Stage 7, and the snow maiden ascended to Tier 4, Stage 2. He was now ranked 99,832, breaking into the top 100,000 and earning 1,000 achievement points. Lin Ze crossed his arms, silently assessing how the high-intensity battles of the past 2 days had helped the rock ogre advance a whole 3 stages. He looked at the rock ogre, sprawled at his feet, panting heavily. "Let's stop here for today. You must be exhausted." The internet was buzzing with excitement. A popular post read, "Super strong newbie breaks into the top 100,000 in 3 days." The comments exploded. So, that was him. "Oh my god, what a pro. A 100% win rate. I heard he's a new student. I ran into him. Got insta-killed. He's so handsome. Does anyone have any info on this guy?" As he was reading the news, Guan Ning woke up and asked him, "When did you get up?" Bang Yun walked by, teasing, well, if it isn't Lin Ze?" He stood up to leave the arena and replied, "And aren't you this year's freshman class president?" Hearing the sarcastic undertone, Bang Yun scoffed. "You're really hardworking, battling late into the night. But don't be surprised when you hear this news." Before he could brag, Lin Ze cut him off. "Are you dropping out of school?" Ignoring the jab, Bang Yun held up 3 fingers. Smugly, he said, 3 days. It only took me 3 days to get into the top 150,000. How about that? Guanning, who was scrolling on her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Bang Yun mistook her shock for admiration and laughed triumphantly. But Guanning dropped a bombshell. "My bro just broke into the top 100,000. It just happened." Bang Yun looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, yelling, "What?" Lin Ze and Guanning paid him no mind and casually strolled around the school grounds. Guanning sighed. "Bro, my rank is stuck at 180,000. It's so hard to climb no matter how hard I try." She continued, "I want to form a contract with another spirit beast. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Ze was surprised. "Since when were you qualified to form a second contract?" Guanning playfully punched his arm. "Did you forget that I'm the only one in our class who chose the college-level difficulty and passed?" He rubbed his arm with a sheepish grin. "Of course I remember. I was just kidding." Then he got serious. "What kind of second spirit beast do you want to form a contract with?" Guanning answered honestly, "I haven't really thought about it. I have to consider its growth potential, rarity, and synergy with my demon flame crow." Lin Ze smiled warmly. "Don't worry. When it comes to choosing spirit beasts, I have quite a few ideas. Let me help you." In his mind, he was already calculating. It was time to help Guanning choose a spirit beast with a hidden evolution path. Guanning's face lit up. "That would be great. Let's go to the spirit beast shop this weekend." He nodded. "All right." Not far away, in a small pavilion in the school garden, a beautiful girl was watching them. She saw Lin Ze walk Guanning back to her dorm, sharing an intimate goodbye. She waited until Guanning was out of sight before appearing behind him. "You two are so close, practically inseparable." Lin Ze turned around. "Guo Xindi," she continued. "You train together, study together, eat together." Then Xindi stepped closer, curious. "Hey, what exactly is the relationship between you two?" Lin Ze scratched his face, trying to avoid the question. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to go rest." But Xindi grabbed his hand, her voice serious. "You two might be in trouble," she explained. "Tanyong was attacked by a mysterious person earlier. In Tanyong's memory, all of us candidates are his targets." Lin Ze asked, "Who is it? What's his goal?" Xindi shook her head. "I don't know. I only know that he's very strong and possesses a specialized soul technique that can cause spirit beasts to become demonized. In short, you have to be careful." Lin Ze nodded. "Thanks for the concern. I'm leaving now." He walked away, leaving Xindi standing there with a heavy heart, demonized. Could her premonition about Guanning's future be related to this? She felt an indescribable sense of unease. The next day, at the Academy's battle tower, Lin Ze stepped onto the platform, sat cross-legged, and entered his battle state. Target: top 10,000. After a series of matches, the Snow Maiden's rank rose to 1,002. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure was looking at information on a laptop. Lin Ze, an 18-year-old freshman. Simulation battle rank, 1002. Spirit Sea win rate, 100%. Pets, ice and rock type beasts, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. Lin Ze smiled as he scrolled through his phone. Interesting. I need to find someone and meet him. In the battle arena, the system announced a successful match. Lin Ze was surprised to see his opponent wearing a bone mask with strange patterns. He stroked his chin. "Since when does Liu Heng wear a mask when he battles?" The man in the white bone mask answered by raising his hand to summon. A Tier 4, Stage 1, Thorn-Armored Turtle, and a Tier 4, Stage 1 Dragonfish appeared. He boasted, "Don't think you're the only one with two pet beasts." Lin Ze wasn't surprised, summoning his Snow Maiden and Rock Fiend with a smile. Now times that times makes it a fair fight. Looking at his opponent's two Tier 4 beasts, Lin Ze frowned, thinking to himself that those ranked in the top 10,000 were truly masters. How strong must the top 10 be? Noticing the change in his expression, the man in the bone mask spoke. "I know you. You're Lin Ze, right? I didn't expect you to reach this level in such a short time. Not bad." He pointed directly at him. "But before this, you were just a weakling. Defeat me, break into the top 10,000, and you will become a top-tier powerhouse. Only then will you be qualified to work with us." The words didn't register with Lin Ze. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and replied coldly, "Work with you, don't make decisions on my behalf. Enough of this nonsense. Let's begin." The man in the bone mask raised his hand high, his voice suddenly dropping low. "Hey, I'm going to show you something special. There are always bigger fish in the sea." The dragonfish unleashed a powerful jet of water without any warning, but the Snow Maiden quickly erected an ice shield, stopping the attack in its tracks. In a flash, the ice shield cracked and shattered. The reason was the Rock Fiend, its eyes glowing red with killing intent as it charged straight ahead. But its opponent was no pushover. The thorn-armored turtle's earthy brown spikes bloomed like a flower, shooting out earthen darts from their tips. The charging rock fiend was momentarily stunned, but quickly dematerialized its entire body, becoming immune to physical damage. The opponent's assault wasn't over. The thorn-armored turtle curled into a ball like a wheel, its sharp spikes bristling, and hurtled forward at a terrifying speed. The Snow Maiden immediately created a large ice shield to block it, sending the turtle ball flying. News of Lin Ze's defeat spread like wildfire, shocking the entire rookie community to hear that the one who broke into the top 10,000 had been stopped in his tracks. A few comments immediately popped up, sparking a heated discussion. "He's just a freshman. How did he get this strong? That arrogant brat. I've been waiting for him to fail. A senior must have finally taught him a lesson he won't forget." Lebangvan scrolled past the messages and walked slowly toward Lin Ze, saying, "Lin Ze, you've also encountered that group calling themselves the Symbiotic Collective, haven't you?" With his hands in his pockets, Lin Ze gave a cold look and replied, "So you joined them?" His fist was slightly raised, his expression unchanging. Lebangvan snorted, his voice full of defiance. "Humph, don't you dare underestimate me. Anyone who tries to act cool in front of me will pay the price." Lin Ze remained calm and continued his questioning. "Do you know where they come from?" Lebangvan turned and walked away, tossing back a single sentence. "I'll find out on my own." Left alone, he stroked his chin, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. This group seems to be quite large. What do they really want? I think Guo Xingyi mentioned them yesterday. The image of the man in the mask flashed through his mind. Lin Ze's gaze darkened. A bad feeling welled up inside him, as if a storm was about to break. Walking out onto the campus, he let his feet guide him, his mind lost in thought. Currently, his rock fiend was at Tier 3, Stage 7, and the Snow Maiden had reached Tier 4, Stage 2. With only a little over 1,000 accumulated points left, he couldn't raise the rock fiend to Tier 4. Because he was missing the materials for a breakthrough, an information panel appeared in his mind, displaying the rock fiend's next evolution form. Spirit of the Great Earth requires Tier 3, Stage 9, at 100% maturity, 30 high-grade Earth element essences, and 3 soul containment stones. He immediately converted everything into its monetary value. To buy all the materials with cash, he would need at least 400,000. Just then, a voice called out. Chu Xiong ran over from a distance, his cheerful voice rubbing salt in Lin Ze's emotional wound. "Boss, I saw on the forums that you were defeated. Was there an opponent so strong that even you couldn't take them down?" Lin Ze glanced at him, lightly touching the scar on his forehead, and replied, "I'm not invincible. Let's change the subject." He raised a hand and continued, "By the way, you know your stuff. Do you know how I can get my hands on some high-grade Earth element essences and soul containment stones?" Chu Xiong was stunned by the request, his eyes wide. "Boss, how many do you need?" Lin Ze replied instantly. 30 high-grade Earth element essences and 3 soul containment stones. Chu Xiong's face went pale with shock. "Boss, you couldn't get that many even if you robbed a bank." But then his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. "Hey, wait a minute, boss. I know a place where you might be able to find this stuff." A faint smile appeared on Lin Ze's lips. "All right, lead the way." Chu Xiong was taken aback. "Huh? Right now?" The two of them headed towards Spirit Cloud Mountain, a barren, rocky land completely devoid of trees. As he led the way, Chu Xiong explained everything he knew.